You don't write about cars for a living without meeting some pretty interesting characters. So I'm circling back and getting cozy with some of my favorite automotive aficionados. We'll talk shop, luxury, and passion in a new series I call Crossing Lanes.
Well, good to see you again. What's it been, a couple of years, right?
I think a couple of years, yeah. Thanks for having me back.
Yeah, there's a few new things. I brought something I think which could not be more Americana. This is a 1958 Imperial. Just the epitome of American optimism, that post-war, we won World War II, now we started a space program, all cars had fins and the Jetsons was coming on TV.
How many feet is this car?
I don't know. People lose count after a certain
After
number.
20 feet.
Yeah, they're sort of like dinosaurs from another era. This would sort of be the demographic car that I think the average TV viewer would remember. I mean, look how much room there is in this car. Just hilarious. I love how huge the gauges are, like giant high plates. This was considered safety. This
Padded with leather.
Yeah, no great hurry to be safe. And the way you start is you turn the key and then you hit the neutral button. Everything is push button.
Yeah, people think that's a new car thing, but actually,
No.
old car.
If you can type, you can drive. Just press the button and you pull away. How many cars can you cross your legs in the front seat?
I mean, none, except for this. And I'm tall, too.
Comfortable car, isn't it? You don't get all wind blown.
You can have a conversation, even though we're so far apart.
You wonder how many 16-year-olds took their driver's tests in these big, stupid
I
things.
mean, what about the parallel parking section?
Don't
that
even
would
think
be an
about
issue.
parallel parking. Huh?
So, what cars did you grow up idolizing when you were a young kid?
You know, when you grow up in a little town in New England, anything with less than 4 doors might as well have been a Ferrari. Nobody had cool cars. I was 9, 10 years old. I was riding my bicycle up a hill and I saw an old man polishing a 1951 Jaguar XJ120, and I was fixated. He said, "Come on over, you want to sit in it?" It was unbelievable. I'd never seen anything like that. You have to remember, back in 59, 60, most car magazines were black and white. You didn't really get the sense of speed or excitement or anything from it.
Who taught you how to drive?
So many houses had abandoned cars in fields. And there was a 2CV in a field near my friend's house. And when we were kids, we'd go over there and work on it. And we got it running. And we were just driving around the fields all day. And our moms, you know, would sit at the kitchen window and watch us. Okay, I did all right.
Once you finally started making some real money, what did you finally buy as a special car purchase?
Well, the first car I bought when I came to California was my 55 Buick Roadmaster, which I still have. I got off the plane, I had no place to live, and in California, you need a car before you need a place to live. So I bought the 55 Buick for $350, and I lived in that, I slept in it. I met my wife in it, I got married in the car,
Wow.
drove the car to my first Tonight Show, and I still have it. That was a special car.
How would you define a luxury car?
Nobody does luxury like the French. The French put a premium on comfort while driving. The cars don't appear to be ostentatious or flashy, but they're exceptionally nice to drive and very, very comfortable. We Americans tend to confuse luxury with crashed, garish. I mean, look at Trump's apartment. Is sitting on a gold chair really comfortable? No, it's not luxury at all. It's like Oscar Wilde, you know, the price of everything, the value of nothing.
Well, have you ever paid more than you thought you should for something that you bought?
No, all I've done is buy too early. And I see a lot of people, they buy something because they immediately think they're going to make a lot of money on it. Then when they find out it's not worth as much as they thought, now they hate the car. The most important thing is buy what you like,
Yeah.
and then worry about the price later. And I don't mean that from like, oh, I'm so rich.
No.
Better off you pay a little bit more and buy something you truly enjoy,
Yeah.
you know.
If you were 21, 22, 23 now, would you still get into the business?
I always like telling stories and doing
Yeah.
comedy. I mean, I always like talking to people. So, yeah, I
That's a
figured
nice
I
fit.
would. You know, my dad sold insurance, and he became manager. And once a month, to motivate the men, he would put on some kind of goofy show, or he'd play like the Sinatra song "High Hopes" and he'd juggle. And so I thought, well, maybe I'll sell insurance because you get to do a show once a month. You know?
That is very interesting.
Yeah.
I love that. Well, Jay, it's been so great talking with you.
Yeah, it's always fun when you come by. We have fun. We have a good time.
Yeah.
And let's continue motoring.
Motoring. That's the proper term.
Mumbai can overwhelm you. For Indians, it's both New York and LA, Hollywood and Wall Street. It offers the sensory overload of the world's second largest country and intricate traditions crafted over millennia. It's a lot to take in if you only have a few days on this colorful but chaotic peninsula. I'm Nikki Eckstein, travel editor for Bloomberg Pursuits, and I'll show you how to make the most of Mumbai. India's outpacing a slew of Western destinations to become the world's 6th largest business travel market. And the Oberoi, a sleek oasis in the middle of all the action, is perfect for business travelers.
Good afternoon, welcome to WMBoT. Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
The staff is extremely thoughtful and detail-oriented.
Hi.
Ma'am, welcome to the Oberoi. It's very refreshing in a weather like this. Why don't you have a sip?
Nowhere else have I been greeted with personally embroidered napkins and customized suites. Plus, the rooms are spacious, with comfortable beds and large work desks. Across the peninsula, you'll find the Gateway of India, Mumbai's most iconic monument. Though the city name was officially changed in 1995, most locals still call it Bombay. And just behind the Gateway is the Taj Mahal Palace, the city's most impressive hotel. If the Oberoi is all brains, the Taj is all beauty. As you wander the halls, you can feel the weight of Indian history, from the colonial styling to the modern-day masterpieces lining the hall. All the traffic and bustling markets in Mumbai can be dizzying, so yoga near the stunning pool offers a welcome respite.
Experience the luxury of this morning, so you can experience the complete vitality throughout the day.
When it comes to business dinners, head straight to the table, around the corner from the Taj. It's classy without being pretentious, and quiet enough for deal-making. That may be why the locals are obsessed with this spot. The menu is more trendy than traditional, with knockouts like sweet and sour Brussels sprouts and yellowfin tuna tataki. Plan to eat dinner late. 9 p.m. is standard. If you have a day off, escape the clamor of the city by hopping a ferry to Elephanta Island. Eventually, the city fades, and a sort of inner calm sets in. You'll be surrounded by sweet Indian children who toss snacks to flocks of seagulls that trail the boat. You can also hire a speedboat for about $500 to cut the journey from an hour to 25 minutes, but you'll miss the local color. On the island, you'll find a path with about 1,000 stairs and a handful of feisty monkeys. It leads to a series of amazing 5th century caves, lined with relief sculptures dedicated to the Hindu god of Shiva. If you can't make it across the water, you can stay right in the middle of Mumbai where there's plenty to see. Stop by a street-side coconut vendor. They're everywhere. And if you're still jet-lagged, the electrolytes will help. One of my favorite hole-in-the-walls in all of Mumbai is Shri Thakur Bhojanalaya. There's just one choice here: bright and flavorful Gujarati thalis, which are like all-you-can-eat sampler platters. The restaurant was passed down from father to son, and the son is very enthusiastic about his locally sourced cuisine. Since India has gone cashless, ask to add a 10% tip before settling the bill. You can also charge tips for bellhops and housekeeping back at the hotel. After lunch, hit the streets and find the perfect piece of India to take back home. D. Popley & Sons is a family affair where the owner keeps the real jewels hidden in the back room. The owner's son designs many of the pieces himself and sources the rest from Jaipur. Antiques are huge in India, but you can't take anything that's more than 100 years old out of the country. You can, however, pick up carved elephants and crystal drawer pulls salvaged from Maharaja palaces at Ejecution, just next door. Nearby at Phillips, I also found beautiful folk art figurines and an amazing vintage photo collection. For clothing, there's a great spot called Bungalow 8, hidden under the bleachers of Mumbai's biggest cricket stadium. It's tricky to find, but you'll be rewarded with the prettiest kaftans and block-printed scarves, all arranged by color. But back to business. If you have one last deal to close, head to Bombay Canteen. The menu is an ode to India's regional recipes and native ingredients, like red snapper ceviche in a kokum broth or Kashmiri lamb. And don't miss a drink at Air, the rooftop bar at the Four Seasons. Guest bartenders shake up some of the city's best sundowners. Go to make one last impression with colleagues. Or let Bombay make one last impression on you.
With SUVs growing in popularity, it only made sense to get some on this show. So in this review, we're going to compare 3 of the best-rated luxury SUVs on the market. This isn't going to be easy. We've got our hands on an Audi Q5, a Porsche Cayenne GTS, and a BMW X5. I've decided to spend a day in the Hamptons with each of them to get an in-depth look.
Now this is the Q5. It's Audi's mid-size SUV, and it starts at about $41,000, which is way more affordable than the other 2 cars that we're looking at.
This is kind of like the iPhone of luxury SUVs. It's designed so well, but it's also affordable within the segment.
This is a 4-cylinder, all-wheel drive, 7-speed automatic with paddle shifters, 252 horsepower, and there's no lag. Immediate power, immediate response. The minute you step on the gas, you're there. Q5 has by far the most futuristic interior of the 3 cars. It's minimal, it's clean. The sunroof spans the entire width of the ceiling. It's really cool. There's plenty of room for 5 adults, lots of headroom, but this is the smallest car of the ones that we're testing.
The trunk is 29 cubic feet, which is in the middle of our range. A family on a trip might have trouble fitting everything in.
There are other cars that are more powerful, that look more distinct, but it's also really affordable, and Audi has really kind of hit a sweet spot.
So how did it add up? The immediate response really made me feel in control. The horsepower was a little weaker at 252, and the 22 mile per gallon means that this is in the middle of the road. Looks-wise, it was a bit conservative. It's the smallest of our 3, but with a sleek interior. And the pricing is the best at $41,000.
Now this is the BMW X5 Hybrid. That means it gets 56 miles per gallon combined between the electric motor and the conventional engine. This car starts at $62,000, so it's right in the middle of our group. The electric motor and the engine switch off depending on what drive mode, how fast you're going, all of that.
What you won't find out from the stats on the website is how big this car feels when you sit in it and how small it drives. It's a nice balance.
So the interior, it's not as futuristic, it's not as clean and modern feeling, but it's also a little less full of buttons and levers and gauges. This does feel like it's the roomiest of the 3. I think a lot of it has to do with the natural light. The most visibility for sure.
And with the seats in use, the trunk still comes up with nearly 36 cubic feet, which is massive. To recap, the handling was exceptional. 308 horsepower is middle of our range, and an amazing 56 miles per gallon with the combined electric motor. It was sporty without being over-aggressive. The roomiest, but with a toned-down interior. And at $62,000, it's mid-range for our selection.
Now the third car in our group is the Porsche Cayenne GTS. This is a higher-tuned version of Porsche's Cayenne, and it starts fittingly at $97,000. That's by far the most expensive of any car of our group, and it's also the most powerful. Porsche was among the first of the luxury car makers to introduce an SUV. It really sets the standard for a lot of things. The engine here is a 3.6-liter V6 twin turbocharged engine, 440 horsepower with almost double the horsepower of the Audi, 443 foot-pounds of torque, and you definitely feel it when you push the gas pedal. The thing that you notice are the buttons and levers and knobs and vents. So if you're someone who likes this cockpit stuff to play with, you're gonna love this car.
This trunk was actually the smallest at 24 cubic feet, but after you put the seats down, you'll get by. It drives fast, it feels really luxurious inside, it's really striking to look at, it just costs a lot of money. Okay, this car was the most powerful. 440 horsepower, 434 foot-pounds of torque. Unfortunately, only 19 miles per gallon combined. This is a true sports car in SUV form. It had decent space and the interior was loaded with gadgets. But the downside, I'd say, is price. $97,000 means this car will dig deep into your wallet. The luxury SUV segment is a competitive field. There are a lot of really confident players, and these three are all excellent vehicles. However, after 3 days of driving, I felt the BMW checked the most boxes in terms of performance, agility, style, and value. Was it the fastest or the most powerful? No. But it was the most versatile while moderately priced for a luxury SUV. With the largest interior, the most visibility, and the fact that it's a hybrid with a 56 miles per gallon rating, that just pushes it over the edge. This car has a great value and anyone would be happy to have it. The perfect sports car should combine sexy good looks with nimble steering, aggressive power, and a high-quality cabin. It'll be expensive, but not so pricey that it's out of reach for everyone. Porsche, Mercedes, and Jaguar have 3 of the top sports cars on offer today, but which is the best for you? Let's get the numbers out of the way. All 3 cars have impressive stats. The Porsches come just slightly behind the Benz and the Jag, but each is a thrill to drive in its own way.
This is the 2017 Porsche 911 Carrera Cabriolet. The engine in this is a 420 horsepower, 6-cylinder boxer engine mounted in the rear. This is Porsche's famous engine.
It's difficult to describe the feeling when you get behind the wheel. This is where that mystical Porsche X factor comes in. The rear-wheel drive on 20-inch Carrera S wheels and Porsche torque vectoring grip the road better than any other model in our group. The AMG GTS is faster and more fun to drive than any other Mercedes. I think it feels like a rocket ship.
This car has a lot to offer. It has that amazing V8 engine, it has the horsepower, it has the torque.
Of course, if you're not careful, the rear-wheel drive AMG will fishtail forward with a mind of its own. That said, it's amazing in a straight line. This is the two-door coupe Jaguar debuted in 2015 as a way to get back in the game. And the company did it with flying colors.
The handling is great. I mean, this car is so perfectly balanced. It's really a treat to drive, especially on windy roads.
The torque that you feel when you drive it is the most impressive of the group. But it's not as connected to the road as the 911, nor as smooth as the AMG. It is tight when it comes to steering and braking. The 911 is eminently recognizable, yet after all these years, it still impresses. The front end is flirtatious, the rear is muscly, and the headlights are friendly. This is Mercedes' bad boy halo car meant to recall the glorious Gullwing SL that Mercedes made in the 1960s. The idea is that its sexy allure will attract young new fans to the brand.
This is the car you want to get to make a really loud statement.
The Jag is all muscles and roar, punched up at the seams like a football player. If you kind of like a hunky mass of metal and gears under your foot, this one is the car for you. Porsche was the first sporting brand to introduce the PDK paddle shift technology, which is quicker and better for city driving than the manual. There is also a back seat in this option, something the other two don't have.
Now, I don't know if you'd put anybody in that backseat except for maybe your dog or someone you don't like, but it is back there and you can use it in a pinch.
Inside, I loved how the Mercedes looks. It has crazy octopus-like round dials all the way through the center and the dash, and everything felt thick and rich. There is plenty to see inside the Jaguar. Lots of loud blue stitching, performance seats, and even a handle for the front passenger to hold onto for dear life. This is the least well done of our three when it comes to interior quality and design, but it's still pretty great. The bottom line? You can't go wrong with any of these incredible machines. But if you want the whole package at the best value, the 911 is the clear winner. Sure, it's not as aggressive looking as the AMG, and it has less power than the Jag, but its incredible connection to the ground, its cozy perfect German handling, its superior suspension, and its minimal but quality interior mean the 911 Carrera S Cabriolet more than stands its ground.
Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order canceled. Order filled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled.
When you hear the word Ferrari, you probably think fast, sleek, or maybe risque. What you don't think is practical. And Ferrari is not the first car you think to take to pick up your Christmas tree. But that's exactly what I did. I drove a Ferrari GTC4 Lusso 2 hours outside of New York City to Barclays, a fourth-generation orchard and tree farm. I wanted to test out Ferrari practicality.
Welcome to Barclays Tree Farm. I'm Steve Barclay.
I'm Hannah Elliott.
Nice to meet you. Should go find your perfect tree?
Let's do it.
Excellent.
What kind of trees are these?
We've got Douglas fir and Norway spruce in here.
This looks great.
So this is the one, huh?
I like it. It's good.
Okay, let's do it.
There's not exactly enough room in the back for a tree, but the Lusso has all you need for this errand. It's a 4-seat hatchback that Ferrari debuted last year. Plus, the Lusso has something really helpful, practical even. It's higher off the ground than a standard Rari. Getting in and out wasn't the usual awkward struggle I often have with low sports cars. I would even call this shockingly drivable.
This is the perfect Ferrari for people who love to drive. And I know that sounds crazy because it's the hatchback Ferrari, but the thing about the car is it has a V12 680 horsepower engine on all-wheel drive. That means it has the beating heart of a Ferrari track car that will compete with anything from Lamborghini, McLaren, built into this package that is totally functional.
And an elaborate traction and stability system in the rear that Ferrari calls thrust vectoring. Basically, it smooths out the car's response to unstable conditions like snow, ice, or bumpy roads.
I mean, I had this buying holiday decorations at Target. We had the tree on the top. I had this in snow and slush and ice, and it performs so well.
Inside, the front feels like a very luxurious cockpit, which makes sense after all, the word lusso means luxury in Italian. The back is spacious enough for a couple of adults, and it roars from 0 to 62 in 3.4 seconds. Top speed is 208. So what gives? Why did Ferrari make a practical car? Well, to hold on to its most loyal fans. Now, there are rumors that Ferrari will unveil an SUV in 2018, but until then, it hopes to keep Ferrari customers in the family with the Lusso. So hang on, Ferrari fans. Next year, maybe Santa will leave a prancing pony SUV in the driveway. Until then, the Lusso will do. Wow, this is a Callaway Corvette Aerowagon. It is the most powerful car made in the US, period. It's supercharged with the supercharger pushing up all the way through the hood. 757 horsepower, this car will go from 0 to 60 in 2.7 seconds, which is nuts. So let's put it to the test. I'm going to head out to Rockaway for lunch, and we'll see what this beauty can do. So, Callaway, the very same name that engineers golf clubs, modifies these Corvettes. And in this Aerowagon, the main upgrade is the supercharged engine, and it's so fast.
The fuel efficiency is 27 miles per gallon at speed on the highway. That's like prime optimum conditions, but it's still pretty incredible considering most cars with 757 horsepower get like 12 to 13 miles per gallon.
So the Aerowagon part of the Callaway Corvette is totally new this year. It's a huge departure from what a typical Corvette looks like, and that's by design. The trunk is enormous, and that's what you're really getting by choosing to have this option. The interior is just like the regular Corvette that you'd buy directly from GM. It's very much like a cockpit. So the belt parkway isn't exactly the Autobahn, but I was able to get a feel for the strength of the supercharger, and I made it down to Rockaway Beach in no time flat.
Hannah!
The starting price is about $130,000. The money goes toward the engineering that makes this car so powerful and fast. But still, that is so much cheaper than what you might find at Ferrari or McLaren or Lamborghini. This can keep up with all of those cars, and it's far less expensive. Sometimes I don't trust love at first sight, not even when a car looks this good. So I decided to put the Tesla Model X through its paces for 5 days in the mountains along the California coast. I needed to know, was this just a crush or a lasting love affair? I first drove the $151,000 SUV briefly in Los Angeles last year, and at the time thought it was one of the best cars I'd ever tested. But a 340-mile road trip can make or break any relationship. One push of the button and the Model X will automatically route your trip according to where the superchargers line up. It probably won't be the fastest route, but you know you won't run out of juice. We were on our way. It was the start of something beautiful. The seats are situated high inside, but they're easy to access, even the back row. And the interior cabin is so quiet I could hear crickets chirping outside as I drove, with the windows up. The car has almost no body roll around corners, and it handled beautifully on a sandy beach. I will say that the battery gauge can be deceiving. It doesn't decrease at a stable rate, so you can jump down in range a lot quicker than you expect. We left this morning with a full charge, and we've been driving for 4 hours or so, so we're down to about 77 miles on the battery. So I asked the car to find us the closest supercharger, and we're driving there now, and we should get there in about 12 minutes. Turns out I had some major time to kill. Hey, Grandma. Oh, nothing much. How are you? Back on the road, I could focus on the feel of the all-wheel drive, test the 3.2-second 0 to 60 mile per hour sprint time, and the 762 equivalent horsepower. It feels really fast when you push down the gas pedal. The brakes are regenerative, so you have to get used to their different feel. I never really did. And the automatic front doors can be tricky. They open when you least expect it. At the end of this trip, I realized the real question here is not, should you buy this car, but do you want to join the electric lifestyle? You really do feel virtuous when you drive it. No fossil fuels here. But owning an electric car saps your time and energy if you're not deliberate about charging. It makes it harder to be spontaneous and free. And you have to be okay with giving up the raw, pure feeling of driving a mechanical car. But if you are that kind of driver, the kind that wants to be on the cutting edge of luxury and technology, you're going to fall in love.
The season is upon us, and everyone, including me, is thinking about what to pour for all those holiday gatherings. Hi, I'm Aileen McCoy, here to talk about the holidays and wine. I've picked 3 under $30. Yes, $30. The first wine is a white. It's the 2016 Abbazia di Novicella Kerner, and it costs only $20. Kerner is an exotic white varietal, but what you really need to know is that translates into deliciousness. This wine is also from an unusual varietal, and unusual, obscure varietals are really in right now. It has fantastic aroma. It has lovely zingy fruit flavors, which are very bright and crisp, so that you feel the wine is bigger, richer, and will go with something that is really quite serious in terms of food. Now we're ready for the red. It's the 2014 Chateau Cartier from Saint-Emilion in Bordeaux, and it costs $27. Classic Bordeaux's do not all cost $100 and up and have to be aged for decades. This is made from 100% Merlot. It's ready to drink right now. Let's taste. It has lovely plum and cassis aromas, just the way a Bordeaux is supposed to, and charming fruit that's really delicious, along with silky tannins. Because it's so fruity and easy to drink, it will go with everything from roast turkey with dressing to a juicy prime rib, and it's perfect for white wine snobs to sip at a cocktail party. Now for the best, the sparkling wine. This is the Schramsberg Mirabelle Brut from California, and it's only $25. It's a blend of Chardonnay and Pinot Noir, and it was aged in 19th century caves on Diamond Mountain. Now let's pop the cork. Bubbles are essential for the holidays and look festive in a glass. The smell of this wine is like just baked brioche, and the flavors are lemony tart and so refreshing. Keep a few bottles in the fridge for when friends stop by or when you need to perk yourself up while you're cooking. Cheers.
When you hear the word Ferrari, you probably think fast, sleek, or maybe risque. What you don't think is practical. And Ferrari is not the first car you think to take to pick up your Christmas tree. But that's exactly what I did. I drove a Ferrari GTC4 Lusso 2 hours outside of New York City to Barclays, a fourth-generation orchard and tree farm. I wanted to test out Ferrari practicality.
Welcome to Barclays Tree Farm. I'm Steve Barclay.
I'm Hannah Elliott.
Nice to meet you. Should go find your perfect tree?
Let's do it.
Excellent.
What kind of trees are these?
We've got Douglas fir and Norway spruce in here.
This looks great.
So this is the one, huh?
I like it. It's good.
Okay, let's do it.
There's not exactly enough room in the back for a tree, but the Lusso has all you need for this errand. It's a 4-seat hatchback that Ferrari debuted last year. Plus, the Lusso has something really helpful, practical even. It's higher off the ground than a standard Rari. Getting in and out wasn't the usual awkward struggle I often have with low sports cars. I would even call this shockingly drivable.
This is the perfect Ferrari for people who love to drive. And I know that sounds crazy because it's the hatchback Ferrari, but the thing about the car is it has a V12 680 horsepower engine on all-wheel drive. That means it has the beating heart of a Ferrari track car that will compete with anything from Lamborghini, McLaren, built into this package that is totally functional.
And an elaborate traction and stability system in the rear that Ferrari calls thrust vectoring. Basically, it smooths out the car's response to unstable conditions like snow, ice, or bumpy roads.
I mean, I had this buying holiday decorations at Target. We had the tree on the top. I had this in snow and slush and ice, and it performs so well.
Inside, the front feels like a very luxurious cockpit, which makes sense after all, the word lusso means luxury in Italian. The back is spacious enough for a couple of adults, and it roars from 0 to 62 in 3.4 seconds. Top speed is 208. So what gives? Why did Ferrari make a practical car? Well, to hold on to its most loyal fans. Now, there are rumors that Ferrari will unveil an SUV in 2018, but until then, it hopes to keep Ferrari customers in the family with the Lusso. So hang on, Ferrari fans. Next year, maybe Santa will leave a prancing pony SUV in the driveway. Until then, the Lusso will do.
The design of this soy sauce bottle goes back to 1945 in Japan. A teenager named Kenji Ekwan had witnessed the aftermath of the atomic bomb falling on his hometown Hiroshima and was mourning the loss of his sister and father. After seeing the devastation, Ekwan's path changed. He first enrolled as a Buddhist monk, following in the footsteps of his father, but instead he decided to become a creator of things and bring happiness to people. As a young designer, Ekwan got a contract to design a tabletop soy sauce bottle for food company Kikkoman. Soy sauce is a must for Japanese meals, but it was originally sold in big bottles that were hard to hold. It took Ekwan 3 years and about 100 prototypes to complete the design in 1961. The result is a small glass bottle with a narrow neck, a shape reminiscent of traditional Japanese sake flasks. It allows you to see how much sauce is left. It's stable on surfaces and comfortable to hold. The inward angle of the tip of the spout is also perfect at preventing drips and controlling flow. The design of the little soy sauce bottle was just the start of Ekwan's great journey. He also went on to create other icons of Japanese design. In Japan, Ekwan has become almost as recognizable as his bottle, and 50 years later still appeared in commercials for the soy sauce. Today, the bottle can be found on the tables of homes and restaurants in more than 100 countries. And in 2015, the bottle was even exhibited at the Museum of Modern Art in New York. Simple but elegant, this is the design made to create a small moment of happiness. without you even knowing it. The design of this shoe starts in Oregon in 1981 and with a man called Tinker Hatfield. He was an architect for Nike, hired to draw up offices and showrooms on the company's campus. After making a statement on the outside of the buildings, he was asked to join the designers on the inside. In a race to develop sneakers, a former NASA engineer had recently introduced the idea of sealing air bubbles in the soles for extra comfort and performance. But competition was fierce, and Nike still needed an edge. Hatfield headed to Paris in search of inspiration. While he was there, he visited the Pompidou Center, a radical building famous for its inside-out design, which exposed the building's components, like escalators and heating pipes, for everyone to see. Hatfield decided to apply the same principle to his own design, revealing the inner workings of his shoe by making the air cushioning system visible. The marketing team thought the air bubble would seem like a weakness, but the Nike Air Max 1 was an instant hit when it launched in 1987. Originally, pairs sold for $75. Now they go for double that. Today, Tinker Hatfield is one of the most successful shoe designers in the world. He even created those legendary self-lacing sneakers of Back to the Future fame. Stylish and innovative, this is the design that stayed one step ahead, simply by being turned inside out.
London. It's easy to recognize. But look closely at a map. In the very centre, there's a 1 square mile cutout. This is the City of London, which lives in a city named London. The city has its own mayor, laws, and police force. In fact, it behaves more like a separate country within the United Kingdom. This is because the city's been around for much longer than the UK. It was built by the Romans and has remained semi-autonomous ever since. To embody its fiery independence, the city's emblem is a dragon, not a bad choice. You'll spot these statues. They guard the boundary of the square mile. Nowadays, the city's arguably the financial capital of the world. And London is the world's biggest foreign exchange market. But the city has a tiny residential population. Every weekday, workers flood into the banks, law firms and offices which fill the square mile. But it's not all work. This is 1 p.m. You might say no surprise here, city workers having a drink, but attitudes are changing. The legendary long lunch at the pub is now seen as a bit of a macho relic. In 2017, Lloyd's of London, the legendary insurance market, told its employees the party's over. No more drinks during office hours. But as you can see, not everyone got the memo. Because here's the rub of it. The city had a bit of a reputation. When the after-work crowd go home, the place becomes a ghost town. But that's changing, and leading the way are some high-flying dining spots. Sitting on top of the Heron Tower is the Duck and Waffle. It offers 24/7 service with a hell of a view. This is about as refined as a 24-hour Waffle House gets. But the most talked about new guest, who's reinventing the city's reputation, is called the Ned. Over £500 million has been spent turning this old bank into a private members club and hotel. With 8 restaurants in the lobby and a bar that stays open till 4 a.m, the Ned's injected some late-night atmosphere into the city. This is, after all, the oldest part of London, and following an injection of fun and flavour, it's throwing down a challenge to the rest of the city, shaking off its stuffy reputation.
There's an inherent attraction to light and being human. And I think on a very deep psychological level, light is this way in which we experience the energy surrounding us in a very personal manner. My name is Matt Dilling. I'm the founder of Light Bright Neon Studio, and we manufacture, produce, and restore neon works of art and design. Origins of the creative content of a lot of the work at Light Bright comes from a variety of sources. Sometimes people come with a napkin sketch, some people come with an Adobe Illustrator file, and we have a whole design team who then we kind of work together to help create layouts of what it might look like. Scale it up and create a paper template using a pen plotter. And that paper template actually becomes our guide for what we're going to bend the neon to. We take from the office into the glass shop. We pick out the right size tubing with the right color for the right size project. From there, we heat up the glass tubing. The torches heat the glass well in excess of 1,000 degrees in order for it to get into its molten state. We heat up and bend the glass tubing to match the template. One of our chandeliers has over 100 different bends in it. So each one of those bends has to be marked for a heated up bend. We also have to allow the glass to cool between the bends so that the next area can be worked on and heated up in its own unique fashion. It turns into spaghetti, and then we have to make sure that that spaghetti lines back up and cools to the template. We use a blow hose to connect our mouth to the tube, create a volume that's closed, and we can control the pressure in there with our mouth. There's just a variety of challenges that come up inherently in working with glass. Glass can crack due to stress, and sometimes you'll just have a batch that all it wants to do when it gets near a torch is crack. After we've bent various components, we have to go in using the crossfire or the hand torch and actually weld all of those pieces together. The last step on that is then to weld on electrodes onto either end. Each one of those steps is very, very specific. I draw inspiration from so many different experiences. It's hard to come up with one thing that's particular, but one of the ways that I really am able to connect with the creative is to float. Floating is a similar experience to meditation, to psychedelics. Going into a blackened room and laying out in a body of water and salt that's heated to your body temperature, and it allows for all sort of external stimulation to fall away. And your internal world really begins to bubble up and manifest. You really get to experience a different relationship to your mind. I think I work with neon because I can't not work with it. It's so challenging and so rewarding. And those things are so intertwined that there's no way of separating it out. I learned so much and continue to learn so much by working with it. I find so much inspiration in working with it, and I just continue to experience new and different things through the medium. It's that close to me at this point. Once the neon tube is completed, we have to hook it up to our manifold for bombarding. The manifold is opened, a vacuum is drawn. We check the tube for leaks with our Tesla coil. We close the tube back off and we heat it up using a very large and powerful transformer. As the tube is heated up, it releases anything that's not inert inside the tube and we evacuate that out. We introduce the gas into it. and we seal the tube off, sealing into that tube whatever gas we introduced into it. I think my favorite part of making a neon light is when I see it lit up for the first time. Different gases, when electrified, emit different wavelengths of light. Neon gas is this very bright orange, fiery red color. Argon gas creates a very intense blue, but that light output that is produced can then be expressed in a different wavelength by coating the inside of the tubes with a phosphor coating that takes that one wavelength of light and emits a different wavelength. We bring it over to the aging table where we hook it up to an age-in transformer and allow it to settle, age the gas in that we've introduced to it. There's always a stray particle of something left inside the tube. But that time that the oxide coating can act to scrub whatever is left inside the tube while things are getting settled into place. Once the tubes are aged in, we move on to our process of assembling two halves of the fixture together in a jig, gluing up the center of the fixture to its spindle. Once the adhesive dried, we would connect the wires from the fixture together into a transformer, and we turn on power and it lights up. Part of what we love about what we do here is that we try and put out into the world the kind of things that we'd like to see. I still am surprised when it lights up. I'm still excited when I get to see it illuminated. There's an ineffable quality to it. To me, is this insight into the inner workings of the universe. It literally is. It's a way of looking at what is surrounding us in the cosmos in a new light.
a bit like an addiction. You've got to make something, you have to do something. It's borderline obsession. And every bike we build is my favourite bike at the time, and as soon as it's done, I want to build another one. Spend cycles is something I've been thinking about ever since I started cycling in my late teens. We want bikes that ultimately you'll really enjoy riding. There's never a bike that's the same. There's always a slight change. And as we build them individually as well, they have the marks of a bike that's built by hand. Most people I know cycle have an idea of their dream bicycle. And it may be an evolving idea you've had in your head. And we've worked with a lot of people that have come to us with sketches and scrapbooks. It's really, really nice to build something that's just one-off and unique. I think a lot of people see a bicycle as two wheels and a frame in the middle. There are a lot of subtle changes and nuances in design which can change the riding characteristics quite dramatically. I'm a really big fan of modernist architecture, and the simplicity of a modernist building is really hard to achieve. And with some of our bikes, they may look very simple, but I think people should not underestimate the time and effort that goes into designing a product. Tubing is key to a bike's feel and ride. Reynolds tubing has been in my life ever since I can remember. Growing up, I could never afford a frame manufactured with their tubing. We can now put a badge on our bike saying manufactured at Reynolds, which is a sort of thing as a kid I just wouldn't have believed was going to happen. Every part of the bike has a specific tube. It's not universal. The first thing we do is get the tubes out, check they're correct, check the wall thicknesses, sand the edges, make sure it's all really clean, because if it's not clean, the tubes won't join together correctly. We build in steel because I still believe it's one of the best materials to use. It's been used in bikes since the late 1800s, and they're still using it now for a very good reason. It's the flexibility that we can replace the tube, repaint the bike, and you wouldn't know it's damaged. I just like working with it. It's very sculptural. This isn't sort of aerospace precision engineering. It's a steel rule and a marker. So when we're cutting the tubes, it's within a mil or two. But what we're trying to do is take the best from bicycle building in the past and add a little bit of modern flair to it. There's various techniques for building bicycles. We do a thing called fillet brazing, where you connect the pipe together. We use a bronze rod and a flame. We heat the tubes up to the same temperature and we fill the joint with bronze. And it gives a very, very sort of fluid, lovely, sort of quite sculptural feel. You've got to practice, you've got to be able to judge material temperatures, you've got to just look at it and you just get a feel for it. It's the stage where your tubes start to look a bit like a bicycle. My father's a jeweller. He'd make sort of very pretty things, which are lovely, but for me, they don't really have any function. What I love about bicycles, you can start on a Monday with a box of tubes, and you can be riding it by the weekend, and it can last you for the rest of your life. Outside of the frame and forks, the other most important part is the wheels and tyres. When you build the wheels, you have to lace them, so there's little holes going all the way around the rim. You poke the spoke through. We do build all our wheels by hand here because a machine can't get 30 years worth of wheel building experience. Colour is very, very personal. With any of our bikes, you can have them painted whatever colour you want. We've matched one to a teapot, so we can get that scanned and we can match that, or someone's favourite item of clothing. I like to let the bike sit for 4 or 5 days minimum, just so the paint can have time to cure a little bit, and then we assemble it. We get out all the new components, and it's a case of putting them together. Some bikes you can assemble in 3 hours, some will take 3 days. And we've built bikes that cost in the £10,000 plus mark. Some people, they're saving up and this is their bike and they're going to own it for the rest of their lives, so we just want to make sure they get the right thing. I think the bike for me was the first time I had some freedom, so as soon as I had one I was off. A lot of people still get that thrill as when they were a kid blasting down a hill, wind going through their hair. It's fun. Everyone has their favourite jacket or something that just makes them feel good. If you've got a bike that fits well, you actually feel part of it. Building bicycles as a creative outlet is fantastic. It's not something you do because you're going to get a big paycheck at the end of the day. You do it something you have a passion for it.
If you ever saw a wooden surfboard, it was probably hanging in somebody's house or underneath the deck. But kind of in the last 10 or 15 years, wood has made a big comeback. They surf wonderfully. It's beautiful and it feels great to be on one of them. I always had a love for wood and kind of passionate about things that went in the water. I've kind of been around wooden boats most of my life. There's just so much character. The way they're built, the stories that come with them, a lot of that has translated over to why we build surfboards the way we do. When we first started thinking about building surfboards, wood was the natural material we chose. They have a very high strength to weight ratio. Wooden surfboards have the longest history of use in the surf world than any other material. People have been surfing wooden surfboards since kind of the first documented history of people riding waves. The board starts in CAD, where we take a 3D model, break down the shape, and kind of create frames and templates and all the inner parts of the board that we get cut on a CNC machine. We take those frames and we just pop them out, assemble the frame into kind of a skeleton. We go out to our lumber shed, pick a bunch of cedar, and bring them into our mill shop, put glue along the edges, clamp it all together into a panel. Everything's book matched, you have symmetry in the colors and texture of the wood. Cut your outline. Take our assembled frame, gently put it down right on top of the plank. Once that foundation is started, you're basically building up the three-dimensional shape, the outside part of the board, using lots of strips that kind of interlock and fit together. Every piece of wood is going to be different, and it's all going to react differently. There are frustrations with it, but I think that's one of the things that keeps it challenging. You learn to read the kind of what the grain lines are doing and what the color of the wood is telling you. Once those rails are cleaned up, we put our top planks on. It's a little bit like putting a lid on a box. It's like, this is it. Whatever's inside that board is staying inside that board. And by tensioning some rope, you can clamp the two together. It's like a time capsule. What makes our boards unique are they are built right here in York. They're built using material that grows right here in the state of Maine. They're built 100% by hand by local craftspeople and surfers. There's a lot of time that goes into these boards, between 40 and 60 hours start to finish. We wanted to build surfboards that were as hollow as they could be, but still be strong enough to work well. Too light and they don't surf well, but too heavy and they don't surf well. So there's a balance point there, and that's where we try to be. Taking the board off the rocker table once the top has gone on, that is by far one of my top favorite parts. It's just you and a shaping stand, a board, and a hand plane. Everything else is out of your view. It's simple, it's pleasurable, it's quiet. You can be with your thoughts and you can just kind of be present. There's something about taking a nice sharp edge tool to a beautiful piece of wood and feeling the curls coming off and knowing that every pass that you're making, you're kind of getting it closer and closer to what you have in mind. Once we've shaped it down and the board's looking like it's supposed to look like, it's time for it to go into the glassing room. 4-ounce fiberglass, laying it over the board, draping it over the edges, cutting it, applying epoxy, and on the board. Once both sides are lamb coated, it's time to put in the hardware. Drill and router and install the fin box. And on the other side, we drill and put in the leash plug and a vent. There's a lot of air just naturally inside the board, and that air wants to expand and contract with temperature changes. And that vent has a little piece of Gore-Tex fabric in it, and it allows air to kind of breathe both ways, but it doesn't allow water to get in. Once all that hardware is put in, it goes back into the glassing room. We brush a nice, beautiful, thick coat of epoxy over the whole surface, and that we call a gloss coat. That's supposed to look beautiful and glossy and shiny and flawless. You get to see that board come to life. Whatever the colors in the wood, they really come out. It just makes it look like candy. You just want to touch it and run your hands down it, and it's just kind of the icing on the cake. Once everything is hard, we put it into what we call the oven, get that epoxy to cure, really kind of bake it, and just get it to harden. Put in the fin, screw in the vent, and ship it out. We just love the idea of building something that's sustainable and long-lasting and made by hand. Kind of gives you a deeper connection to the product over something you might buy on a shelf. When a customer gets the board, they feel it. They 100% feel the amount of work and the amount of passion that went into the board. So I'm not really looking at hours and efficiency. We're looking at like doing it right and enjoying it as we go.
design of this little trees car freshener goes way back to 1952 in Watertown, New York, and an unhappy milkman who was complaining to one of his customers about the bad smell of spoiled milk. Lucky for him, he was talking to Julius Salmon, a Jewish chemist who'd fled from Nazi Germany and spent time living in the forests of Canada studying the aroma of alpine trees. After his chance encounter with the milkman, Salmon started to create paper soaked in natural pine oil. A string was also attached to stop people getting the perfume all over their hands. The freshener was originally in the shape of a buxom pinup girl, but Salmon changed his design to the pine tree we know today. This allowed the cellophane wrapper to be rolled down slowly, so the fragrance would last that little bit longer. As the automotive industry took off, so did little trees, filling the air with classics like black ice, royal pine, vanilla aroma, and of course, new car scent. Fragrant and affordable, this is the design that brings you the heady aroma of a Canadian woodland, whether you're in a milk cart or a taxi cab. The design of this bottle started in Terre Haute, Indiana in 1915. At the time, Coca-Cola was being sold at soda fountains, or in a glass bottle called a Hutchinson. But this simple, straight-sided bottle was easy to copy, and imitations were flooding the market. The solution? A national contest for a new bottle that would make Coca-Cola stand out. even if the bottle were broken or you touched it in the dark. The Root Glass Company got to work on their competition entry, looking up the word coca in the encyclopedia and coming across an illustration for a cocoa pod. The curvy, ridge shape appealed to the team who used it as the basis for their winning design. The first bottles hit the shelves just a year later, with the added touch of the glass being colored German green, later changed to Georgia green, in honor of the Coca-Cola Company's home state. Sleek and iconic, this is the design that's flaunted its curves to become the trademark of the most popular drink in the world.
You've been open since 1982, which is a long time, especially for a bank in this day and age when it can be difficult to even, survive a crisis. We saw many of them go away. Tell us about, what a black bank is. It's African American owned in the sense that it's depositors?
Yep. So we are black owned, and as we say, we are unapologetically black. We used to see ourselves as a community bank that happened to be black owned, but really now our strategy, and has been for about the past 5 years, to really focus on the fact that we are black owned, because our community really needs someone to speak and an authentic voice about issues that are confronting our community. Maybe about 5 years ago, we started focusing on being black owned, and since then there has been this movement, this Bank Black movement, which is it's really trying to do is to get the black community to use its $1.2 trillion to both deposit in black banks and to use it to really invest in black businesses and to start doing business with each other so that we could grow the economy in our community.
How has the way that people think about black economic empowerment changed over the years?
So for us, it has changed drastically, really through the use of technology. Not only are we located in Boston, Miami, and LA, we're also the first Black internet bank or online bank. And so people can open up an account with us from anywhere in the country. And we have customers here in New York, as well as in Utah and in Denver. And, you know, I could name cities across the country where we have customers. And so part of it is that we are now, as a community, connected through the internet. And that has been a drastic change in terms of how Black people have really viewed themselves and viewed the opportunity to bank Black and to buy Black and to do business
now,
with each
are your
other.
standards different when it comes to, say, lending and when it comes to giving out credit cards? It would seem that that would be one way of maybe helping a community that traditionally has had a harder time getting loans.
Yep. So we do offer services that other large banks do not. As an example, about 30% of our community has a check systems record, which means that they can't open up a bank account somewhere else. And we offer a second chance checking account, so to give them another opportunity to open up an account. Or we have a secured credit card to help people rebuild their credit. So there are products that we offer that are really tailored to the needs of our community. But there's also the other side of it that a lot of people don't want to talk about. The FDIC does a study every year, and it showed that for national banks, only 1% of their lending goes to the Black community.
Right.
So we represent 14% of the population, but only 1% of their lending.
Which is funny because, you know, buying houses and buying big things that you need a lot of loans for is something that's traditionally been sort of sold to the Black community in a very strong way.
Yes, and it's really an opportunity to build wealth, but we're not able to get the loans. Whereas when they looked at Black banks, 67% of our lending goes to the Black community. So there is a huge difference in terms of who is serving the Black community for financial services.
So when you're trying to get more interest around, you said the use of technology played a crucial part. How much of it is driven by Black millennials?
Yeah, a lot of it. It's sort of interesting because they've had recently sort of studies that have been done about how Black millennials and millennials in general are using technology and using social media. You know, we're very big in social media, which a lot of banks have really shied away from because that's the way to get the word out to millennials. And millennials, you know, if you think about it, I'm a baby boomer. And the technology that really came out for us was really related to spending. I mean, it's probably hard for a lot of your audience to remember when ATMs didn't exist. Remember, ATMs were, you know, sort of created in our lifetime. And debit cards, I mean, so there are a lot of things that really helped us more conveniently spend money. Now there's technology to help people save money. And that's what millennials are doing. They are actually using technology to save money, to invest, and to recognize that they need to make their money work for them.
Terry, what is the one or two things that people come into you, because I presume you meet clients and you meet customers all the time, and say, this is a problem for us. It's not a problem in the economy at large. It is a problem. Help me.
Well, the basic thing is that the Black community really did not feel that banks were for them. Like, we have people that come to us and say, this is the first time I've been excited about banking, like, period. Like, forget what we could do with a bank, but just even be excited to feel welcomed. So that's the number one thing, is that people are starting to say, hey, banking is for me. And they walk into a branch and say, I've never been in a bank before. They could be 50, 60 years old. They're like, I've never been in a bank before. So that's number one. The second is really thinking of banking as being not just a place that you deposit your money and don't think about, but to recognize that your deposit has power. There's certain social justice movements that we've gotten involved in, whether it's Black Lives Matter, whether it's Black Money Matters. I mean, we have expressed our voice that these things are important. And so where consumers are looking, and Black consumers are looking at us and saying, my money matters. The fact that I'm putting it into whether it's a local credit union or a local community bank or a Black bank does make a difference. And so the combining of your money and your deposit, specifically in social justice, is where the millennials are coming from.
the many satisfying moments in the recent Winter Olympics, it's hard to top the U.S. women's hockey team defeating Canada in a shootout and winning the gold medal. That victory is helping the National Women's Hockey League, the first paid women's pro hockey league, shine a light on the sport and inspire the next generation of female athletes. In today's Walk the Talk, Bloomberg's ongoing conversation about diversity in the workforce, I sat down with Danny Ryland, founder and commissioner of the NWHL. And I began by asking Danny about increased demand for women's hockey following the historic win by Team USA.
I mean, it was just an amazing experience just to see those women win gold. I mean, ever since Maddie Rooney made that last save in the shootout, I mean, our players have been walking taller. There's been a great buzz around the women's game, and anytime you can have, that type of TV rating, parlayed with a gold medal. I mean, just the exposure that's brought our game has been unbelievable.
Yeah, the buzz it's generated is really something else. Has sponsorship gotten easier because of it? And I wonder whether individual players, some of the stars from Team USA, will be able to get individual sponsorship deals that will then make it easier for the league to strike these deals.
Of course. I mean, anytime there's international exposure, the conversations become a lot easier with sponsors. They know about the women's game. They know some of the stars in the game. And it just kind of makes the barrier to entry a little easier because we're not introducing them to a new sport. They're already aware. So it has made our lives a little bit easier, and we expect it to continue to go in a positive direction.
Now, there's been a lot of changes since you founded the league in 2015. Among them is that 2 of your clubs now have the backing and the resources of NHL clubs. And I'm talking here about the Riveters, which formed a partnership with the New Jersey Devils, and the Buffalo Sabres owner bought the Buttes in Buffalo as well. Does that create imbalance with the other 2 teams that don't have that backing?
No, I think it actually helps us raise the bar across the league. Obviously we want our teams in the hands of the best owners and operators, and the NHL clubs do it best. So I think it's a rally cry to the other clubs to say, like, all right, let's get another deal done. So we've definitely hit our stride this upcoming season. It's an interesting phase of the business that we're entering into.
Yeah. So the goal is to then get those other 2 franchises to get owners as well.
Yes. I mean, the uptick that we've seen in the 2 markets that have the relationship with the NHL clubs has been noteworthy, and so if we can replicate that and kind of come up with the perfect blueprint, not only with our current clubs but potential expansion markets as well.
All right. Now, under your original plan, NWHL offered contracts of up to $26,000 a year. About 6 weeks into last season, you unexpectedly had to cut salaries by 40 to 50% to preserve the league's future. What's been the effect on player retention?
The players have actually been amazing. They understood the change. They know that we are a startup business and that we do whatever we can for them, and they were our greatest ambassadors during that hard moment. And it was definitely difficult. It was the hardest decision that I had to make as a commissioner. But the way that they reacted, the way that they continued to be great ambassadors for the game, really spoke highly of them, and we retained almost all of our players. And then this year, we've seen a great uptick in the game as well.
What's the path forward to getting salaries back to the levels they were at?
Yeah, it's all about scale. We need to scale the business where the sports business really scales, and that's on the sponsorship side and the media side. So having the Olympics really factor in that. Over 3 million viewers, having our All-Star game generate over 500,000 viewers on our Twitter Game of the Week. I mean, those are really the areas that really change the business. And coming with that comes an opportunity for more sponsors. And obviously, $150,000 sponsorship is the same as selling 10,000 tickets in Buffalo, so it's really what changes the business.
That's a great way to compare it. Dunkin' Donuts was one of your first sponsors, in fact, the first. Additional sponsors didn't necessarily follow suit. Why do you think that was?
They actually signed on the second month of our very first season, so they are incredibly progressive in their thinking, and they understand that this is an opportunity. Before the Olympics, girls hockey was the second fastest growing sport in the United States, and that's not going to slow down anytime soon. And so we think that our time is now, and the sponsors are going to start to step up. And when we can show the return on investment that Dunkin' has had from the 3 years they've been with us, I think it's going to be easier for more sponsors to follow.
All right, well, let's talk about broadcasting. You stream games live on your website, I know. You also have partnered with Cheddar on Sling TV, Amazon, Twitter, and Facebook Live. What kind of interest, if any, have you seen from the traditional broadcasters?
We've seen a little bit as far as highlights are concerned, but being able to broadcast our games on a linear broadcast has been a challenge. So I think as we continue to prove our product, obviously the Olympics and the viewership they saw is going to help us as well. But it kind of starts with starts with one. And so we were very fortunate to have the distribution deal with Twitter this season, covering our game of the week, and to really show them that these are the fans tuning in. This is a brand of hockey that hockey fans enjoy watching, and the more data that we can collect, the easier those conversations will become.
And the other big thing that happened over the last couple of years was that the U.S. women's national team won a big wage battle with USA Hockey. What kind of effect did that have on the NWHL? I know you supported them, but did that have a material effect on you?
Not a material effect, but the more that women's hockey can be in the headlines, and the more that these women are empowered to stand up for themselves and to get that equality, it's great for not only women's hockey, but for women's sports. So I think it had a direct impact because of that. And we were there to support them, and we always plan to do that.
And that was my conversation with Danny Ryland. She is commissioner of the National Women's Hockey League.
Order submitted. 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 Order filled. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
In the fight for gender equality, there are new warriors in the halls of U.S. business schools, men. The nonprofit Group Forte Foundation has been training male business students to become part of its Men as Allies program. In today's Walk the Talk, Bloomberg's ongoing conversation about diversity in the workforce, I sat down with Elisa Sangster. She is executive director of Forte, to talk about the organization's efforts to launch women into careers in business.
The business schools, each of them have established in a little bit of a different way, but they all found kind of the structure that worked for them. So the men work with the women's student group to establish this organization, and we've provided them with a toolkit, so really a step-by-step process of how to get this effectively started on your campus. They have a whole curriculum of conversations that they do in terms of programming. Some of them go out to hike a mountain and sit down and talk about these issues at the top of the mountain. Some of them go and have a small group dinner where they can actually have one-on-one guided conversations with questions that they can talk about. So it just depends on the group, and they try to do a variety of programming so that they can engage men and women who are on various ends of the spectrum into this conversation.
Based on what you've seen through your years at the Forte Foundation, do men and women have different ideas about how men can best serve as allies to women in business school?
It's a good question, and some of the things that we heard from the women, especially women who were resistant to this, were we don't need white knights, and so they didn't like the white knighting piece. They wanted the men to come in and join them side by side, but they didn't need them to come in and save the day. And for some of these organizations, that tension caused a little bit of a problem getting the organization started. But the good thing is they worked through it, they reapproached, and they came up with a better way to do it. And the men were open and interested in making these things successful, and that was helpful, I think.
In terms of numbers, what have you seen? Are we talking about 100% participation by the men, or is there a threshold at which you know that this has legs?
So I think what we're seeing is that the chapters have grown. So we've gone from a handful of chapters, 5 to 6, up to 25 right now out of our 52 partner business schools. But on each campus, they take a little bit of a different approach. Some of them are trying to get 100% of the men to sign a pledge, and then others are really looking at the population, 20, 30, 40%, who are interested in diving deep into this conversation and really making an impact in that way. So it's different depending on the campus.
Now, this initiative was introduced in 2016. Obviously, a lot has happened since 2016. What have you learned from the whole process?
That I think it's a really important conversation to be having early, and I think to start in a positive place where it's men saying we want to be supportive instead of men feeling attacked and possibly isolated from the conversation. I think what Male Allies does is give them the entree into the conversation that they need, and we do see across that spectrum that men are often interested in supporting but unsure where to start and what kind of things they should be saying and doing to be those male allies. And so that's why I think it's important to train them as early as possible.
This sounds very much like a product of its time. It can only happen at this period of time with this group of people, the millennials. To what extent do you see the same level of enthusiasm from people who are from a different demographic, an older generation, for instance?
Right. I think that they're sensitive and interested in it, and especially because many of those people are in leadership. They're hearing about it. How can we as an organization address this? How can we develop something to share within our entire corporation? But I think what's different about this is that these are young leaders who are moving into an organization, and they're saying very actively, we want a voice in this, and we have something to say, and we want you to listen. So top down is good, but it's not good enough. We want to also see bottom up and side to side conversations.
They see themselves as agents of this process.
Absolutely, absolutely.
What is the next step then? Because eventually these business school men and women will graduate. They will go into jobs or start their own companies. How do you maintain your influence from that point on?
Well, it's interesting because we have seen 3 or 4 years of graduates, and they are starting to reach back to us, and they've said, hey, I'm experiencing X, Y, and Z in the workplace, and I really think what we did in business school could easily apply in the corporate world. So over the last year, we've been collecting data from them, kind of their own experiences. We've done additional research, and we've also been talking to companies, especially if they have some kind of grassroots movement. And I do think that business school, this program is unique to business school, and I don't think you're seeing it as pervasively within a company or in the corporate structure. So these students are still taking the grassroots approach, and they're saying we think that this is the most effective way to do it. Training is important, and definitely we want our leaders to be bought in, but we think that having that conversation early is what prepares you to be the best business leader.
What kinds of companies are participants, are willing participants here?
It's companies from a lot of different industries. We've seen companies in tech, in consumer packaged goods, in finance, all across the board. There are companies involved in this. Again, it's more the men who are reaching out to us in those industries. It's not necessarily the companies saying, sign us up.
That was my conversation with Elisa Sangster. She's Executive Director of the Forte Foundation.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled.
to the Me Too movement, Hollywood is in self-reflection mode about creating a safer work environment for women. There's now a website aggregating reviews from exclusively female critics. Cherry Picks is taking on male-dominated opinion sites like Rotten Tomatoes. In today's Walk the Talk, Bloomberg's ongoing conversation about diversity in the workplace, I sat down with the founder of Cherry Picks, Miranda Bailey, and I began by asking what specific need her business fulfills.
We're kind of cherry picking the female critical voice out of film, television, video games, basically anywhere where there's art criticism and media criticism, so we can have a platform to see what women think about it. In terms of women, it's very complicated because there's not that many of them on Rotten Tomatoes compared to the men. I mean, it's less than a quarter. So in order for us to us being females, to have a voice and know what females think about something, it's really hard when there's an overwhelmingly male, voice shouting at you or saying, this is how it should be.
What are the financial consequences of that gender imbalance among film critics? How does it make its way through the industry?
Well, I don't really know about financial, situation. For me, it's about the consumer. I mean, in Hollywood, we've been talking about we need more women behind the camera, we need more women's stories, more women writers, more women actors, everything like that. And I'm a film producer and actor and director, and it's really easy to say we need it, and it's a lot harder to make it happen because at the end of the day, Hollywood follows the consumers. And if the consumers are being told what is worth their money by a certain group of people that are, kind of narrow, then it's not going to open up. And I felt like, well, maybe if we can open up the critical voice, which is, the gatekeepers essentially telling people what they should buy, what's worth their money, and women actually like these stories and like these filmmakers, then I thought that would be a faster way to get more women behind the camera and more women's stories told.
How are you funding this website? You mentioned it's going to be an aggregator of reviews, but are you going to be advertising supported, subscription driven in any way?
Yes, I mean, we're funded for the next 3 years about right now by my production company, and we will be finding partners once we kind of get our our voice and our full creative image out there. But yes, I mean, we plan on doing advertising. We plan on doing partnerships with film theaters so that we can, link to buy tickets online. So like if you read a review about The Zookeeper's Wife, for instance, and you really like it, you can go right there and buy it.
It's an interesting time to be launching this because of the Me Too movement across Hollywood, across media overall. How do you intend for this site to help change the culture in movie making?
Order filled.
Oh, well, I mean, the Me Too movement and the Time's Up are two very different movements. I mean, they're both female-centric, but
order filled.
at the end of the day, we're about, being recognized and respected. And so I'm grateful for those movements. I think it's kind of wonderful that that's happening right now. We've been saying this for a very long time, that we deserve to be paid equally. I mean, and not to be, sexually harassed. And, not everyone is sexually harassed, but most all women are definitely underrepresented, underpaid, and disrespected.
You are an independent film producer. As you mentioned, you're an actor, you're a director. What kind of feedback have you gotten from peers in your industry when you told them about Cherry Picks?
I have had overwhelming support from female journalists specifically, which is very exciting for me because this is kind of a new door that I'm opening and learning about. And obviously the female filmmakers that are out there are really excited by it. We're all banding together right now and supporting each other, which I think is great. I think one thing that's awesome about the Time's Up movement is that all of the women who are directing right now are not competing with each other. We're all rooting for each other. And I think that that's a big change. And I think this Cherry Picks is part of that, is us also lifting each other up and opening it up to journalism and the consumers and what the buyers, the exhibitors, the distributors, the producers, the directors, we're all together in this, and we can all make a difference.
Cos Marte went from doing hard time to building hard bodies. He's the founder of ConBody, which is a prison-style boot camp class in New York City that employs former inmates as fitness instructors. In today's Walk the Talk, Bloomberg's ongoing conversation about diversity in the workforce, I sat down with Cos to discuss how he built ConBody from the ground up.
ConBody was derived from my prison experience. I lost 70 pounds in 6 months, and in my prison cell, after doctors told me I could probably die because of my health issues. I was extremely overweight. My cholesterol levels were through the roof, and I lost 70 pounds in 6 months, and then I helped over 20 inmates who was over 1,000 pounds combined. But I took that same programming that I was doing in the prison yard and started doing it and brought it to the streets of New York.
And you began a business, but you told me how you didn't have any startup costs and you funded this yourself. How did that work?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't have no overhead. I just went out straight to the park and started running after a woman wearing yoga pants. And I was like, hey, I got a boot camp. And I told her my story and started just attracting people to the park. I was standing on the F train, B train, making announcements. Like, I was nonstop hustling and asking. And I basically took the same skills that I used while I was selling drugs and brought them out legally.
So these are transferable skills.
Exactly.
Your workout has gotten really popular. You now have your own location. Talk about what's involved here and who goes to your workout classes.
Yeah, so what we do is hire formerly incarcerated individuals to teach our fitness classes. So we train the inmates in the system, and we're working on creating a direct pipeline from the inside out. Mostly the people that come to our classes is young professional women. Actually, a lot of people are surprised, but we don't use any equipment. A lot of guys like to, go to the gym and lift 1,000 pounds. My secret sauce is that I work with what I got. So just my body weight, small amount of space, just like I did in my prison cell. And I got that prison body you've always desired.
Now, you hire former inmates, as you mentioned. You're trying to build this pipeline. What do you look for in a potential new hire? And the extent of vetting, talk about that involved in these prospective hires. I
look for people that are charismatic, and when I conduct my interviews, I conduct them like 5:30 in the morning. So if you don't show up or you come in late, too bad. So I really try to make it strict as possible in the beginning, and then I really see if I could hang out with this person, if this person could say hi and bring a smile out of my face. Not only me, but the customers that are coming through the door, and really breaking down that stereotype, because we have people coming in, who's never met anybody who's been incarcerated. What the perceived notion of somebody that's a so-called ex-con is that we're all killers and rapists and, the worst of the worst. But the truth is that we're just all human beings that committed a mistake, and we just want to adapt back to society and get a second chance.
Your real message here is about prison reform when it comes down to it. And you kind of came up with your business plan when you were in solitary confinement. You had a lot of time to think about this. You also got some help once you established your workout class after you held it in the park. Talk a little bit about the organizations that allowed you to bring together some of your ideas and make it a more scalable business.
Yeah, so when I came home, I try to take advantage of every nonprofit that you could think of in the prison reform industry. So I went to Fortune Society. From Fortune Society, went to Career Gear, and all these nonprofits were helping me and just trying to get me back on my feet. But there was one program called Defy Ventures. Defy Ventures believes that illegal entrepreneurs have the transferable skills to become legal entrepreneurs. And I did that program. It was a very intense program taught by MBA, Harvard, and Stanford professors. And you graduate and you get a MBA Baylor University certificate when you graduate from the program. So they helped me put my whole business plan together and pay my taxes, and redo it legit.
Talk a little bit about your growth plans, because you're based in the Lower East Side of New York City, but you have some pretty ambitious plans.
Yeah, so I'm in the Lower East Side, in the exact same corner where I sold drugs at, where I got in trouble at, and went back into a full circle in that neighborhood. Our growth is we want to open nine studios in the next 5 years. I just came out with my book, so ConBody shows my whole secret sauce in that book, and then also we started this online platform that's coming out in a couple weeks where you could virtually work out with a formerly incarcerated individual. So you basically choose your favorite ex-con for $9 a month, and you get that prison body you've always desired.
Diversity is in fashion. That's according to Eva Chen, who heads up fashion partnerships at Instagram. In today's Walk the Talk, Bloomberg's ongoing conversation about diversity in the workplace, I sat down with Eva Chen at the monthly Cornell Tech at Bloomberg Speaker Series, and I asked Eva how exactly inclusion is showing up on the runways.
The message is you must be inclusive, and you must kind of understand that there are billions of people on this planet, and there's not one look. I think about Instagram and some of the accounts that have done so well on Instagram, and some of the models that are coming out of it, like Ashley Graham or Paloma Escolar or Halima. Like, these are women who represent beauty for a lot of different people, and that kind of cookie cutter look. There's not just one standard of beauty. It's 800 million standards of beauty. So I think that's kind of the voice. And now, you think about it, if a fashion show were to cast just one type of model or one type of woman in their runway, and it was every single model looked the same, you would hear about it on Instagram. Like, people will not take that. And I think it's amazing. I think it's powerful. I think everyone can feel represented. And for me growing up, I remember not seeing anyone who looked like me or looked like us. It just didn't exist. And I think now, if you are a 15-year-old bookworm who, loves to read, this is like, I'm describing myself, like a bookworm who loves to read young adult fiction and drink like lemon ginger tea, it's like, you can find someone else, and you can find your group of people by following the hashtag Bookstagram. You can find, like, your kind of like squad. And even if it's a digital squad, you can feel like you have other people to kind of identify with.
How is fashion able to get ahead of the curve of everyone else? Why were they able to figure this out more quickly than others?
I mean, I think in so many ways, like, fashion just kind of, it's supposed to be a little bit prescient. It's supposed to be a little bit ahead of the curve. And also you're able to push the boundaries in fashion. Like, there are runway shows where people can kind of walk backwards on the runway, or they cast real life models, real life people, which is just like people, revolutionary, on the runway. And I think that you're able to take risks in fashion, and risks are appreciated.
Some risks don't pay off. I mean, I think of H&M and the controversy over a black child modeling a sweatshirt with the words "coolest monkey in the jungle." That obviously did not work. How is the feedback now from consumers different in the age of social media, where something like that will go viral in a bad way very quickly?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, listen, I don't know what the thinking was behind that specific moment, or behind that specific casting, but nowadays it's like, the most important thing for corporations and companies is to have representation. Make sure that your board of directors is diverse. Make sure that the people who work in the casting department and the creative teams are diverse, because you want to be able to truly represent and truly embody. It's not enough to say, we believe in diversity. You have to have diversity. And that's, I feel very fortunate at Instagram. It's like, it is a diverse team. I love seeing and hearing the different voices and opinions, and voices of dissent as well. And that's the thing with Instagram. It's like, people have opinions. You won't always agree with the opinions, but it's important that people voice their opinions, and when people see something that they think is wrong, or that is wrong, like, they will speak up and speak out.
Right. Do you think fashion brands are nimble enough to respond, or it's because of something like Instagram that provides that instant loop, that feedback loop, they're able to?
I think some companies are. I think it very much depends on the infrastructure of the company, and this is like, I don't know enough about like fashion corporations and infrastructure, but like, if you have, I look at Gucci, for instance, and Gucci, they have been known to collaborate with a lot of Instagram influencers and artists, and for the most part, 99% of the time, it's amazing. And there was one season where they did there was something on the runway that was very evocative of Dapper Dan, the renowned kind of like fashion icon, and they were called out for it. And very quickly, they issued a statement saying like, you were right, and now they're collaborating with Dapper Dan and doing a whole collection together. And I think that's in part, their creative director, Alessandro, is incredibly fluent in Instagram. He's on direct messages, reaching out to illustrators, looking for fresh voices. And I think a lot of it depends on the leadership and how, I don't want to say woke, but like how kind of like tuned in they are to what the public consciousness is craving.
So in the early 1990s, you started selling soaps and essential oils on the streets of Harlem and Bed-Stuy to start Sundial Brands. How did you know back then that there would be a market for black hair and skincare products?
Yeah, well, because when we started, first of all, there was nobody producing natural products that were efficacious and that were designed to work on different hair textures and on different skin types. And so what you had was a consumer who desired to have healthier products, natural products, but had no access to anything that actually worked. And so, when you stand on the street corner, people tell you what they want. You better give it to them, otherwise it gets really cold, right? And so we started to take that feedback and started to incorporate that into the things that we were offering. And before you know it, we were selling to other vendors who were bringing feedback from their customers and clients. And so very quickly we got to understand just how underserved women of color were around their hair and their skin.
What has the explosion of the natural hair movement in the U.S. done for your business?
Yeah, as women became more and more empowered or empowering themselves, I should say, to wear their hair natural, to express themselves as freely as they wanted to around the things that were important to them, that really started to drive the adoption of natural hair. And then they actually had products in Shea Moisture that delivered on the promise of what they wanted, right? So I think the two worked hand in hand, and it really took off.
How does Sundial Brand stay authentic as you guys have grown?
Yeah, I mean, I think for us, we've built our business from day one on a model that we call community commerce. And what community commerce is that a business ought to invest in the community where it does business, right? And it ought to provide not just products to that community, but it also should take the dollars that it takes out of that community and put it back in. And so for us, that meant that the products that we produced from our supply chain in Ghana, of which there are 16,000 women that now supply Shea Moisture, who have now risen above the poverty line because of this model, also get to share in 10% of the revenue of the products that their ingredients go into, right? That then provides them with infrastructural support, warehousing, equipment, training, safety, health insurance, bank accounts. That's the core of what we do this for, and so we continue to do that.
And so in November, Unilever acquired Sundial Brands. What did that deal allow you to do now that you haven't been able to do before?
It enabled us to take, to commit to this $100 million fund. It's called the New Voices Fund for Women of Color, which now allows us to go create other entrepreneurs, or maybe not create, but invest in other entrepreneurs so that they too can have the type of economic opportunities that we've had. So as I said, it's not for one company or two companies alone to be able to compete and to survive and to sustain is not enough. We need thousands, right? So so the first thing this allows us to do is to invest there. The second thing that it allows us to do is to scale our community commerce model so that we can go from these 16,000 women to 200,000 to 300,000 women globally. And the third thing that it allows us to do is to compete globally against global corporations. We can't compete for shelf space the same way because we don't have the same resources. We can't buy the same amount of advertising on TV or in magazines or in social media. So we end up shrinking and shrinking and shrinking as more companies come in to serve us as consumers. So what we've got to do is we've got to provide capital to each other in our communities in order to compete. We've got to find ways to scale our business. Now, the way that I've done it may not be the way for everybody else, but at least it shows a path, right? And it shows that it can be done, and it shows that you can do it and be highly successful at doing it. And it also shows that once you do it, you've got to be committed to putting it back in.
In today's Walk the Talk, Bloomberg's conversation about diversity in the workforce, we're putting the spotlight on Goldman Sachs. CEO Lloyd Blankfein is reportedly planning to step down as soon as this year. Diversity will be a top priority for his heir apparent, David Solomon. Solomon recently told the Women in Corporate Leadership Initiative, quote, "You make progress, but the progress as you're looking at it day to day feels slow, and it feels slow because you're a big organization. But you know over time that will change. It's our job to change it." Joining us now to explore this topic is Bloomberg's Jordan Holman. Jordan, we know that Solomon has been pretty active on the diversity front. He did propose a number of ideas to the board not so long ago. Why aren't we seeing an increase of female representatives or executives at the senior level? Because it's not there yet.
Right. No woman has run a major Wall Street bank before. And if David Solomon does become the next CEO, that pattern will continue. So at Goldman, they are looking at increasing the number of women who come into those entry-level positions. But we're not seeing the women come out on the other side of the pipeline on those executive teams. So there is a retention issue, and they are looking at that through mentorship and sponsorship initiatives.
So how long does it take before you get sort of a critical mass of women at senior ranks? I mean, what's the sort of trajectory within Goldman to reach the upper echelons of leadership?
It definitely takes years, and you have to groom people. Goldman's a company where they want to hire internal candidates. An internal candidate becomes CEO. So that's why it's important to retain those women that they're bringing in. For example, this summer, they said that they want to have about 40%, mid 40% of women in their junior employee class. And so that's great, but there's only 2 women on their executive team. So now you have to, with this generation, groom them, promote them, have opportunities for them to want to stay on Wall Street.
And that takes time. I think about how Dina Powell, who was once at Goldman Sachs, went to work for the Trump White House, has come back. And there was some tension over her promotion when she returned because she was added to the management committee when her background is not in a profit-generating business.
Right. Her background's in government and philanthropy. And when you're looking for the next CEO, you're looking for those people who've been in positions of profit and loss. And she's not in that. So then when you look at the pool of women who are in that, it gets smaller and smaller. So then when it's time to select your CEO, you have nowhere to turn.
How does Goldman compare to its peers with this?
So Goldman's not alone when it comes to female representation. Citigroup and JP Morgan also have less than a quarter of women on their executive teams. So it's a conversation that needs to happen across all the banks of how do you get your first female CEO of a large bank.
You recently talked with Goldman Sachs' former HR head, Edith Cooper, who spoke about the bank's efforts to increase diversity, women as well as minorities. What did you learn from her?
So Edith Cooper spoke on a panel last week, and she said that Goldman is looking at the data. They're really trying to be data-driven about their diversity initiatives. So if the data's not saying that they're making progress and change, like Solomon said earlier, it looks slow, then they're going to switch it up. They're going to try new initiatives.
income mutual funds run by women are outperforming funds run by men. So you would think that the number of female managers would be rising, but you'd be wrong. In today's Walk the Talk, Bloomberg's ongoing conversation about diversity in the workplace, I want to bring in Bloomberg's Liz McCormick, who's been crunching the numbers, and the numbers are kind of troubling here. Going back 15 years, Morningstar has found that women-run fixed income funds outperform by a meaningful amount.
Right. I mean, it's very interesting. They said, let's run the numbers and see, is there a performance reason why women are only 10% of the whole business? And they found no. I mean, on fixed income, women slightly outperformed. Even mixed gender teams did better. And on equities, it was fairly close. Women slightly underperformed. So the numbers didn't back it up. They said there's no performance reason why women shouldn't be rising as the number of fund managers.
And in fact, the number of women-run fixed income funds in the U.S. has dropped precipitously. It's now, what, 14 in 2017?
Right. Those exclusively run by women, there's only 14. As of September 2017, that's all there was.
In 2004, it was 47.
Yeah. So it was a big drop, you know, so it doesn't kind of make sense, you know.
So you talk to different people. What do they blame it on, or what do they attribute it to, rather?
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, I spoke to a lot of the leading fund managers who broke through and said, how'd you do it? What are the problems? A lot of them said, number one, it's very tough because we weren't always welcomed in the beginning, and you don't start as a fund manager. You have to rise to that level, so it's a long haul. And some say by the time you've fought for 30 years or so, some are like leaving and they're had enough. And others are saying young women don't know enough about it. So that's why these organizations like Girls Who Invest are trying to, you know, educate college women. Hey, this is a great field for you and you can perform.
Absolutely. Misconceptions also abound here, and I know this is something that Girls Who Invest is trying to fight as well. The idea that you have to be super quanti to run a fund. It's something that doesn't get communicated very well.
Right, exactly. I think some women think, well, maybe I could, you know, go into sales or banking or something in general, but to run a fund, you have to be just wicked smart and have to be great in math. And of course, those are great skills, but that's not all it requires. And women, it's about managing risk. Like Ann Walsh of Guggenheim said, you know, women are very savvy at managing risk, and that's especially in bonds. That's a big deal, you know?
What was her story? Because she started off on the state pension side, right?
Right. She's amazing. I mean, I said, is this right, this list of all your achievements? Yeah, she started as an accounting degree, said, I just happened to go to a pension fund, and then learned about portfolio management, and then went on to just really work hard, MBA, CFA, law degree, you name it. She had to really stack the decks, but, you know, she achieved.
All the credentials are there, and she got her break.
Yep, for sure.
early 1990s, Liberian native Richelieu Dennis co-founded Sundial Brands with the goal of creating natural hair and beauty products for consumers of color. In today's Walk the Talk, Bloomberg's ongoing conversation about diversity in the workforce, Jordan Holman sat down with Richelieu to talk about the rise of Sundial.
When we started, there was, first of all, there was nobody producing natural products that were efficacious and that were designed to work on different hair textures and on different skin types. And so what you had was a consumer who desired to have healthier products, natural products, but had no access to anything that actually worked. And so, you know, when you stand on the street corner, people tell you what they want. You better give it to them, otherwise it gets really cold, right? And so we started to take that feedback and started to incorporate that into the things that we were offering. And before you know it, we were selling to other vendors who were bringing feedback from their customers and clients. And so very quickly we got to understand just how underserved women of color were around their hair and their skin.
What has the explosion of the natural hair movement in the U.S. done for your business?
Yeah, as women became more and more empowered or empowering themselves, I should say, to wear their hair natural, to express themselves as freely as they wanted to around the things that were important to them, that really started to drive the adoption of natural hair. And then they actually had products in Shea Moisture that delivered on the promise of what they wanted, right? So I think the two worked hand in hand, and it really took off.
And that was Bloomberg's Jordan Holman speaking with Sundial Brands co-founder Richelieu Dennis. You can get the full interview on Bloomberg.com.
LOTOME stands for Locate, Target, and Message. LOTOME helps advertisers collect and organize their consumer data. So if you can imagine that customers engage on the phone, on the web, in a store, through a coupon, we help collect all of that, attach it to a profile, and activate it. It's the big data story. When I started the company in 2006, I saw this unbelievable opportunity around user-generated content. It changed the paradigm for all advertisers. There had to be a platform to protect the brand and get a defined result, which is a sale. That is the genesis of LOTOME. My first year in business, we landed 9 customers on a proof of concept. I then went to venture capitalists and told them the story. And over time, I was able to raise $60 million. I woke up one day in 2011, I had a board meeting. I called our board together, I told them the trends and the data points I was seeing, and we made a decision to cut the company in half and walk away from a $30 million revenue line of business. We took the company and made a huge pivot. We went from about 100 employees down to 50. There was some overlap of customers, but most of the customers were net new customers that we had to go win around a different line of business. We went from a media business that was charging on a campaign basis to a software as a service business that was charging a monthly fee to manage data. One of the key things that happened during the process was what once was just a desktop experience, meaning your computer, suddenly became a mobile device, a television, an iPad. And that is why we bought a company called Admobius in 2012, simply focused on what was called the device problem, cross-device. In a privacy-compliant way, we were able to stitch together profiles and audiences no matter how they were engaging with the brand. We've had about 500% growth in customers since 2014. We've 10x'd our employee base over the past 5 years. We're profitable. Developing profitability in a technology company is something I'm super proud of. Over the next 5 years, I would like to be a very large public enterprise. Almost every device and almost everything we're doing is connected to the internet. Microwaves, refrigerators, automobiles. There's information that's thrown off from that device connected to that consumer. I think there's an opportunity for a public company who is only focused on data, data solutions, and activating customer data. In a world where data is everywhere, we help our customers figure out what it all means. And that's the future of LOTOME.
idea for Foley came about in 2009 when I was making a personal shift to a healthier lifestyle generally. And I realized when I was looking into nutrition and fitness that all of these beauty products actually contained a lot of toxins. I realized there was a real opportunity for a clean beauty retail store with all vetted products for safety and performance. Our entire goal is to shift the mindset around the products you apply to your skin. I needed to learn a lot about business and about the beauty industry. I worked on a lavender farm, I worked for a skincare developer, I got a quick MBA at Babson where I focused on the business plan the entire time. In 2013, we opened doors to our first store. I was in there every single day talking to customers, figuring out what this needed to be. I raised a small angel round of $750,000. That lasted us almost 3 years. All the way through to 2016, I was really focused on building a brick and mortar first business. At the same time, there was so much more going on in beauty online than there ever had been. You know, content had become so critical. We decided to make a huge shift in 2016 and change to a digital first business. We decided that digital first was really going to be the only way that we could get the content out there and we could grow fast enough to be able to share our, very unique level of expertise. So we raised a round of $3 million to do that. We needed to build a digital first team. We needed to build a new flexible tech stack. We're very lucky to be in Boston, to be surrounded by a ton of really awesome engineers and folks that are super passionate about mission-driven business as well. We spent a year and a half building it out, figuring out how Folene should exist online. So it'll be between 70 to 80% online by the end of this year. Despite building a digital first business, you can never truly replicate our in-store experience online. We have 2 brick and mortar stores right now, both in Boston. We'll be opening 4 this year. And if everything goes well, we'll open an additional 10 in 2019. We're going to continue growing content and education online in a huge, huge way. I think the real secret sauce to Folene is we're a highly curated portfolio. Since starting the business, we've tested between 800 to 900 brands. We have 75 brands in the store right now. It's not easy to get on our shelves. We don't carry any full brand portfolios. We carry what the best products are by the brand. It's helping in the repeat rates, it's helping in retention. We're now becoming known as the place to really truly start your clean beauty journey.
Order canceled. 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 Order canceled.
mission at Food 52 is to inspire people to eat thoughtfully and live joyfully. We are a comprehensive resource for kitchen and home enthusiasts, and that means that we offer both content and commerce, and then community is a tie that holds it all together. My co-founder Amanda and I both come from traditional print media backgrounds. We were editors and writers. In 2008, 2009, we saw this opportunity to create a brand around kitchen and home that lived online. We went out and got a book deal. We got a $100,000 advance, and we actually used that advance to pay for the building of the initial website. In 2009, when we launched, we started really with recipes. Then in 2010, we raised an angel round, a seed round, of $750,000, which we used to invest in building out our own e-commerce platform. E-commerce represents about 60% of our top line revenue, and ad sales is the majority of the rest, with a very small bit being cookbook sales. The majority of our advertising is native advertising and branded content. The events are also a key part of all of our lines of business. We do a lot of events with brands on the ad sales side, and then we have our own events on the commerce side, often pop-ups where we're showcasing our products, which you can typically only buy online. Last year, during Cyber Weekend, we had an outage where the company that calculates our sales tax was down for over 12 hours. So we had just a total backup. What we decided to do was to remove the sales tax functionality completely from the checkout process so that orders could get through, and turn it to our advantage by actually making it a promotion. And we followed up with an email the next day, and we said to everyone, we will cover the sales tax through the rest of this weekend. When you have a community that you really are talking so directly with all the time, it enables us to have that sort of direct conversation with people via email, via the site. This is what we're going to do. We're going to turn it around to your advantage because you're that important to us. Right now, we are touching 12 million people on a monthly basis. Our unique visitor growth has been 65% over the past year. We're talking to Amazon Alexa about a partnership. Something we talk about all the time is, what does a Food 52 presence look like offline, a permanent brick and mortar presence? We're very close to profitability, and it is really one of our key focuses for the next 18 months is to become a sustainable business.
Sweetgreen, we make every single thing from scratch in store every day. The three of us were just, what if we opened this restaurant? It was just solving a problem that we had in our own life. This problem of wanting to eat something that was healthy, affordable, convenient, and really stood for something that we believed in. We started the company by going out to anyone we could ask, and we raised about $300,000. 40 people contributed to that very first restaurant. That means the average check was somewhere between $5,000 and $10,000. The place we found to open was tiny. And what that did was it really forced us to simplify everything. And that philosophy has really stuck with us throughout the whole history of the company. It wasn't that sales took off in a crazy way right away, but it was like the people who knew about us loved us. Very soon after we opened the first one, we started exploring the idea of a second and a third one. Our first 7 restaurants, we stayed in the DC area. We had these huge ambitions, but we knew we had to get things right before we scaled it. We've had to raise a lot of capital along the way because we build restaurants, but we never really took on any sort of institutional funding or any big investors. It was about 4 years ago, one of our customers and friends approached us about investing a lot more money. It was a guy named Steve Case. He really believed in our mission. That kind of funding allowed us to invest in people, invest in the community, invest in the systems and infrastructure, allowed us to build a brand. We invested in mobile technology and also rebuilt our restaurants in a responsive way. You can pick up your phone or go online and within just a few clicks, order it, have it on a shelf ready, come pick it up and be out of there. That was really hard. It was more than just building an app. Everything had to be redone. The way we operate, our kitchen systems, our prep, everything we did had to be rethought because all of a sudden it went from like one restaurant, one engine to 2. It took us about 2 years to build that technology. I think sometimes the easy way is not the right way. Instead of resisting it, embrace it and figure out a way to do it the right way, not just the cheap or the easy way. Today we're open across the country in 8 cities. So we're in DC, Philadelphia, Baltimore, New York, Boston, Chicago, LA, and the Bay Area. In 2017, we'll end the year with 85 restaurants. For the next 10 years, we're focused on not only just building restaurants, but building technology that can make it easier for customers to interact and eat healthy. We always say we want to meet customers where they are.
The idea for Swell really was I wanted to create a better looking water bottle that would convert people to actually carrying a water bottle everywhere that they went to stop using those plastic water bottles. I started Swell with my own personal savings. I invested $30,000. I worked with a team of industrial engineers. The Swell bottle is triple-walled stainless steel with a layer of copper on the inside. It's almost indestructible. The first year when I started Swell, I went to 17 trade shows myself. I stood in a lot of booths and I talked to a lot of customers. They would tell me, could you make it in this other color? Or could you make it in a bigger size? Because we would like to take wine to the park. Really, that first year was just a learning lab. It's been a real wild ride. We went from 3 million in sales to 10 to 50, 50 to 100, really fast. We are now in 65 countries. One of the challenges that we faced is we outgrew our office. We outgrew our systems. We were running this company at $100 million last year on spreadsheets. We outgrew our website. It mostly kept up unless somebody famous tweeted about us and then everything, came down. For me as a CEO, it was really hard to turn my attention inward. It's been hard for me to not take every marketing opportunity, every sales opportunity, every innovation opportunity. We had to put a lot of things on pause while we built the infrastructure. We're building up the leadership team, we're moving the office, we're moving the warehouse, we're moving the website. We can be a billion-dollar company because we've got the systems. Last year in 2016, I had the idea to launch a new line for Swell. It's called Sip by Swell. We originally launched in Target stores nationwide. It's a little bit less expensive. It was part of my idea that create something new for a different type of customer. Our customers love to collect them. We found that the average customer that has a Swell at home has 5.5 bottles at home. Still today, we're a self-funded company and we don't have any outside investors. I don't have a board. I don't have any metrics. I don't have anyone telling me I need to hit any numbers. We might not always be privately owned. We don't necessarily need the capital, but I'm always interested in potential advice and expertise. How could we potentially partner with someone that could help us grow bigger, faster, stronger? I'm not saying that anything's coming, but you never know. I still see people with plastic water bottles. However, I have to say, I think the balance of seeing the plastic versus seeing Swells is starting to change. We still have some education to do, but I'm feeling pretty good about the progress.
Gotham Greens is a commercial-scale urban farming company. We develop and operate high-tech greenhouse facilities for fresh vegetable production in cities. I was working in the field of sustainability and environmental engineering and became fascinated with the technology that was available to be able to grow crops using a small fraction of the resources compared to conventional farming. And at the same time, I really started to recognize the growing trend in the marketplace toward consumers wanting more local and regionally sourced food. So that's really when the light bulb moment went off. We cobbled together some funding and built a 15,000 square foot rooftop greenhouse in the Greenpoint neighborhood of Brooklyn in 2011. We started pitching supermarket chains, restaurants, we started inviting chefs into the greenhouse facility, and within 3 months we were completely sold out of the produce. And that's when we realized that we were really onto something and we should probably expand. And then a really compelling partnership opportunity came along with Whole Foods Market, which at the time was one of our largest customers. And we crafted an idea to actually design and build a commercial scale greenhouse into the roofs of one of their new supermarkets in Brooklyn, New York. That was almost double the size of the first one and provided our brand with a lot of visibility. Lo and behold, within a few short months of opening that second greenhouse facility, we were yet again sold out of the produce. So we started looking at Chicago, which is also a city with a thriving food culture and a consumer base that's increasingly demanding high quality fresh produce. And that facility is our largest until date, which is about 80,000 square feet or 2 acres. That produces the equivalent of about 50 acres of conventional field farming. This form of farming, which is known as controlled environment agriculture, is really a combination of horticultural science as well as environmental engineering. It was a challenge to find people with this very unique skill set. We conceived of an idea to establish an in-house training program that we now call Gotham Greens University. So we're able to take young graduates out of university or high school vocational programs focused on science and biology and train them to really design these facilities and operate them. Our company has built 4 greenhouse facilities across 2 cities. We have about 160 employees. We've experienced about a 20x growth rate since inception. In our first year of operations, we grew about 500,000 heads of lettuce and leafy greens. And last year, we grew over 20 million heads of lettuce and leafy greens. I believe the future will have us expanding to other cities across the United States, expanding into new products, new product development. Our motto is to be able to harvest and deliver within 24 hours, to be able to provide consumers with the freshest possible product and the best tasting product.
Gemmi is a new luxury brand that's providing the customer with the highest quality Italian shoes at prices that have never been historically possible until now. We looked at the luxury marketplace, and there were so many qualities about luxury that were great, but there were some qualities that needed some real reinvention. The incumbents certainly were not reinventing. Shoes happened to be a category that we fell in love with because we love obsession. We want to be a business that occupies a spot, a place in the customer's mind all the time. Shoes create that unique obsession. We think that you've got to be newsworthy. You've got to be different. You've got to have a story to tell. Our consumer knows there's must-see TV every Monday, and it's not about markdowns, it's not about private sales, it's about great new product. We actually don't release that many more products than other traditional retailers do. We just don't do it all at once. The way we describe our company to the consumer is we're old world meets new world. We identified very early on in the business creation a team in Italy that I had some history with that we could in essence acqui-hire. It was a group in Italy, in Florence, that have been in the shoe manufacturing business for generations. There was a whole bunch of challenges in taking the old, historical Italian shoe manufacturing industry and putting this new engine on top of it. Unlike most fashion brands that produce things 4 times a year where you have these big spikes, we're providing them with this constant demand, keeping their factories moving all of the time. We had to get them to start producing products at the pace that we wanted them produced. The only way to solve that was to learn. They've done a pretty good job of learning through our data. They've done a pretty good job of learning through our forecasting what opportunities they can receive by moving faster than they've ever moved before. They've been pretty open to listening about ways to improve their demand forecasting and ways to improve their speed of production, but they're not so open to listening to better ways to make shoes, that's for sure. Probably rightly so. We opened our first store in Soho. 80% of those customers who bought in the store first buy their second purchase online. If you're buying things with the frequency that our consumers buying them, the luxury of multi-channel drives to their purchase pattern. 50% of our buyers come back and buy a second time. Once they buy a second time, on average, they average 4 purchases within a year. We're also seeing consistent 100% growth year over year in total sales and margin continuing to improve in each of those years. So the goal is not go as fast as you can go and grow as fast as you can grow. The goal is with really good controlled growth, ensure that you can double your business for a number of years.
Box is an online warehouse club. We cut out the membership fees and we deliver it right to you, generally in 2 days or less with free shipping. I grew up in the suburbs of tropical New Jersey, and then moving into Manhattan later in life, I didn't have a car to get to a warehouse club. And so I thought, how many other folks around the country had that similar problem? And so actually moved back into the burbs to start the company in a small 2-car garage in Central Jersey, tape gun in hand. We went after and tried to solve that problem. In the early days, we actually didn't have a marketing budget. Our marketing budget was virtually zero. It forced us to be creative. It forced us to create a very good service where folks would talk about it. So Hoda and Kathy Lee loved the service. They were both like, genius. Sure enough, they talked about us, and from that moment on, we capitalized on that opportunity, went out and raised our first sizable round of financing, and then moved out of the garage. A gigantic challenge that we had actually came up when we started expanding our footprint throughout the US. It kind of forced us to make a decision, are we short-term or are we long-term? Treating people right is actually a short-term detriment, meaning that it's so easy to take away benefits or say, hey, we'll pay a minimum wage because you see an instant pop on your financial statements. I don't believe that's a long-term good way to drive the business. We took the long-term approach. No matter if you work in a fulfillment center and it's your first day, or you're the chief marketing officer of the company, we're all one team. We need to treat everyone fairly. In the short run, there might not be a line for increased morale and increased sense of team. But over the long run, I truly believe that will pay huge dividends. To this day, we picked that road. It has become who we are. Folks have chosen to spend their money with us in pretty large amounts because we do the right thing. Now, our fulfillment footprint is 4 locations throughout the United States, 4 fulfillment centers, 3 offices, and a life spent on an airplane for me these days. Last year was our 3rd full year in business, and we went from virtually 0 in our first year to over 9 figures in that 3rd full year. So it's always been a dream of ours, and especially mine, to push the button at the New York Stock Exchange. We've identified an area where there's a real dearth, a real lack of solutions, and for us it's about staying focused, not trying to be the everything store, doing wholesale and doing warehouse clubs and doing it right.
Brit & Co. is a new media company that largely reaches millennial women and aims to inspire, inform, and empower them to be more creative. My past is largely out of tech companies. I worked at Google and Apple, and I started realizing the world of digital media was becoming a big trend. I left Google at the age of 25. I was not married yet, and I had saved up enough money to bootstrap my own business for about 6 months. And ultimately, within that 6 months, I made enough traction to raise a seed round, and the rest was history. We have a three-legged stool of revenue. The first is through advertising, and we do primarily native advertising, so branded content as well as experiences and events. We also sell classes online. We have almost 100 courses that women pay for. And then the last leg is through our merchandising business. So one big challenge over the last 12 months has been the notion of whether or not to put our content natively on distributed platforms. Snapchat to Pinterest to Facebook and Instagram. A lot of the platforms will automatically give you a little bit more reach per their algorithm if you're putting content natively on them. However, they initially had not built monetization tools. So it was a question as to whether we wanted to sacrifice our control over our content and our distribution. I personally believed that the social networks and all of these platforms would get nowhere if they didn't have great high-quality content, and that they would figure out a way to support those people who are providing that content. And that's been paying off. We now reach 125 million uniques a month. We also have 350% growth in revenue bookings year-over-year. Some of our newer business segments, like our online classes, have grown over 300% year-over-year as well. We're producing over 100 pieces of content every day and hundreds of videos every month. I think it's so important for a digital brand to have an offline counterpart, especially for any brand that's trying to reach millennials or Gen Z. So we started an event called Remake 4 years ago, just a year into the business. Fast forward to today, it's a 15,000 person festival. It's been doubling in size year over year, which is proof that it's working and that it's only going to go bigger and better from here. We know millennial women, and we want to create content for them no matter where they are and no matter what they're listening to, reading, watching, or generally consuming.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
We are a luxury bedding destination that's online only and direct to consumer. The company was started by my wife and I, and we were in the market for new sheets. We just really hated the shopping experience. It wasn't consistent with what we're used to with shopping with apparel or other items online. We first started with some of our savings, I'd say about $20,000 to get the prototypes going, build a website, do a photo shoot. It really went to the bare minimum product. And then we raised a little bit of money from friends and family, about another $100,000 or so. That got us to our Kickstarter, where the goal of the Kickstarter was to finance our first purchase order. Our goal was $50,000 of sales. We ended up selling $230,000 worth of product in the first 30 days with no marketing dollars spent, really just word of mouth. Social media has been really, really important to building the brand and getting the word out. There's some logical people that are in market for our product. People that move into new apartments. Facebook has this data of an address change. People recently engaged that are doing registries. Pinterest is really, really great for the home decor space. And then there's influencers, that people that really spread the word and advocate for the product. We're very confident that once it gets into someone's hands that they're gonna love it. We didn't take any funding until very recently, and we bootstrapped the whole thing, so we had to sell to buy. We would sell all of our inventory, use that money, and roll it over to buy more inventory and more and more. And that created problems of like this up and down, up and down, up and down. It's very hard to get momentum and the wheels turning when that happens. It's planning ahead, getting ahead of your inventory, getting ahead of the demands, just to make sure that you have enough to facilitate the growth. It seems simple, but it's super complicated, the forecasting element that we've gotten much better at. And that's one of the biggest challenges to any consumer products business in year 1 or 2. Our first year of sales was about $250,000. Was mostly the Kickstarter. Year 2 was 10x growth. We broke 20 million in sales last year, so it was another 10x, and now we're on pace to more than double that yet again this year. 5 years down the road, who knows? We might be, the biggest, bedding home goods company in the world.
Order
we
filled.
might get acquired by a bigger
Order
company
canceled.
that's looking to
Order
get a closer
canceled.
relationship
Order
with
canceled.
customers. Once
Order
we feel like
filled.
the bedding
Order
category,
filled.
like
Order
we've
filled.
really mined
Order
everything
canceled.
that's there that we
Order
could, then there's
canceled.
opportunity to move
Order
on to other
canceled.
categories that
Order
supplement it
filled.
in
Order
the home space
filled.
as well. But
Order
we're not
filled.
ready for that. There's
Order
a lot
canceled.
more to do.
Order
where we are right
canceled.
now.
Order canceled.
Dia & Co is a personalized online shopping service for women who wear sizes 14 and above. Plus-size women in the U.S. make up about 67% of the population in the U.S. and pretty shockingly make up only 17% of apparel spend in the U.S. Dia was founded on the simple mission of really creating equality for her as a customer and therefore really bringing her to the table for the first time within fashion. One of the things that was very clear for our customer was she was as underserved in retail as she was in media. And what that meant was that discovery channels were actually quite challenging. The one group of people who had meaningful sway and were truly, in a way, the gatekeepers of the plus-size community were the bloggers. And bloggers became our earliest advocates. From there, we benefited from word of mouth and the power of a positive experience, and we've kind of grown from there. We very quickly realized that we had this growing, avid, excited customer base and a distribution network that was working. And where we were having the biggest trouble was in finding really great supply. We're based in New York City, and we would literally scour Manhattan to find the best merchandise in our customers' sizes to send. Eventually, we were able to work with a group of designers that agreed to partnering with us to expand what they were offering. So we've worked with some of the best design and product development teams in the industry to develop 8 brands that are exclusively at Dia, and those brands in a lot of ways make up the backbone of the service. We recently elevated the call that we were making to brands by taking out a full-page ad in the New York Times on the first day of Fashion Week, really calling on brands to step up. The conversation around inclusivity in fashion is one that is had often, but what we haven't seen yet is an actual move from speaking about inclusivity to actually producing the garments that women can wear. And that's a role that we can play, that we feel a responsibility to play, and that we're very excited to play for our customers. The core of our product is understanding our customer as well as is possible. We serve women who are very early in their style journey and some who are much farther along in terms of understanding what they like and what they don't like. And the goal of the service is to really meet her where she is. And it really becomes an iterative relationship where we're showing her product, she's giving us feedback, we're showing her better product, she's giving us feedback, and over time, we get to know her incredibly well. Our mission at Dia is to be the beloved brand of plus-size women.
were able to start Warby Parker with $120,000. That enabled us to build a website, get some PR support, and purchase our initial inventory of frames. I remember launch really vividly. It was February 2010. We made it live February 15th. We didn't tell our friends or family because we didn't know the website would work. Immediately the orders started pouring in. We hit our first year sales targets in 3 weeks, sold out of our top 15 styles in 4 weeks, and accumulated a wait list of over 20,000 people. We had to start cutting class because we were full-time students at Wharton at the time, getting our MBAs. It was really crisis management. We had orders coming in. We actually didn't have enough inventory to fulfill those orders. We had to think about a communication strategy, a customer service policy. We would just profusely apologize, but also explain to people what was going on. We just launched. We didn't expect to have this much demand. And when you tell people the details, they can have patience and they can understand and sympathize. Brands build relationships with customers much like human beings build relationships with other human beings, and that's through vulnerability. Our first store was actually my apartment. We laid out the glasses on the dining room table, and that was our first foray into learning about the bricks and mortar world. So we did a pop-up, we bought an old yellow school bus, ripped out the interior and turned it into a mobile store, went to over 15 cities across the country. In each city we would be in roughly 3 locations, so we could tell you which intersection performed best for us. So suddenly we had a roadmap for where to open stores. We now have 46 stores across the country. It's really been an important part of Warby Parker's growth. We founded Warby Parker to create a company that would do good in the world. At the very beginning, we committed to distribute a pair of glasses for every pair that we've sold, and we've now distributed several million pairs of glasses to people around the world. We've always believed in aggressive but sustainable growth. There's this mentality of move fast and break things. We believe in moving fast, but move fast deliberately, and when you break things, let's make sure it's not catastrophic. By staying focused and reducing complexity as much as possible, you can actually grow faster, longer. We're trying to build a company that's going to be around for the next 100 years.
Dara, thank you very much for coming here.
Thanks for having me.
I've always been relieved ever since you were appointed, because at least until your appointment, I seem to have the most unpronounceable name. But now, so we will keep it as Dara and John. This conference is called The Year Ahead, but in your case, you are close to 6 months into the job. And I wondered what you saw in terms of the year ahead at Uber as your biggest challenge. What's the thing that you think about most when it comes to 2018?
We definitely have our share of challenges at Uber. And for me, where I want to get Uber to the year ahead is a year of normalcy. 2017 was, I think, will go down as one of the most difficult years for any company out there. And I have to give credit to the Uber team and the employees there. It is a group of true believers who believe in our mission, who believe in mobility as a service being available to consumers everywhere at a reasonable cost. And what my job in 2018 is to get rid of the distractions and get the company back to business, get the company back to normalcy. There's a lot that we've done in the past 6 months as far as bringing in new investors, driving a new culture and norms where doing the right thing, period, comes first, bringing a new management team, et cetera. There's a lot that we've gotten done, but this is a company that knows how to execute. This is a service. Mobility as a service is something that's universal, that's needed in the world. And I just want to get back to doing business.
It's quite interesting. You said true believers. Yeah. Normally, true believers are the last possible people where you're able to change a culture. Can you explain a bit about that?
Well, I think that they understand that mobility as a service, bringing the cost of transportation down, making transportation services available to anyone and everyone on a local basis, and partnering with cities to be a solution to traffic, to pollution, et cetera. That is a mission that they all believe in. And I think that they, having seen what happened in 2017, to some extent the crisis, the enormous crisis that the company has gone through, is a benefit, because everybody at the company knows now that we need to change, that we need to break with the past as far as the way the company was run. We need to go from growth at any cost to responsible growth and growth in partnership with other players out there. That's clear, but now I've got to kind of get the company down to the normalcy of execution of building great technology, and I think we're going to get there. It's still some tough sledding early on, but I absolutely think we're going to get there.
When you talk about execution, is profits one of the things you want to get? I think you lost $4 billion last year.
Well,
peanuts by the standards of
profits would help. So at some point we absolutely have to become profitable, and that's part of the plan.
Do you have a kind of goal for that? Do you think you should be profitable by 2022 or by 2020?
I think that we'll be profitable before 2022. This is the business itself.
Do you want to come back a bit closer, 2020?
Yeah, listen, it's not going to, I don't want to name a specific year, but this is a business that the core business, the ride-sharing business, can be profitable within 3 years. We will continue to make very aggressive investments in building out autonomy, because we think that's a terrific opportunity for building out new technologies such as Uber Elevate, where near-term profitability is not a goal, but long-term growth is. So we will look to balance near-term profitability, but as a company, we will always be a company that makes big, bold bets and takes big risks.
To what extent, though, do you think that drive to become profitable fights against a little bit of this culture change? If you want to make, you talked about making money, but not at all costs. Do those two things spar against each other?
I don't think that profitability and culture are their issue. It's the company in the past was willing to make trade-offs as it related to how it did business, and I think was guilty of hubris, was guilty of thinking that they knew better than others, and I think that what we know now clearly is that breakneck growth can hide cultural issues. that there are no excuses for not doing the right thing, and that you do have to make trade-offs. And as a management team, we're specifically talking about those trade-offs that you have to make. We have to be a little more patient sometimes, because working with governments, regulators, etc., sometimes takes longer, but in the end, you build a more lasting business. And so maybe what we went through was necessary, but we're here. We can control our actions from this moment onwards, and I think everyone at Uber from this moment onwards wants to build a great company, not only in terms of growth, but in terms of the kind of company anyone would want to work at.
Can I ask you one thing which you have got as sort of hangover from last year, which is all the regulatory problems, and particularly all the cases against you? I think there are 6 criminal probes or whatever going on.
The lawyers are
Order
lining up
submitted.
outside the door.
Order
Yeah.
submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Different things.
Listen, I think that all of them are serious issues, and my response is that we're going to be transparent, and we're going to take responsibility for our actions in the past. I do think that there are certain circumstances where there was smoke but no fire. And I think as a company, we have to defend ourselves and work within kind of the appropriate frameworks. And my goal is just to get beyond this stuff.
But some of these things like pricing policies, surely they go right to the heart of what Uber is, or am I wrong about that?
Yeah, I think they do, but I think that there's a way of being smart but transparent at the same time, and that's where we've got to take the company.
Take me through governments. When you talk to governments privately, do they talk any differently than they do publicly?
Governments?
Yes, governments.
I think that they are honestly a bit relieved with how we are engaging with them, because I think that the engagement is now real. I think they feel like we're out there, we're genuine, because we've learned our lessons of the past, and I do think that we can take, for example, the data that we have in terms of traffic and in terms of movement of our drivers and riders, and we can use that data to partner up with cities in order to solve congestion issues, because congestion doesn't help anyone. It wastes enormous amounts of time for consumers. It hurts the environment. And I think that we are aligned with cities, for example, to partner with them in a fundamental way to solve these problems. And I do think that when these are conversations that a number of regulators and cities have wanted to have with us for many years, and I think we are really engaging with them at a depth that I think is going to create a real win-win going forward.
Do you think you were too confrontational on this before?
Yeah, I do. I think that the company was pushing growth. And listen, any innovator, to some extent, the innovation is about questioning past kind of present practices. It's about breaking things, the Facebook breaking things. We just went a step and a half too far. And what I want to keep, hopefully, is the best of both worlds, which is this spirit of innovation, the spirit of can-do, etc., but the responsibility of partnership. We don't know better than you. We're actually going to work with you, of actually having dialogue and respect for our city partners, for regulators, and then continuing to take risks and continuing to do daring things. And I think we can accomplish that.
Imagine this audience here is a collection of mayors or a collection of city officials, and you want to depict, this is the Year Ahead conference, depict what the years ahead in this thing are going to be like. How far is driverless cars going to go? You talked just a few days ago about the idea of there being flying cars in 10 years' time. Can you just give a description of what you think transport is going to look like?
Well, I think that we think there are 3 keys to transport and where the industry is going: autonomous, electric, and shared. And I think all 3 are necessary in order to get to the next level of city planning, etc. There are many cities where up to a fifth of the space taken in these cities is taken by parking and storing these cars. And so I do think that you need autonomous, you need electric, and you need shared. And I do think it's going to take some time. True autonomy for every single use case is some ways away. What we bring to bear is our developing autonomy, and we will have autonomous cars on the road, I believe, within the next 18 months, not as a kind of a test case, but as a real case out there. And over a period of time, we're going to bring autonomous transportation and feather it in with the non-autonomous transportation with drivers.
What does feathering in mean?
Feathering
to,
in
mean
means
to a layman like
feathering
me?
crashing. Yeah, feathering in means if you're, for example, in Phoenix, and you make a request to go from A to B, which is what you do with Uber, there will be 95% of cases where we may not have everything mapped perfectly, or the weather may not be the right weather, or there may be an accident on the road, or you may not have 2 or 3 ways of getting from A to B, where you may say, you know what, that's not an autonomous use case. We're going to send a driver to pick that person up. For 5% of cases, everything is going to fall into place. And we will send an autonomous car. The user will be able to pick, do you want, there's an autonomous car, yes or no? And we'll be able to service that A for B. That 5% is going to go to 10 and 15 and 20 as our computers and our algorithms learn more and more about what it takes to drive in a city in a real life situation. And every minute of every day, that driver, that computer is going to get better and know Phoenix better and better and better. And in 5 years, we'll have the perfect driver in Phoenix. We will have to retrain that driver in every single city. We're going to have to build out 3D maps of these cities. And it will take time, but over a period of time, you essentially have a driver who becomes the perfect driver. It'll take 10 to 15 years, but that's the feathering in that I'm talking about.
And will a child born today, will they ever need to learn how to drive?
A child born today? No, I don't think so.
So within sort of 20 years from now, we will...
I don't think so. Listen, I hear some groans.
And also,
listen, I heard a couple of groans. 1.3 million people die from car crashes every year. 1.3 million people die from car crashes every year. That doesn't count an estimated 20 to 50 million people that are injured. Okay, this is actually a public safety issue. If you look at cars, 96% of cars, 96% of time, cars are sitting there not being used. It is a huge amount of pollution that's caused by these cars being in the road, and a huge amount of wasted time. So the safety is there. Electrification is absolutely key, and sharing these platforms is going to allow us to be much safer and also put our assets where they add value.
But it's quite interesting because when you first came in, I remember you sounding somewhat more skeptical about self-driving cars. You've been converted. Is that a?
The choir has spoken, and I'm listening. It's pretty exciting technology out there. But again, it will be a hybrid technology for some period of time.
What about flying cars? That came as a slight surprise.
Yes, that's a great project that we're working on. It's called Uber Elevate. And it is actually about battery technology.
It would have helped a lot of people here.
I know. I wish that I was available. We'll launch it here if we can. But battery technology is allowing us to have multiple rotors on planes, or helicopters, if you want to call them that. These rotors that are much smaller will be much quieter than helicopters are. Much quieter, much safer. If you add sharing into the equation, you can actually get the economics of going from A to B. We think within 5 to 7 years to a place where normal people would think about taking these flying cars. That'll be the beginning, and then it's about scaling. And we're working with a number of partners right now.
Do you think the regulation on flying cars, I've heard some proponents of it argue that it might be easier than it has been on driverless cars, because driverless cars you have to deal with existing roads, existing everything. Flying cars, essentially you're going into unconquered space.
I think that mayors that are forward-thinking understand that traffic and pollution are a real issue, and I think flying cars can be a significant solution to traffic issues in cities. And these cars, to start with, they're going to be very specific. They'll be kind of highways in the air. There'll be very specific routes that these flying cars go on. They're not going to be able to take you to your backyard and land in your backyard. There'll be these skyports. So there'll be very specific routes that you go on. And I think if you build a regulatory framework that has that kind of structure around it, I think you get to a better solve.
Can I drag you back somewhat reluctantly back to the real world? But you have Rajiv Misra, who came in with you from SoftBank.
Yes.
He's going to become a director. Last week he said that Uber should focus on repairing its market share in the US and on key European markets rather than going to new ones. Do you agree with that? Is that the way you look at Uber?
I think one of the fundamental strengths of Uber is the global scope that we have. This is
you
a
had that
brand.
motto, everywhere. What's it? Everywhere for everyone.
Yeah, everywhere for everyone.
Do you want to make it some places for some people?
No, we like the everywhere for everyone. It's much sexier than some places for some people. That's
telling me.
Just not interesting. I do think seriously though the global scope that our company brings is important. Our being able to build technology that we can amortize essentially everywhere in the world is hard, but it is part of the fundamental value that we introduce. So I would look at Uber very much as a global brand. That said, we're going to look at all opportunities, but at this point we are leaning forward, and 2018 for us is going to be very much a lean forward year for the company.
But without, I'm not trying to create new boardroom tension at Uber, but that would appear that SoftBank is keener on a more limited idea, whilst you're keener on everywhere for everyone.
Well, listen, SoftBank is a very important shareholder. They're our largest shareholder, and many of our shareholders have opinions over what's the right thing to do. Ultimately, the governance of the company is going to be at the board, and we'll have those discussions at the board, and we'll set our long-term strategy, and then execute on it.
One of the things which Uber played, perhaps not very fortunately, a role in was the whole sexual harassment questions and everything to do with that. I suppose one very obvious question: do you think that you have solved that part of the culture? But secondly, do you think that this is a real revolution and it's going to stick?
I think that what was happening at Uber was serious, and I think that while what Uber went through was difficult, I think the Susan Fowler blog was probably one of the best things that happened for Uber, and it certainly started a movement that's an incredibly important movement at the company. I'd be reticent to say that it's solved.
Yeah.
But it's not an endemic issue within the culture of the company, and I think the company has learned, and I think the company took very harsh and appropriate steps to make sure that kind of behavior is absolutely clear, that kind of behavior is not accepted in any way, shape, or form of the company, regardless of where you are, regardless of if you're a great performer or not. So I think we're at the right place for Uber as a company, but I think in general, we're not where we need to be in terms of women in senior positions, making sure that we're welcoming of women in technology, and we help women really build their careers within our company. There's a great kind of bottoms-up energy there, but we're not where we need to be, and we have a lot of work ahead of us.
On the issue of, you talked about the top performers, is that looking back, and also I suppose looking forward for many of the people in this room, because there are a lot of people's businesses which have been affected by this. If you had to give lessons to other people who are now looking at this issue perhaps more seriously than they have done before, is the really bad issue, and I suppose I'm thinking in some ways about the media industry in this, is that giving top performers more room for maneuver or whatever than people, or more discretion than people thought? Is that top performers need to be treated the same as everybody else?
I think they absolutely need to be held accountable. One of the really valuable lessons that I got early in my life was actually through Jack Welch, and he said, it's very tempting to allow top performers to misbehave in any way, but for me, he was talking about being aligned with the CEO. Sometimes you allow top performers the tendency is, well, let them get away with some kind of behavior that is not the right behavior because they're so good. And what Jack told me very early on is that it's the top performers who are problematic culturally that are the most dangerous because they have followership within the company because people look up to them. So he's like the dumb person who is bad culturally. He's not the problem because everyone says, well, that's a dumb person, so who cares? It's the smart person who has followership. So it is incredibly important for the top performers to actually be held to account more radically than anyone else because they're the ones who have followership at the company and they have to set the example. So for me personally, that has absolutely guided how I've managed. Expedia was a company that had, excellent cultural values. And one of the first things we did at Uber was to go out and reset our cultural values, and we call them norms because to me, it's not just these values that you put on the wall and kind of people stare at and it's all nice. It's about behavior. And we set out to change behavior at Uber, and I think that the company was thirsting for it, and we are starting on a path, and I believe it's going to be a positive path.
An inevitable question, I hope you won't regard it as a cheap shot, but you talked about smart people who have followers throughout a company. I mean, Travis would seem to be the epitome of that sort of figure. Is that, do you think of him as being in that category of people that Jack Welch was talking about?
I think, listen, Travis was the CEO of the company, and he had incredible followership, and he was held to account, right? I mean, he's no longer the CEO of the company, and he's a board member. He's a big investor, and so he's absolutely going to play a part on the board. But we've also been very clear as a company that we do have to make a break with the past, with how we behaved as a company, and to some extent with the new CEO being a very different kind of a CEO. So in the end, you have to be held accountable, and I think that Travis was held accountable, and at this point, he's a board member and a constructive one at that.
If you look around the world now, where do you see the next competitors to Uber? You've obviously got Lyft breathing down your neck.
Yes.
Where else do they come from?
Well, I think that as you move into a world of autonomy, the position of the car manufacturers, the position of, for example, Google, who's developing Waymo and Waymo autonomous technology, you're going to get a lot of players interested in the space. And a lot of people think about Uber and ride sharing as a significant enterprise, and it is. But the fact is that we account for less than 1% of miles driven on the road now. When autonomy comes in, that number over the next 10 years is going to be closer, I believe, to 15 to 20%. So because we're not yet a true alternative to car ownership, and I believe that as you bring autonomous and you bring the price of mobility down and make it available to everybody, everywhere, then we become a real alternative to car ownership, and that really opens up the market for us, but it also opens us up to many more competitors.
And is Google at the forefront of those competitors at the moment?
Google is one of many. I think that they've developed very strong autonomous technology, but what we think, which is exceptional, is having autonomous technology and the network under one roof, which allows us to use autonomous in a very practical way, nearer than you think.
There's an inherent attraction to light and being human. And I think on a very deep psychological level, light is this way in which we experience the energy surrounding us in a very personal manner. My name is Matt Dilling. I'm the founder of Light Bright Neon Studio, and we manufacture, produce, and restore neon works of art and design. Origins of the creative content of a lot of the work at Light Bright comes from a variety of sources. Sometimes people come with a napkin sketch, some people come with an Adobe Illustrator file, and we have a whole design team who then we kind of work together to help create layouts of what it might look like. Scale it up and create a paper template using a pen plotter. And that paper template actually becomes our guide for what we're going to bend the neon to. We take from the office into the glass shop. We pick out the right size tubing with the right color for the right size project. From there, we heat up the glass tubing. The torches heat the glass well in excess of 1,000 degrees in order for it to get into its molten state. We heat up and bend the glass tubing to match the template. One of our chandeliers has over 100 different bends in it. So each one of those bends has to be marked for a heated up bend. We also have to allow the glass to cool between the bends so that the next area can be worked on and heated up in its own unique fashion. It turns into spaghetti, and then we have to make sure that that spaghetti lines back up and cools to the template. We use a blow hose to connect our mouth to the tube, create a volume that's closed, and we can control the pressure in there with our mouth. There's just a variety of challenges that come up inherently in working with glass. Glass can crack due to stress, and sometimes you'll just have a batch that all it wants to do when it gets near a torch is crack. After we've bent various components, we have to go in using the crossfire or the hand torch and actually weld all of those pieces together. The last step on that is then to weld on electrodes onto either end. Each one of those steps is very, very specific. I draw inspiration from so many different experiences. It's hard to come up with one thing that's particular, but one of the ways that I really am able to connect with the creative is to float. Floating is a similar experience to meditation, to psychedelics. Going into a blackened room and laying out in a body of water and salt that's heated to your body temperature, and it allows for all sort of external stimulation to fall away. And your internal world really begins to bubble up and manifest. You really get to experience a different relationship to your mind. I think I work with neon because I can't not work with it. It's so challenging and so rewarding. And those things are so intertwined that there's no way of separating it out. I've learned so much and continue to learn so much by working with it. I find so much inspiration in working with it, and I just continue to experience new and different things through the medium. It's that close to me at this point. Once the neon tube is completed, we have to hook it up to our manifold for bombarding. The manifold is opened, a vacuum is drawn. We check the tube for leaks with our Tesla coil. We close the tube back off, and we heat it up using a very large and powerful transformer. As the tube is heated up, it releases anything that's not inert inside the tube, and we evacuate that out. We introduce the gas into it. application, we seal the tube off, sealing into that tube whatever gas we introduced into it. I think my favorite part of making a neon light is when I see it lit up for the first time. Different gases, when electrified, emit different wavelengths of light. Neon gas is this very bright orange, fiery red color. Argon gas creates a very intense blue, but that light output that is produced can then be expressed in a different wavelength by coating the inside of the tubes with a phosphor coating that takes that one wavelength of light and emits a different wavelength. We bring it over to the aging table where we hook it up to an age-in transformer and allow it to settle, age the gas in that we've introduced to it. There's always a stray particle of something left inside the tube. But that time that the oxide coating can act to scrub whatever is left inside the tube while things are getting settled into place. Once the tubes are aged in, we move on to our process of assembling two halves of the fixture together in a jig, gluing up the center of the fixture to its spindle. Once the adhesive dried, we would connect the wires from the fixture together into a transformer, and we turn on power and it lights up. Part of what we love about what we do here is that we try and put out into the world the kind of things that we'd like to see. I still am surprised when it lights up. I'm still excited when I get to see it illuminated. There's an ineffable quality to it. To me, it is this insight into the inner workings of the universe. It literally is. It's a way of looking at what is surrounding us in the cosmos in a new light.
Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled.
is Bloomberg Daybreak with Least, our top stories this morning.
The White House pushes the U.S. to reopen, but stocks fall as its top disease official warns against moving too fast. Anthony Fauci fears a new spike in infections.
The U.S. ramps up the anti-China drumbeat, blocking investment in Chinese stocks by a government retirement savings fund. We'll have the details.
And Saudi Aramco retains its massive dividend despite a 25% plunge in the profits, but signals it will keep spending in check amid the oil price crash.
It is 8 a.m. across the Emirates. This is Daybreak Middle East. I'm Yusuf Gamenadine in Dubai.
And I'm Anis Krennic right alongside you. Take a quick flash at the US futures. Yesterday was about a sobriety briefing from the health officials, from Fauci, from the Fed officials. It's about re-rating risk. You saw the markets drop by over 2%. We're just clawing ourselves back into the green this morning. Stan Druckenmiller says the risk reward in stocks is the worst that he's ever seen. We are living in a fantasy land if we think there's going to be a V-shaped recovery. And of course, he does say that the risk is the economic effects of the coronavirus will be long-term useless. So that's just another voice talking about the disconnect between a 30% rally in these markets versus the reality of 20 million people unemployed.
Yeah, in the meantime, we have some breaking lines hitting the Bloomberg on Malaysia. This is first quarter GDP expanding 0.7% year on year. The estimate was for a contraction of 1%. So a surprising pocket of growth coming through from Malaysia. Look out for the Malaysian ringgit at the moment trading to the upside in the overall picture. I want to get to some of the other movers at the moment in global markets because treasuries are advancing to session highs, and we saw that trend start overnight, led by the long end of the biggest ever 10-year auction. So at record low yields, the bid to cover ratio was the highest in 2 years. Then the New Zealand Central Bank, they doubled their quantitative easing program, and that sparked a move in the Kiwi dollar. Currently we're down 1.1%. They're also open to further interest rate cuts and even negative. So that is weighing on that trade. And then Brent crude at the moment down 1.7%. The folks at IHS expect demand to recover to pre-virus levels in the second half of 2021. Let's get to our top story. That President Trump's top infectious disease official is warning against reopening the economy too soon. Anthony Fauci told a Senate committee he's concerned about cities and states easing restrictions without meeting guidelines for deciding when it's safe.
There is a real risk that you will trigger an outbreak that you may not be able to control, which in fact, paradoxically, will set you back, not only leading to some suffering and death that could be avoided, but could even set you back on the road to trying to get economic recovery, because it would almost turn the clock back rather than going forward.
Meanwhile, the senior Fed officials are warning that the virus-led shutdown in the U.S. economy could trigger a decline of historic proportions with massive bankruptcies and further job losses. The St. Louis president, James Bullard, says there could be business failures on a wide scale that may prompt a new depression. Cleveland's Loretta Mester later said that the U.S. unemployment could exceed 20% as the virus fallout spreads. The chair, Jay Powell, speaks today. Let's bring in Binay Chandragothia, MD, multi-assets portfolio manager at Principal Global Investors. Good to have you with us, Binay. So if I reflect on the Fed, Anthony Fauci, and the re-rating of risk, was yesterday a sort of one of those sobriety moments of where we need to sit up and listen?
Yes, hi, good morning. Welcome. I'm glad to be on the show. Yes, indeed, markets had rallied a fair bit over the past 6 weeks. So the pace of increase had to slow down, and then it was timely with concerns about the ability to contain the virus immediately and restart life as we would like to restart. Concerns about U.S.-China trade tensions building up over the past few days as well. And just the fact that low short coverage, which was propelling market prices higher, seems to be out of the way. So it's a time for the markets to consolidate, evaluate developments on COVID-19 as well as in terms of the expectation that the growth should recover at some point in time over the next few weeks. And then from there on, the markets move higher. Of course, the Fed plays a very important...
If I could just flesh that out, Binay, in terms of what we're looking to get from the Fed, some of the initial signaling appears to be potentially around dividend. Randy Quarles, he's been speaking, and He says that what could happen is that it might be a crank up in the amount of capital that banks need to maintain due to the coronavirus. At the moment, some of the key financials with important dividend amounts include, of course, the likes of Wells Fargo, Citi, and JP Morgan. This is on a trailing 12-month basis. Why are you still bullish then on some of these names?
Yeah, no, it's an important element of the equation that we do expect the amounts given out by financials back to shareholders through both buybacks and dividends will come up this year. And given that financials will be an indirect beneficiary of all the programs being run by the Treasury and by the Fed to help the real economy, the financial story we think starts picking up more meaningfully at some point in time when growth starts recovering. At this stage, though, it seems like the secular growth idea that we've been kind of bullish on for a while now continues, as in you get companies which are growing their bottom lines on a secular basis. They are beneficiaries of the new way of living, the new way of working. They continue to get investor dollars, but there'll be a time when we will have COVID-19 behind us, and that will be the time to look at financials in a more meaningful way.
Vinay, one of the great debates is about what happens next in the inflation-deflation story, and there's something that we do need to talk about, and it is the numbers that we had yesterday. If we look at CPI falling the most on record, food prices ramping the most since 1974. But if we look at what the market expects, I was looking at some of the inflation floor pricing for the US. So inflation hitting zero. In the US, the pricing of that is so much more aggressive than it is in the EU or in the UK. So where do you come down on that disinflation story, deflation story, and how might you prepare for that?
Yeah, the best way to prepare for a deflation or a disinflation or a prolonged period of very low levels of price increases would be to have allocation to assets which respond favorably to low inflation. So the long Treasury bond, despite the pressures and needs from a very significantly expanded borrowing program from U.S. Treasury. And that's one asset. The other asset is, of course, gold, which does well both during periods of deflation or counterparty risk and periods of high inflation. So these are the two important hedges one could think of in multi-asset construct to hedge against things going southwards from here.
So in terms of valuations, Vinay, you take the commentary from Mr. Fauci overnight and the warnings from the Fed, and you look at the S&P 500 on a PE basis or whatever other metric you want to use, and you just can't help get away from a realization that this has gone a little bit too fast, too far. What would be a realistic entry point again with the S&P 500 if there is a sustained sell-off?
Yeah, that's a very fair comment. Valuations, if you're looking appealing at the end of March, are not looking as appealing now, given that markets have rallied. And of course, given the fact that earnings are being cut for all markets, including the U.S. So on headline PE, they are trading at about, I think, 20 times on 2020 PE. But we must recognize the fact that when the markets have factored in a recession, the earnings numbers go down rapidly, and therefore the markets look elevated on current earnings. But if you assume a longer-term earnings growth trajectory of 4 to 5%, and if you equate the markets relative to where bond yields are, then there is still some value. On our own portfolios, what we are looking to do is we will not be surprised if you get a correction, 5 to 10% drawdown expected after a rally of 30-35% in the lows. And if that happens, then we would look to reallocate back towards equities from our multi-asset strategies. We are looking to kind of add back there because from a medium-term perspective, equities still look like the best asset class for nominal returns going ahead.
Vinay, hold that thought. We still have a couple more things to talk about. That is Vinay Changothia. He stays with us. Still plenty more ahead on the program. This is Bloomberg. Trump administration has moved to block investments in Chinese stocks by a government retirement savings fund. President Trump has faulted Beijing over the spread of the coronavirus, and questions have arisen over how faithfully the Chinese government will adhere to the Phase 1 trade agreement. But is the the anti-China drumbeat from the U.S. political scene falling on deaf ears in markets? Binay Chandagotia, he's the Managing Director and Multi-Asset Portfolio Manager at Principal Global Investors. Binay, as you get a chance to digest the developments over the last 12 hours and looking at some of the important charts that we've put together, GTV Go for our clients, this is the story around Chinese imports of soybeans from the United States. You can see a little bit of progress after the Phase 1 trade deal, but then leveling off a little bit because of the coronavirus. Do we need to prepare for a new phase of tensions between the U.S. and China? The market might not be pricing in at this stage.
Yes, the market is not pricing in a renewal of tariffs or a cancellation of the Phase 1 trade deal between U.S. and China. Having said that, I believe and I hope that the current round of exchanges, verbal, is posturing ahead of the serious talks that are going to take place. Of course, the U.S. would want China to increase purchases, given that China seems to have recovered a lot better from the COVID-19 shutdown it was experiencing. On the other hand, the Chinese have a point that consumption has been pretty slow to pick up in China, and therefore there's only as much they can do. The additional constraint from the Chinese side would be that commodity prices have dropped so much that they have to scale up the quantity significantly to make up the $200 billion commitment for this year. Our hope is that they will come to a mutual agreement on how to resolve this, because frankly speaking, from an economic perspective, no side can afford a failure of the deal and therefore go back to high tariffs on mutual exports of goods and services. Therefore, we hope that this is posturing and results in a fair outcome for the markets. But of course,
and I think the point that you make is that if there is a cancellation of the Phase 1 deal, that is the real risk to the market. But you've taken some positions on Chinese tech and its offshore tech in terms of your overall portfolio construct. So you're still quite constructive, but just lean into the China aspect of the story for us.
Yes, indeed. We are still constructive in China. Chinese earnings profile seems to be the strongest in the region. You look at bottom-up estimates for offshore Chinese equities or even onshore Chinese equities. They are the highest in all of Asia. And of course, just the fact that China is ahead of the curve in COVID-19, they have so much of power to stimulate the economy monetarily as well as fiscally, makes us more comfortable. Also that a lot of other markets in Asia are behind on the COVID curve, and they will have their moments of recovery maybe somewhere down the line, and that will be a better time to get exposure to those markets.
Binay, thank you very much. Binay Chandagotia, MD, Multi-Assets Portfolio Manager at Principal Global Investors. Thank you for being with us this morning. Oil markets are on the move, and Dan Broulette's been speaking. You can hear all about it right here on Daybreak Middle East. It's Bloomberg.
Bloomberg Television is reinventing one of the most iconic brands in financial television for a new audience.
Consistency is more important than volatility.
There's very likely to be a decoupling between the United States and China.
Look, I think the reality is this is highly unusual.
This is a really good example of the intersection of business and government.
Join me to see the news program for the clever investor. This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week.
was actually poor.
No foreplay?
Eat your bag of Lay's with a smile on your face.
If all the diseases have been taken, I'll take a tax.
Volkswagen's luxury brand Lamborghini has resumed making cars again at its facility in northern Italy. The chairman and CEO Stefano Domenicali spoke to Bloomberg about the demand for luxury cars as more countries reopen their economies.
I think, guys, there is one thing that we need to consider. First of all, as you were saying, we are 95% export, so the production is all around the world. Main market for us is US. China is growing rapidly. And I have to say, one important factor that for us it is very, very good, I have to say, that we didn't receive any cancellation of order. I can see, I would say, for the great majority of our customers, that there is not a problem of liquidity. The problem is the right environment in which they're going to perform a purchase of a luxury good, like a car. If everything is closed or shut down, it's difficult to have the right environment to buy. What I can see today, for example, in South Korea, we didn't lock any dealer, and the request and the demand is still very strong. China started back again, signals are positive, but this is the week where I would say 90% of our dealer network is reopened back again. There will be different sensibility, different protocol. That's why it's fundamental to understand how the market will evolve. I do believe that our segment will be good after the first months, on which is just a matter of being not in the right mood. It's not a problem of being liquid enough. So we need to be prudent. We need to understand how we can be flexible in order to foresee what will be the demand next year in order to plan. The order backlog is very good on us, but it's important now that the market will react in the right way. We use these weeks not to stop. We use this week, for example, to launch virtually with the augmented reality, also thanks to Apple application, to launch the new Huracan Evo Spider 2-wheel drive. We had a great success in terms of contacts. We really hope to back to physical reality because that's where a product like Lamborghini should be.
Stefano, when do you anticipate Italy will be out of recession and that numbers will go up again? What's your forecast for sales of Lamborghinis?
Well, I think that no one has a crystal ball here in front of us. We can see in all these webinar different numbers, different situation. I think we need to be prudent. Italy for sure is suffering a lot in this moment. As you know, in the GPD, the number is going minus 10%, even more. In Italy, for us, it's a small market. We sell 4% of our production. I do believe, the first months will be very, very difficult. And I do really hope that the system that the regional government has to put in place to relaunch all the segment of our industry has to start up as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be difficult. But for Lamborghini, for sure, is not the main market. But as an Italian, we really do hope that the normality will be back to trace as soon as possible.
Are we going to see a plug-in hybrid Aventador this year? Are we going to see a plug-in hybrid Urus this year? Or do you think actually what is going on around the world is going to prevent either of those two things happening?
I can be direct to you because I'm like this, not this year, but for sure that's the plan for the future. We're going to be hybrid with our model cars. We're going to keep, our portfolio full with new products, new idea, because we are in a great moment of our brand. Very successful last year. The first 2 months of this year was huge. Now we need to restart the journey from that moment, but the products that we're going to have will be completed with the hybridization models in the short term for sure.
Stefano Domenicali, they're sitting in a Lamborghini chair, according to my co-host. He'd like one. Takata now, it's facing a conundrum to cut production. And possibly let Australia claim the title of the world's biggest natural gas exporter, or add to the surplus and risk a repeat of the price crash that actually happened in the oil market. Simone Foxman has been judging the debate. So, there's a lot at stake here. Give up a crown or settle a market. Which way will they roll the dice, Simone? Good morning.
Good morning, Manus. Yeah, and the concern here is not just that we'll see a crash in natural gas prices, but that they could go negative like we saw in the oil market. So a pretty dramatic crash. Now, Qatar is in an interesting position of deciding whether or not it wants to continue forcing supplies to Europe to make up for lost business in Asia. That's what would potentially cause negative pricing because inventories there could fill up as soon as July. Now, for Qatar, most of its contracts are linked to oil, so it's in some ways less dependent upon pricing in the spot markets, but it actually needs to sell its stock to support fiscal health. And prices for oil, as we know, have been bad, well below what Qatar was expecting. Now, the possibility for natural gas prices to go negative is a real thing. They have gone negative before. In 2006, for example, there was a new pipeline from Norway to the UK that caused gas prices there to move negative. But the one thing here that may not cause quite as dramatic of a move is the fact that there are more physical players in this market than there are in the oil market. There aren't as many retail investors. And also we could see producers, suppliers, Russia, the US, around the world cut production to be able to curb output before we get into a situation where there's just no room for all the LNG and the natural gas that we have.
Simone, Egypt's inflows of hard currencies has sort of started to slow dramatically. Tourism is drying up. Remittances from abroad are slowing as well. I haven't sent any money back, that's for sure. But shares jumped in Egypt yesterday in trade. What was the main driver there?
Yeah, well, the key, and I'm sure you've been watching closely, is this IMF emergency funding agreed yesterday to pledge about $2.8 billion in emergency funding for Egypt. Now, this is part of the rapid financing instrument. This is sort of an emergency instrument, not part of the broader program. This was requested by Egypt last month to help it cover some current account gaps. The IMF also had some lovely language, in fact, about Egypt's turnaround, which was that the remarkable turnaround prior to the COVID-19 shock, and that the country was well on its way to correcting some of the economic imbalances. Now, analysts believe that this loan will help other channels open up. Naeem Holdings saying that the company could secure up to about $10 billion in funding based on, I guess, just confidence overall in Egypt's economy on the back of this IMF loan.
Let's pivot to Turkey. We've got one of the big supermarket operators, Migros, Ticaret, absolutely ramping it up yesterday. Now, this is around investment. So what is the backdrop?
Yeah, so investors like this company because they believe in the Turkish retail supermarket sector. Frankly, shoppers are making fewer trips to the stores, but the ticket sizes that they are coming away with, their receipts are just bigger, according to Renaissance Capital, a note from an analyst there. And that's broadly supportive for the food retail generally. Migros has been a key beneficiary of this. It has expanded dramatically by 5 times its online capacity, and it's converted some of its outlets to dark stores just for web-based customers. Last week, it reported better than expected earnings, a rise of 30% in sales in the first quarter, and that adding to a pretty dramatic run here. Not only up 35% this year, but up 176% in the past 12 months. Manis, Youssef.
Simone, thank you very much. Simone Foxman, our correspondent in Doha. So let's stay to play in our Middle East markets. Let's flick it across, have a look at the global perspective. A lot of re-rating of risk going on this morning. The Druckenmiller note, I think, you got S&P futures, Yusuf. We were down nearly 2% yesterday. And really that was a reminder from Fauci that, as it was, the reopening risk is live. And Bullard warning from the Fed that depression risk is live. And today we hear from Jay Powell. So that could set the tone as we re-rate risk. Equities were down by 2% pretty much across the board yesterday in the United States.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of gloomy economic data from all parts of the world. And so to see the numbers that we saw in Malaysia at the top of the hour was a positive surprise, to say the least. The first quarter GDP expanding 0.7% year on year. The market had been looking for a contraction of 1%. That getting reflected then cross-asset in the Malaysian play. The bank adding color, saying they are going to be ready to use policy levers to sustain the recovery, and they are going to conduct ringgit liquidity operations. But it's, of course, part of a wider central bank intervention that we're seeing more broadly, especially with the Kiwi.
Yeah, if you look at what the RBNZ did today, they doubled the asset purchase program. They said that they want the banking system to be ready by Christmas for negative rates. And I think what caught my eye is that Mr. Orr at the RBNZ said, I'm not sure that we're going to create a large currency war. So therein lies the point. They're ready to go negative. And if you reflect back, HSBC, Stephen Major joined Nerich and myself and said Australia and New Zealand set the tone, le tête peloton, for central bank policy. This is Bloomberg.
Another day of risk off across the financial markets. We bring you special coverage of all the price action and implications here on Bloomberg Television.
Saudi Aramco has retained its massive dividend despite a 25% plunge in profit. The oil giant also signaled it will keep spending in check as it braces for deeper damage from the oil price slump. A lot of lines to digest. Let's get the full perspective of Bloomberg's Matthew Martin. Matt, so what stood out to you then as the company tried to lay out its case for the rest of the year?
Well, I think, as you say, the most significant thing here is they are committing to pay an $18.75 billion dividend for the first quarter. So that I think is an indication that the board is confident that they will be able to hit the $75 billion that they had committed to paying in dividends in the IPO. The question, of course, really is going to be, in the first quarter, if you look at the financial results, it says that they managed to average the average price for their crude that they sold was $51.8 a barrel. Whether that is a feat that they're going to be able to achieve again in the second quarter, with prices now hovering around $30 a barrel, that looks particularly unlikely. So that means that to keep up the pace of these massive quarterly dividends, they're probably going to have to borrow some more money in the second quarter to pay for that, because they've also got big other commitments coming up, like, of course, this acquisition of SABIC, which is expected to close in the next few weeks.
They might get a discount on that, Matthew. Good morning to you. It's Manus. Let's run through some simple maths here. Other people's math, not mine. Free cash flow, $15 billion. That is less than the dividend. That's a shocking headline. Effectively, Aramco would end up borrowing, which is not a sustainable long-term position, Alliance Bernstein's words. This has huge political ramifications because this jewel in the Saudi crown was the vehicle of payment. It's owned by 98% by the government, isn't it? That's the real risk.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you only have to look at the announcements that came out of the finance minister earlier on this week about having to trim down some of the government spending, just to indicate how important this dividend is to the Saudi government and to the Saudi budget, which is already coming under strain. I mean, I think from Aramco's perspective, if you look at the gearing ratio, that they've actually, their net cash position actually increased this quarter. So they had even more cash sitting around unused at the end of this quarter than they did last quarter. They still have the proceeds from their $12 billion bond issue, which they did last year. That's still on the balance sheet as well. So they have plenty of scope to borrow right now. The question is, of course, going to be, as you mentioned, this is not a sustainable long-term strategy. And if you look at the other oil majors, we've seen them getting deeper and deeper into debt as they borrow to try and fund big capex programs and big dividends. Aramco's at the beginning of a similar journey, but coming in from a much stronger position. But it's still an unsustainable path long term.
Matt, here's what I struggle with. A lot of our global investing audience, they are keen to hear from the CEO or the CFO around earnings season, get a little bit more context, be able to ask some questions. That did not happen with Saudi Aramco this quarter run. Can you tell me a little bit about how difficult it was to get access and to put in some of the Bloomberg contributions?
Well, I think the company is sticking with this format. I think where they will give media access to executives sort of twice a year around full year results. They did have a media call this quarter. They didn't do one. I think given the sensitivities that there are in the market around at the moment, I think they are possibly trying to keep their head low a little bit. But of course, the flip side of that, of course, is that every other big oil company is holding annual general meetings that investors and reporters are allowed to go and attend. They're holding earnings calls and doing interviews with the likes of us and others. And as much as Aramco now wants to be benchmarked against all of these other big oil companies as an investment, then I think also from some of this sort of transparency perspective as well, then it's going to be benchmarked by the same token against them.
Well, there you go, Matthew. Thank you very much. As you say, maybe we'll get a little bit more access as the year goes along. Matthew Martin reporting on the Aramco numbers. Now, staying with the oil market as a theme, you got oil rising to a 5-week high. The U.S. government lowering its oil output forecast for this year. But it slipped as Anthony Fauci gave his warning about the reopening of America just too soon. Energy Secretary Dan Brulette told Bloomberg that prices are starting to stabilize. Production is coming back in line with the economy as it picks up.
We now have 23 states that are opening up. There are local economies that represents roughly 40% of the gasoline demand in the United States. We're starting to see oil prices stabilize. I think it's very important to note that, this increase is good for consumers in the sense that jobs are protected all across the economy. And we've seen no dramatic impact on gasoline prices across the country, which I think is very important as well.
So, Mr. Secretary, take us behind the scenes a little bit if you can. We know that President Trump has a very good relationship with the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman. Was that cut at all something that the president helped encourage or even arrange?
The president has been personally engaged in this conversation for the last few weeks. As we talked about in the past, OPEC began its conversations around the March timeframe, early March timeframe, and Saudi Arabia and Russia got themselves into a bit of a dispute over their production numbers. And when the Saudis decided to take some actions right at the beginning of this pandemic, that led to both increased production and a reduction in the pricing of oil across the world. It impacted the U.S. producers very dramatically, and the president saw that early. He engaged with the heads of state in both countries, both Russia. He's talked to President Putin several times, and he's also engaged personally with the King of Saudi Arabia. The point of those conversations is to bring stability to the marketplace and stability to the producing community, and that's really our goal here.
Is there any risk that actually the U.S. production may come back too far too fast? I mean, I just read there's Energy Transfer LP came out and said that at least in the Permian Basin, that actually shale's coming back quite fast. It went down about 8%, and now a full quarter of that is back online. Are you at all concerned that that might undermine some of the efforts here to stabilize the oil price?
No, I don't think so, David. I think what we're going to see here very shortly, if you're familiar with our Energy Information Administration, what we refer to as EIA, they just put out a report about an hour or so ago that talks about the economic boom that I think we're just on the verge of seeing. So the third and fourth quarters in 20 and certainly into 21 are going to be very, very robust. So the production will come back online as this economy begins to take off. And if you look at those numbers, I think you'll see that what the president has referred to as a V-shaped recovery looks very clear in the charts right now. So you'll see the production tend to match that V-shaped curve.
Let's talk about another restriction that, as I understand, you put into place, and that is on imports of power grid equipment from adversaries. It's taken, and I'm not saying this, I'm not putting words in your mouth, but it's taken by many to really refer to China. It raises the larger question about supply chains around the world that a lot of people are asking right now. What was the threat that you saw, the risk that you saw that required that restriction?
Sure. So what happened, David, the president issued an executive order about a week or so ago now. What we've identified are certain threats within our bulk, what we refer to as the bulk power electric grid. It's the pieces or the components that make up the electric grid that provide the enormous amounts of electricity that keep the lights on in our major cities. And what we have seen is that the supply chains have moved from the United States to other parts of the world, and in certain cases to parts of the world that candidly don't have our interest at heart, and they're adversarial countries. And what we began to see is the imposition of certain types of technology into some of these components that make up the grid that would allow data transfer. It would allow manipulation of the grid in certain cases. And that's very, very concerning for us because if you think about, where we are today in this pandemic, if someone who was, not aligned with our goals in the United States, who, again, didn't have our interest at heart, decided to turn the lights off in New York City, then those hospitals go dark. And that's a very, very concerning situation for us. So the president rightfully recognized this. We have begun the process of evaluating the grid. We'll be working with the industry players, both at the governmental level as well as the private industry level.
The U.S. Energy Secretary there, Dan Brulette. We'll get more into some of the key regional investing themes next. This is Bloomberg.
In San Francisco, a lot of tech action today.
Our top stories this morning in D.C. and
the Dow and the S&P.
Shall we? So the euro on a 7-day
sizable moves in the currency market, which is down 0.5%.
We begin in the oil patch. Saudi Arabia.
Brent crude pretty much unchanged.
Welcome to Bloomberg, the first word Asia.
The U.S. and Japan duke it out over exchange
China's slumping onshore bond market is great.
Moody's estimates that if fully implemented without additional exemptions, Saudi Arabia's VAT hike will lower the oil price it needs to balance the budget by around $14 to $15 a barrel from $79 in 2019. The statement adds the announced VAT hike is likely to be a more durable fiscal adjustment measure, improving the budget structure and reducing Saudi Arabia's fiscal vulnerability past 2020. Let's get more on this with Hani bin Maluka. He is the FIM partner, CEO, and CIO. Welcome back to the program, Hani. Your research makes the point that these latest moves should be seen, just as Moody's points out, in a positive light. Does that mean you're willing to step into the Saudi investing space right now?
I don't know about the conclusion, but definitely I agree with the fact that this will bring stability to Saudi from a macro perspective. These are much needed reform, as you know, in light of much lower oil price and potentially lower price for a long time. So I think increasing VAT and cutting some of the civil servant benefits does make sense in this context. And my view is that there may be other measures targeted towards cutting more subsidies that will help the break-even point for Saudi Arabia. Now, in terms of investment, I think it's definitely credit positive, for sure. It shows that Saudi is willing to take the pain and understand the implication of the current commodity price situation. From an equity perspective, it's obviously a different story. These measures bring pain to consumer, and there is no way to interpret as positive for equities.
Hedi, great to have you with us this morning. You talk about the premium within the Saudi market relative to the UAE and relative to Egypt, and you say even with the prices retracing, you say that Saudi market is trading at a multiple of 19 times, putting it at a 50% premium to the UAE and to Egypt. My question to you is, does the valuation of Saudi roll over given everything that we've heard in the news flow, or do the other valuations rise? How does that gap close? What is the alpha driver of those differentials?
Yeah, I mean, look, Saudi definitely, at least optically, looks expensive compared to the rest of the region. You mentioned Egypt and UAE, but in general, it does look expensive, and it does look expensive even when compared to EM. It has always traded at a premium, to be fair, but this premium has expanded significantly. Look, there is a demand-supply dynamic for equities, which is local, that puts a bit of a bid on equity prices in Saudi Arabia. So, and there is, I think, slightly misplaced optimism on the recovery shape of the current crisis. So my view is, with the Q2 numbers out, there will be a realization that the pain is there and can sustain itself, especially for consumer names, petchem names in the short term. And therefore, that can serve as a trigger to a potential correction in the market. But look, what's happening today in the market cannot be looked at across the board. You need to think sectors and the implication for consumers, but also for petchems, for banks, etc. You cannot just think of it as a better play in Saudi Arabia. That's my view.
Hedi, in the United Arab Emirates and in Dubai in particular, I mean, the Emirates is hurting. The family businesses here in the city have come together and they put a letter of recommendations up to the higher branches of government. And their call, among other things, is for reduction in the VAT from 5% to 2%, maybe delay some of the payments as well. Is that going to be enough to really make a difference, especially for some of the real estate plays that have been completely slammed?
No, I disagree with that recommendation to start with on the VAT. I think the implementation of the 5% VAT is a big win for the UAE in the long term. They needed to collect tax, and I think 5% is not a high number. It's actually a very low number, and it should stay there. There are other measures to stimulate the economy. I think the one that you want to see is more spending in this period, which is difficult to do. Now, when it comes to the real estate market, and real estate developers in general, I think the picture is very negative. And apart from the Amars and Aldars, which are likely to consolidate more and that have the balance sheet and access to funding, the rest are going to have an extremely tough time. I don't see much value in the equity value of real estate developers here. It's a combination of things. You think that prices definitely are going to go lower because you entered this crisis with a bad dynamic from a supply-demand perspective. Collections of receivables is going to be very difficult and can be actually get even more difficult with acceleration of the price correction as people lose their equity value, then they are less likely to pay. So you have a crisis at their income statement of the developer, but also at the balance sheet level, because they will struggle to collect receivable down the line. So I would definitely stay away from the real estate sector. Some people argue, look, that the prices has come very close to replacement costs or development costs. I think it's a bad argument. We will go lower than that as people raise or developers raise cash, and therefore they will be willing to sell at a loss. There is no doubt about that. So a pretty grim picture on the real estate side.
Hedi, thank you very much. Holding your powder dry on buying any new apartments or real estate in Dubai. Hedi Ben Maluka with a warning in terms of the valuations there. He is FIM Partners CEO and CIO to Australia. A record. They've raised $19 billion in a syndicated loan across the market. In terms of the bids, there was a complete bid frenzy. $53.5 billion worth of bids. $19 billion was raised. The maturity, Yusuf, was 2030. That gives you a yield to maturity on this paper of over 1%. Veritably high yield.
Absolutely, yeah. And it's such a busy day for central banks around the world because we had, of course, the RBNZ, and then we had the Bank of Negara in Malaysia, and we're still going to hear from Mr. Powell later on in the day, so that leaves investors with a lot to consider. We're going to get into some of the weeds of different angles of the global story. This is Bloomberg.
I'm David Weston. Bloomberg Television is reinventing one of the most iconic brands in financial television for a new audience. Join me to see the news program for the clever investor. This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week.
Commodity investing is more than buying gold and oil. From coffee and corn to cattle and natural gas, many sectors drive the commodity markets. And the Bloomberg Commodity Index covers them all. With exposure across 23 traded commodities, Bloomberg is the standard for diversification in commodity markets. With full transparency, measure and monitor your investment performance against the benchmark used by commodity professionals globally. More than gold and oil. The Bloomberg Commodity Index.
Worsening tensions between the US and China are prompting many analysts to warn of a new Cold War chill. The Council of Foreign Relations say such a breakdown in relations would be short-sighted. President Richard Haas told Bloomberg that Washington should push back on Beijing where appropriate, but not prevent cooperation.
This is the most important relationship of our era, Scarlett. Just like, say, the U.S.-Soviet relationship defined the second half of the 20th century, the Franco-German-British relationship defined the first half of the 20th century, as goes the U.S.-Chinese relationship, so will go a lot of the 21st century. And if we end up in something like the Cold War, which is possible, but thankfully by no means inevitable, imagine how much more difficult it will be to tackle issues like climate change, to prevent or manage future pandemics, to deal with, say, a North Korean nuclear or Iranian nuclear challenge. So we don't want this to happen. But could it happen? obviously. But that to me is a challenge to American and Chinese foreign policy to statecraft, if you will.
So, Richard, I mean, part of that challenge, though, is trying to sort of get an understanding of what China's ambitions are. And you draw a line back to the 1970s and the reforms back then under Deng Xiaoping, and you go all the way to today with Xi Jinping. I mean, how do you sort of assess what China, or at least what Xi Jinping's China, wants to be, and how should the U.S. then respond to that?
Well, it's a big question, and there's a big debate. I'll give you my point of view. I think the biggest preoccupation for Xi Jinping is to keep the primacy of his own position. He abolished term limits, as you know, keep the Communist Party paramount, maintain what they would define as the territorial integrity of China. So they want to stop liberalism in Hong Kong. They want to stop any separatism. They're worried about what happens with Taiwan and obviously oppose any independence movement there. They also want to have a lot of influence over their part of the world in the Asia Pacific. So for us, the challenge is how do we criticize Chinese behavior at home when it warrants it over things like the repression of the Uyghur minority, over their violation of their commitments in Hong Kong? And how do we work with our allies in the region, South Korea, Japan, Australia, and others, to push back against Chinese extension of their power and their claims? That's a familiar challenge in foreign policy. What's different here is we want to do it in such a way to push back where necessary, but not preclude cooperation on something like climate change, and not to kill off entirely the economic relationship.
One thing that I find really interesting is that it seems like China keeps getting in its own way. And I think about the way that China wants to step into the global leadership vacuum, but it ends up being kind of clumsy about it, especially with how it's treating Europe, for instance. Has Beijing missed its opportunity, or do you think that it still has plenty of time to exercise its soft power effectively?
It's really interesting what you point out. Look, they've hurt themselves with the whole pandemic. The fact that it broke out either in a wet market that never should have been open or out of a laboratory, and then the Chinese silenced the critics, the public health experts. They allowed people with the virus to leave Wuhan. So day after day after day, China mishandled this challenge. Their authoritarian system is not an attractive model in places like Europe or much else of the world, which is democratic. So I actually think there are limits on China's appeal. And I think that's something that, the real question is, can we compete with it? And it's both an opportunity and a challenge for us. Can we show, for example, that the way we are dealing with the pandemic is superior to them? So far, I don't think we've covered ourselves in glory.
Order canceled.
We've got to show
Order
that Western
canceled.
democracies,
Order canceled.
that our economies
Order canceled.
offer
Order
a
canceled.
better path. There's a competition of example. And right now, neither side is distinguishing itself.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, we are supposed to get that National People's Congress next week, Richard. Are you expecting to hear anything from that Congress that would maybe give us a little bit of insight into maybe the direction that Xi is going to push China?
I think what we're going to see is a lot of boasting or confident statements about how well China's done dealing with the pandemic. No admission of mistakes or responsibility. It's just not in their DNA. But also they're going to appeal, I think, to nationalist instincts, the idea that the United States or other parts of the world are critical of China. They're there to block China's rise and so forth. So I think what Xi is going to try to do is distract attention to some extent from the slowdown of economic growth over the mishandling of the pandemic, and in some ways wrap himself in the flag.
Some breaking lines hitting the Bloomberg from Tesla. Red headline, in fact, after initial deliberations with the key county in California, Alameda County, now we understand that the county and Tesla had productive talks on safety plans, and the county is adding that the company can start to augment minimum business operations. Comes off the back of a very heated back and forth between Elon Musk and the Alameda County. And just overnight, we had Donald Trump, the U.S. president, endorsing the reopening of Tesla.
Yep. This goes to the core of what Anthony Fauci has warned about yesterday. It was a very sobering day in terms of the markets and how we reacted. His warning, which was, look, you could actually lose ground. All the good ground that you've gained, you could lose that if you reopen too quickly without the appropriate measures in place. We'll debate that in the next hour as Tesla comes to an agreement with California and the Aussies raise money in the bond market.
Fuel, corn, livestock, precious metals. Commodities are everywhere, and so is Bloomberg. Bloomberg commodity indices deliver leading benchmarks for true diversification. Adding commodity exposure can help hedge against inflation and diversify your stock and bond portfolios. With full data transparency and broad distribution, the Bloomberg suite of commodity indices is your measure for the commodity markets. With Bloomberg, you've got the markets covered.
Yet another day of risk off across the financial markets. We bring you special coverage of all the price action and implications here on Bloomberg Television.
Founded more than a century ago from humble origins, L'Oréal is now the world's biggest beauty products company. Specializing in cosmetics, hair, and skincare, it boasts an international portfolio of 34 brands and has a market cap of more than 105 billion euros. At the helm, a man who's dedicated his entire career to the company. Over 4 decades, he's covered all facets of the business. Today, on Leaders with Lacroix, we meet Jean-Paul Agon, Chairman and CEO of L'Oréal.
Monsieur Agon, thank you so much for speaking to Bloomberg.
Pleasure.
What happened to L'Oréal in the last 10 years? Innovation, your share price has grown. Was it exciting times?
Yeah, very exciting. You know, I started as a CEO 10 years ago. It has been 10 years very exciting. Of course, we had a crisis in 2008 and 9. But globally, the business has been very good. We have been growing, acquiring brands, launching new products, gaining market shares everywhere in Europe, USA, China. No, very exciting, fantastic.
What's been the most fun?
In fact, the most fun has been the past 3-4 years, because thanks to the digital revolution, everything has been transformed. And as I tell my teams, I think that this industry, our business, our company has more changed in the past 3 years than in the previous 30 years. So it's an amazing time, extremely exciting.
So is this the way you sell, or is it the way that people actually look at makeup?
No, in fact, it's the relationship between brands and consumers. In fact, the digital has completely transformed the relationship between the two. Before that, brands were talking to consumers, pushing towards them information or whatever. But now the consumer has taken the power. The consumer decides how he wants to see the brands, what he wants to know, what he wants to discover them. Digital, in fact, creates a relationship that has nothing to do with what existed before.
But isn't it much more difficult, therefore, to control your brand?
Yeah, but at the same time, it's more exciting, and it enriches the relationship. So now, thanks to digital, we can communicate the content of our brands. We can do tutorials to explain how the products work, how they should be used. We can have a personalized relationship with consumers. So it's a completely new dimension. It's much more rich and exciting.
So what sells at the moment? Is it the luxury brands or is it the more consumer brands?
This year, luxury. This year, luxury has been booming everywhere, mostly with Chinese consumers. Chinese consumers are fantastic. They love beauty, they love luxury, they love our brands, and our business with Chinese consumers everywhere has been booming.
L'Oréal's global reach stretches across 140 countries. About 2/3 of its sales are generated outside of Europe. Much attention has shifted to China, where strong demand for high-end lipstick and perfume is driving growth.
谁说爽肤水都一样？不。
In 2015, China surpassed France to become the group's second biggest market behind the United States. Some of the success is being attributed to selfies, with camera-conscious millennials buying more makeup than ever before to look good instantly.
Have you had to adapt to the Chinese market?
Yeah, in fact, the products we sell, not for all brands, because the luxury brands, for example, are the same all over the world, of course, but for our mass brands like L'Oréal, like Maybelline, the product that we sell in China are formulated in China by Chinese, in our Chinese labs.
Because of regulation?
Not only, but also because we want to create the products that are absolutely right for them, especially skincare, because their needs, their skin, their aspirations are specific, are different. So we formulate in our Chinese labs, we manufacture in our Chinese factories, and L'Oréal now L'Oréal Paris is the #1 beauty brand in China.
I've also been reading that one of the most popular products is actually a homemade, I guess, range of cosmetics wear, which is favored by the wife of the president, President Xi.
Yeah, it's a great brand, but still the #1 beauty brand in China, the preferred beauty brand by Chinese women is L'Oréal Paris. They call it with the Chinese name. It's Pali Olaya, which is beautiful, by the way. And it's great because the L'Oréal Paris is the number 1 beauty brand for Chinese, for Americans, for Europeans, for Russians, everywhere. So it's a great
not bad.
Satisfaction. Yeah,
so,
not bad.
So tell me about your success in China. Is it through distribution? Is it through ads? Is it through celebrities? What's the attraction for your brand by the Chinese?
The reason of success of our brands everywhere is always the same. It's #1 quality. We for all our brands, our absolute priority is the quality and safety of our products, and it's something that the Chinese respect a lot. It's very important for them. #1, innovation. Innovation is extremely important. It's an industry where you have to innovate a lot. More than 15% of our products every year are new in order to keep innovation flowing very strongly. Of course, it's the imagery of the brands. Brands like Yves Saint Laurent, Lancôme, Giorgio Armani, L'Oréal Paris. It's a beautiful imagery, and Chinese consumers are very sensitive to that. They like it.
Is the U.S. tough? A tough market?
The U.S. this year is a bit tougher, a bit softer, let's say. It's not really tough, but it's a bit softer. Certainly softer than China. But it depends. Last year the U.S. was very good. So every year, it's funny because every year the market, roughly globally, is more or less growing at 4%, but it's never made exactly the same way.
But so how difficult is it to predict what will work and what won't? Why am I using this mascara, not the other mascara? Why am I using this foundation, not the other?
Again, it's very, when you when you know well your consumers, when you understand their desires, when you can guess their dreams or expectations, then you can really create what they will love.
What will the next 4 years bring? Is there a specific market that you think will grow more? Is it, for example, men's cosmetics or something else?
Digital, I think, will be the most important element of transformation of the market. So definitely we're going to see the e-commerce growing. For example, e-commerce in China is already more than 30% of our sales for our mass market brands. So it's huge. So we're going to see digital growing. We're going to see probably new channels also emerging, like specialty stores, our own stores. We are very big in also growing segment is the travel retail, the stores in the airports, because more and more people are traveling. So I think there will be new channels. In terms of regions, of course, the emerging markets are still growing, and our categories are growing too. Makeup has been booming for 2 or 3 years. I think it's going to keep booming. Skincare is growing too. So honestly, I'm very optimistic about the short-term, middle-term, and long-term perspective of this industry.
What do you think you spend most of your innovation on? Is it, for example, making a lipstick that lasts longer? Is it kind of changing it a little bit? I know you have so many products, it's unfair.
And a few secrets.
And a few secrets, but you can tell us, we're amongst friends. We were talking about what the next 4 years will bring, and it's a lot more e-commerce. How do I choose my makeup online? It must be difficult to choose the right coloring.
No, because now you have some technologies that are amazing. You can test online on your cell phone, for example, simulate the application of the makeup on your face, and then you see yourself with with the lips covered with the lipstick you want, the shade you need, the powder, the mascaras. You know, I did a demonstration of that to my board, you know, completely made up, and it was, they were ecstatic.
Was that for the launch of the app?
Yeah.
And so they said yes.
Yeah, I wanted
Fantastic.
I wanted to share with the board the fantastic progress of technology. It's amazing.
Oh, I could look like pure reds. Oh, wow.
The lipstick is moving with my mouth, and I know that I don't have any on.
It's like Amy Winehouse flips. It's brilliant. I can't stop looking at myself.
So this is amazing because you also have to then change, I guess, your research and development. How much of the overall cost goes on actual digital products?
Well, it's difficult to say because it's everywhere, in every brand, in every division. But what I can say is that now, more in terms of media, 1/3 of all the media that we do now goes on digital. In terms of e-commerce, 7% roughly of the sales that we do go on e-commerce through digital, and it's growing 30% a year. So there is a shift happening, which is extremely fast, extremely strong.
The company that invented the platinum blonde is constantly innovating and developing new products as consumer demand changes. At its lab in Paris, scientists have studied more than 7,000 types of hair and are now experimenting with 3D printing. The hope is to one day help people suffering from hair loss. L'Oréal's already created fake skin to avoid testing products on animals and invented a UV patch to monitor exposure to the sun's rays.
We have the #1 R&D facilities in the world. We are spending roughly 3.5% of our sales in research and innovation. And obviously, the most important topics are hair, skin, and hair. This is where we invent and create new formulations for hair care, hair color, all type of hair products.
You also have a patch?
Yeah.
Is that right?
UV patch.
A UV patch, so you put it on to see when you're overexposed to the sun.
Yeah, it's a creation that was made 2 years ago that we presented at the Consumer Electronics Show in Vegas last year. And it's a UV patch, you put it on your skin, and it's linked to your cell phone. And it calls you or it rings when your exposure to UV has been too high. It's a fantastic tool.
So do you think though there's going to be more of a trend, which I guess is between the cosmetics and the healthcare?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and also with internet, you know, this triangle between beauty, health of the skin or hair, and Internet of Things is creating new opportunities, and that going to be very useful for consumers.
What do you like about your job the most?
I love understanding people. You know, I think that one of my strengths is the capacity of empathy with consumers. So I have this capacity to understand, to feel, to guess what consumer want, what is their desires, sometimes their dreams, and then to be able to formulate products that will respond to these dreams.
Do you believe you have to take risks to innovate, or actually, do you?
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, because every innovation by definition is a bet. Every launch is a bet. It's like a new film or a new movie or new music. You never know in advance. But that's the magic of it.
So what do you think you spend most of your innovation on? Is it, for example, making a lipstick that lasts longer? Is it kind of changing it a little bit? I know you have so many products. It's unfair.
And a few secrets.
And a few secrets. But you can tell us. We're amongst friends.
No, we are working on all categories. You know, we have 3,500 researchers from many departments, and they are all working on all type of cosmetics, skincare, hair care, hair color, all sun care, and because fundamentally, as I told you, we really believe first and foremost in terms of efficacy and quality. So the mission of the company, which is beauty for all, is also not only beauty for all, but the best of beauty, the best quality, the best performance, the best efficacy, the best safety, and that keeps us busy.
3,500 researchers.
Yeah.
How long does it take from, I don't know, who has a concept of, for example, a new product, until that product being on the shelf for someone to buy?
Depends. Can be very quick when the formulation is easy. Can take maybe 6 months, or when for example, the marketing guy has a vision, has a dream, but the labs don't know exactly how to formulate it. Can take 2 years, 3 years. Really depends.
Mega volume on top, mega volume on bottom. Share it with your friends and buy makeup instantly.
One of the criticisms often leveled at the beauty industry is that it's only for young people. Is there any truth in that?
No, not at all, of course not. First, that would be stupid, because we are addressing all needs for all people, and look at our ambassadors. For example, Jane Fonda, Helen Mirren, they are not millennials. So no, honestly not.
Do you sell more to millennials or to people of a more certain age?
No, we sell to everyone. It depends the brand. The brands, of course, some of our brands like NYX, Urban Decay are more targeting young people. Biotherm or L'Oréal Paris may target other categories of consumers. But no, we cover the whole scope of consumers. And in terms of age, in terms of diversity, in terms of countries, Chinese, Brazilian, Europeans, everyone. It's a beauty for all.
So how do you sell to the emerging markets?
We adapt the products that we sell, of course. We make sure that they are affordable and that people can buy them. Brazil, for example, is very interesting because Brazil is the country in the world where the hair is completely unique, because it's such a mixed country in terms of ethnic origins, that the blend is completely amazing, and that you have to create for Brazilian hair care products that
Order
are completely specific.
Order submitted.
And by the way, it's
Order
very interesting
submitted.
because sometimes
Order
they
submitted.
are the most
Order submitted. Order
demanding
submitted.
consumers, and so when you can create in Brazil a product that is good for them, then you can make it for the world, because it's going to be great for everyone.
Do you think Generation X cares more about this than millennials?
There is an urgency, clearly. We are not talking anymore about a potential threat. I mean, there is a clear and present threat.
For Jean-Paul Agon, life at L'Oréal began in sales 39 years ago. He quickly understood the power of advertising.
Read my lips. I'm worth it.
The company obviously thinks it is worth it, spending more than $8 billion a year selling and marketing its brands. A third of that on digital media.
When I was 20 years old, I was in a business school, and at the end, I knew I wanted to do marketing. And for me, beauty is the supreme art of marketing, because it's a marketing that is not only about understanding, analytics, but it's also about emotion, guessing, creation. So I think it's a fantastic marketing. There is no better marketing than beauty marketing.
And from that 20-year-old Jean-Paul Agon, what have you learned about yourself?
My God, a lot, a lot, because it was a long time ago. No, it took me, many years to get where I am today. But I was always passionate. I think the incredible part of L'Oréal also is that every day is a new adventure. Every day is a passion. It's a company made of really passionate people, and every new mission is an adventure.
So what are you like as a leader, micromanaging or overview?
I like overview, and from time to time I'm tempted to do micromanagement. But when I do that, my team say, Jean-Paul, you should not, you should not bother with that. Let us do it.
Do you review though the end product every time, or how does it work?
As much as I have meetings with, of course, with all the brands. Not all the times, of course. I travel in many countries around the world, and I'm just trying to help to make sure that we are taking the right directions, pushing in the right innovations, understanding enough the consumers we are dealing with, trying to pilot the ship.
L'Oréal's Sharing Beauty with All program, launched in 2013, was designed to transform the business. Jean-Paul Agon was determined to make the company ethically and environmentally sustainable. It's been recognized for its efforts, awarded a AAA for water management, climate, and action against deforestation.
So when did you start thinking about sustainability?
Pretty a long time ago, especially when I came back from the USA and I took over as a CEO. I really understood at the time that for a company like L'Oréal, especially because we are the leader of the beauty industry, we had to make sure that also we would do the best and the most to make the planet a beautiful place.
What started it? Is it because you say we sell so much so we have to make sure that it doesn't go to waste? Or is it also because the consumers want something that's more sustainable? Or is it because the employees you hire want something more sustainable?
Very good points. I think it's all of that. First, because we have a moral duty. Secondly, because it's what our employees are asking for. Third, because it's what consumers want. Fourth, because it's what the society expects from a big company like us. So that's why we really went into this direction.
Does it make a difference for the consumer? I remember you telling me a couple of years ago, that if a consumer has a choice of a sustainable shampoo or a shampoo that makes our hair better, we'll always go for the shampoo that makes our hair better.
Yeah, but now what we want to do is to make a shampoo that makes the hair better and sustainable. Because now in fact, you're right. Our vision is that we have to find a way that it's not opposite, that it goes in the same direction. And it's the same for economic performance. For example, the sustainability performance should not be opposite to the economic performance. And in fact, we are able to prove that. For example, in the past 10 years, we reduced our carbon emission by 67%, when at the same time we were able to increase our production by 30%.
How do you do that?
We work a lot. We transform all our factories. We have now 10 sites that are carbon neutral. We completely transform the way also we engineer with water. We have what we call dry factories, that they don't use water at all. They completely recycle the totality of the water that they use. We eliminate waste. So it's a very comprehensive effort on all fronts to transform completely the way we produce, we distribute, etc.
And shareholders are behind you every step of the way for sustainability?
Yeah, absolutely. They are I think that our shareholders are very proud of what we do. I cannot say that they are pushing us hard to do it, but they are happy and proud.
Do you think Generation X cares more about this than millennials? The younger you are, the more you think about this?
I think that everybody now cares. You know, I think that it's very well understood that there is an urgency. Clearly, we are not talking anymore about a potential threat. I mean, there is a clear and present threat to the planet, and if we are not all doing the maximum in the very short term, it's going to be very difficult. So I think that every generation now understands that.
If I speak to you in 5 years, what will be your story?
In 5 years, probably I will tell you that the most important mission has been the transmission, because of course I will not be CEO forever, and I will be, by the way, very glad to pass the baton one day to my successor.
So if you think a lot about succession, what kind of successor would you like, and what would you like your legacy to be?
I will be proud to have been able to adapt L'Oréal to the new world. I think that we are living in a very special period. The world tomorrow will be very different from the world we knew a few years ago. And you know, my absolute priority right now is to adapt, transform the company in order to make it as successful as a leader, as performant.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
And I'm very confident about it, because that's what we are doing. You know, we are doing a cultural revolution, a digital revolution, a sustainability revolution, and so the L'Oréal will be a fantastic company. And then someone else will take the baton and will drive the adventure further.
Jean-Paul Agon, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. 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 Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
What do the world's tallest building, KFC in the Middle East, and e-commerce site Noon all have in common? They're all owned by billionaire Mohammed Al-Abar. His investments like the Burj Khalifa and the Dubai Mall have become iconic landmarks, and he's diversified into hospitality, retail, and e-commerce. He was named the most influential man in Dubai and consistently ranks amongst the top 5 most powerful Arab business leaders. But it's not all business all the time. He's also a sportsman. He's an active member of Emirates' horse racing community. Today, on Leaders with Laqwa, we meet Mohammed Al-Abar, the founder and chairman of Amar Properties. Thank you so much for joining us. You've really built a conglomerate. You've built a company that has multiple interests, multiple units, multiple portfolios. Did you diversify because you saw an opportunity or because you had to?
Well, I think all of us, we look at opportunities. We don't really have to do anything. But I think looking at the Middle East and looking at the industries that I went in with my team, I think we saw amazing opportunities in the Middle East in these sectors. And I'm glad that even though we've got difficult years, the past 2 years have been difficult years for us, still these businesses are operating well. So definitely it's based on opportunities and the sector's long-term growth potential.
Where do you see the most growth coming from? Which portfolio, which part of your business will do better than others?
The food operating well and strong in the region as a whole, especially with the food delivery business, and that's another story. I would say that our real estate business is still flying really strong. I mean, last year we grew about 28% in the region as a whole. Our e-commerce business is something that's very, very interesting. And we've got an amazing team looking at it, and that's also growing quite fast. But even with this growth, I think one have to be realistic as well. So you look at this growth and you look at what's going on in the Middle East, government policies, look at the world economy and what changes might take place. So you have to be alert at all times.
Okay, what does that mean? Do you expect a lot of the growth, in the Middle East? If you look at e-commerce, and we'll talk a little bit more about that, do you expect it to go threefold, fivefold over the next 5 years?
Well, I would say that our real estate business should continue to grow at about 20% a year. And that's the shareholders' expectation. And it's hard work to achieve that number and keeping cost under control, margins under control, and political and macroeconomic issues.
Order filled. Order canceled.
So the food business, I think we should be growing 10% a year, year on year as well in the region. And keep in mind that we're talking about the Middle East, where there is a need for most of industries to grow, just because I think the Middle East still has room to grow. And the other thing is that if you look at the population in the Middle East as well, and the whole demographics is in our favor.
Because they're young, and therefore these are, I guess, the youth will spend a lot more in 5-10 years.
Yes.
How will the economy shift?
Well, I think the economy will shift positively only because I believe Middle Eastern governments are really working harder than any other time in the past, and you see the changes that are taking place, positive changes that are taking place in Saudi Arabia. I think that's the same thing within UAE. I would look at Egypt. I'm quite interested in Egypt as well, and the change that's taking place in Egypt, with all the other issues that we have in the Middle East, where I believe that I don't think it's going to get any worse than this. I think we're looking forward to a more positive trend in policy and in politics and economic growth as well.
In terms of growth, country by country, which is a country that will outperform the others in the Middle East?
The majority of our focus is Saudi Arabia, UAE, Egypt. And I would say Egypt is going faster now. Saudi Arabia, I'm quite optimistic with the changes that you see taking place within the coming 24 months. I think you'll see quite a good trend, and the UAE as well. You've got, of course, the other Arab countries who are some slow, some moving forward, but majority of our business are in these countries.
I mean, you're holding a big investment with the PIF on e-commerce for Saudi Arabia. Will there be more, for example, on property in Saudi Arabia?
Well, the Public Investment Fund, they are with us in our e-commerce business, but they are also with us in our food business. Now, are we going to do more together? I think there's a possibility. There's a lot of work that they're doing in Saudi Arabia and outside Saudi Arabia, in the region and outside. So I would expect that maybe we should look at real estate together as well, because I think Saudi Arabia will look very interesting the coming years.
How much can it grow, property in Saudi Arabia, over the next 5 years?
Oh, Saudi Arabia, I think it's at infant stage. I think Saudi Arabia can really grow. If you talk about pure infrastructure, if you talk about retail, industrial, hospitality, residential. So you just have to make sure that you are going at the right category of residential or the right category of retail. So there's plenty of room to go that way.
When you look at how you spend your time for each of the units and also each of the countries, how do you do it? How do you keep on top of it all?
Well, I try. I still say that the real estate takes a majority of my time.
Is that 50%?
I would say the real estate takes about 40% of my time. And then the rest is a split. Noon takes a lot of my time as well. The food takes the least of my time because the team that sits on top of that business is really world-class team.
Order submitted.
And they've
Order
been
submitted.
in the industry, they know
Order
the industry
submitted.
well.
Order
Noon
submitted.
is a vibrant team. It's a new organization. I need to give it more time. While my real estate business, I have an A team, but you know, I'm emotional about real estate.
Yeah, I mean, this was like the foundation of it all, right? Do you still see it as your baby?
I think my name is really linked to the real estate more than anything else, while all these other businesses have been with them now for about 2 years. So it's a new brand of product that's associated with me.
When you look at the various IPOs and the various units, was it to unlock value, but did you ever feel like it was also high risk?
I think mainly to unlock value, and we have investors who have put in their money with us, and it's time for them to get rewarded. But at the same time, I really like putting management under pressure, because IPO is quarterly results. You're out there in the public eyes, under pressure to perform. But mainly value creation. I think that's the business we're in.
A value creation because what shareholders understand what you do more, and it almost focuses the mind of managers more.
Well, that is one, but many of our units, that if they're under the mother umbrella, I think value-wise they're not fairly valued. So as we put them on the side and put them as separate entities, I think you create a better value that way, and then you cash out a little bit and put management under pressure.
Are you looking at IPOing any other units or portfolios?
When you look at our business, we have businesses. We have India, we have our hospitality business, we have Turkey business, we have another business in Saudi Arabia. So the reality is that you can take all these businesses public at the right time. I think within the coming 3 years, we'll probably have India going public. We'll probably have hospitality as well going separately to the public route.
But so how much bigger will you be if I speak to you, and I hope to speak to you before, but if I speak to you in 5 years, how much will your holdings be worth?
I think we should be double in value, because we should be growing in value 20-25% on an annual basis. And I hope that my management and my boards really put that as a focus. And to be honest, I think we're capable of doing that. We just have to focus and have to make sure that we have the right people to do it. And we do this day and night. And that's really how we do business in our region.
But that's acquisitions or that's organic growth?
I would look at organic growth. If you talk about acquisition, which we have not done much of, I'm expecting that we do more acquisition in the coming 2 years.
Mohammed Alabar, thank you so much. Coming up next, going from bricks and mortar to clicks, we talk Mohammed Alabar's big push into e-commerce and how his company Noon could become the Amazon of the Middle East.
Mohammed Albar is not only a titan of property, he's also betting on e-commerce. His startup, Noon, launched its operations in the UAE last year. The site is described as an Arabic-first e-commerce platform and is rivaling the Amazon purchase Souk, looking to take over 15% of the growing market. One of the biggest investors in Noon is Saudi Arabia's public investment fund, which put up $500 million. But Albar is not just competing against Amazon. He's also a major player in the luxury space. He's partnered with Yux Net-a-Porter Group to offer a premium retail service to the Middle East's fashionista set.
So Mohammed Albar, do you ever feel like there's a conflict that you actually own Dubai malls, but at the same time you're trying to sell on e-commerce platforms?
The issue is that, are you relevant? That's really the big question that we have, is that I don't think it's if there's a conflict or not, but are you relevant to the space? So are we really relevant in this retail scene, or in the whole, the economy is becoming so digital? If you are not thinking about it, if you're not acting to do something about it, I think there is a risk of your business, being probably at huge danger the coming 24 months.
And so how do you stay relevant?
I think staying relevant, first of all, I have to talk to my kids all the time. And I learn from them because, I have a little girl that sells jewelry to women in Korea out of Dubai on her Instagram. I mean, what type of world is this? So therefore, I think all of our business, from real estate to retail to hospitality, I think the digital scene is changing all that. So if we talk about e-commerce specifically, or if we talk about Net-a-Porter, it is just moving your business to the digital scene. And I think the whole economy is moving that way, from healthcare to education to retail. So therefore, I think we just want to be relevant. And I don't think there's any conflict, because at the end of the day, there ought to be a collaboration or connection between the real world and the physical world. And can we really try to find a solution and work them together and stay relevant in our business?
But so how much of your sales will actually be done on your e-commerce platform in 5-10 years? And in general, for the Middle East, are you a step behind in actually selling on e-commerce? And so is the potential much bigger than here in Europe or in the US?
Well, remember, I mean, when I look at the Middle East right now, I mean, e-commerce is between 1.5% to 2%.
Tiny.
Which is tiny compared to the rest of the world. So there is room for all of us to grow. Where will this be? I think it will go much faster than the rest of the world, and it will get into the 10-15% quite fast, again, because of the demographics of the region. So we owe it to our society, we owe it to our 300 million Middle Eastern Arabs, that there ought to be a native organization that look after this sector and participate and learn and serve.
What will Noon become? And are you nervous at any point that you're going to head with the most successful retailer of all times, Amazon?
Well, Noon, of course, it will be an ecosystem. And am I nervous? Of course I'm nervous. I'm nervous from everybody. In my real estate business, I'm nervous. In my e-commerce business, I'm nervous. In my Net-a-Porter business, nervous, because competition is severe and markets are open. Anybody can come in. The big players are going to come in. Some of them came already. More are going to come to the region. But I am from that part of the world, and I think it's our duty to participate in the scene. And remember, we as Arab businessmen, we're a bit tribal, which means that I am from this society. I have a duty that get into business and be aggressive and achieve the numbers, achieve success. But that's a duty that I feel responsible for, that competition is good for the consumer in the region, rather than one player come and controlling the life of our customers. I think it's fair to have competition and let the customer win at the end of the day.
Okay, but how do you decide? I mean, how will you go against Amazon? Do you have to convince retailers to sell on your platform instead of Amazon's platforms, or is it a price war? I mean, how do you see the kind of the fault lines?
Well, we are working with the local retailers, and we are their partners. Now, how other international players, they do it through sourcing overseas or working in some other methods, that's their business. But we differ is that our partners are the local retailers. Maybe our margins will be a little smaller, but that's okay. We'd rather win on the long term rather than alienating the local retailers. Now, will there be a price war? Well, the past 2 months there's a price war. Customers are winning. Everybody's 20% or 15, 10% cheaper on some of the product. So I'm so happy that people in my region, they don't have to buy milk for their kids at 10% more expensive. There was one operator or one monopoly controlling the human life. I think this is good for all of us. So of course there'll be competition. But the amazing thing is that the world is open. So much new technologies are being provided to everyone that want to go into the scene. But are you planning long term? You have good people with you. Are you serious about it? Are you willing to provide quality service?
But is it the service or is it the products? How does the Middle East actually shop? What's selling at the moment and what will sell in 5-10 years?
Well, if you look at the mix of what's happening on the e-commerce scene, it's not much different from what's going on in the world. People want delivery, fast delivery. People want quality.
Will they pay for the delivery?
For the time being, we're subsidizing delivery. Because, as I said, people are just learning the art of e-commerce, and that's what global companies are doing. They give it to you for free first, they get you used to this way of life, then later on take a little bit of margin, maybe control market, the usual trick. But what I'm saying is that people want it all. Want quality, want value, want consistent, want delivery time that's fast, and we want the product that they want, which changes from one month to another month.
Order submitted.
And therefore you have to
Order
provide
submitted.
that and then get ready
Order
to provide
filled.
the new
Order
thing that might be happening next
Order
month.
submitted.
Okay, how important is market share? And how important is market share right at the beginning so that people get used to your platform and not Amazon's?
Market share is very important, and at the beginning you have to be aggressive, and you have to probably provide the best service ever. You will be cutting prices as usual because we see it. It's a live competition. There's nothing wrong with that. But the good thing is that the market's big enough.
Order filled. Order canceled.
2 players can come
Order
in.
filled.
But imagine
Order
if you do
canceled.
business in
Order
UK
canceled.
and there's only
Order
one
canceled.
operator. How fair is that to your family?
But isn't there only Amazon here?
Well, there are many other players, I think, in UK as well. I prefer that more than one player in a market. And in the Middle East, there will be more than one player and will be one of the major players in the market.
Up next, we talk the leadership skills it takes to create both the world's largest mall and the tallest building in the world. More with Mohammed Alibar next.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
MR Properties has grown more than threefold since 2011 and expanded heavily in the Middle East and North Africa despite political instability in the region. So what kind of leadership does it take to shepherd a global company through turbulent times? Well, Mohammed Alibar, chairman and founder of Emar Properties, is here. What kind of leader are you? Throughout the program, we were talking about encouraging your leaders, your regional leaders, and also your portfolio managers to be aggressive. Do they always need to be on their toes?
Well, I think, number one, they have to be relevant because the change that's taking place in the world. So are you relevant? And the other thing I like is that I think we all have to believe in the reset. Are doing this upgrade? Are we upgrading every 1 month? Because there's so much happening. And do we really act? I mean, that's, so we have to be relevant, we have to act, we have to have discipline, we have to believe in the best people, and we have to take care of our society. These are things that these are the elements that I really depend on to manage my business.
Okay, but what does it mean being relevant? Because in more traditional times, you could, ask a customer what they wanted, and you're saying, okay, I'm relevant. But now the change of pace is so fast. Well,
relevant is that, are you watching social media daily? What's going on with your customer? And what's going on with your business? There's no more, I'll do a research and I'll wait 30 days. How alert are you? And how alert about how your customer feel, or alert what's going on to the industry, what's going on with politics, what's going on with the economy, what's going on in new tools of management, how fast can you go? So I think, are you awake?
What do you need to be awake for more? Is it for your clients, or is it politics, or is it how your business interests are going?
Well, it's about my customer, number one, my people, number two, the society, what's going on in politics, what might happen to interest rate. You almost have to have all that construction risk in my business, what's going on in technology, what's going on in digital. You almost have to be alert of all this but number one, people. And then you have to make sure that you share with them this environment, and are they fit in this environment?
So what does that mean? What do you see your role? Are you putting the fire under your manager's feet to kind of keep them going, or do you micromanage?
I don't think I micromanage, but there's a situation where I do have to go and micromanage. And I think that's we should be able to go down in case we want to. And remember, I came from my mom's kitchen. I used to work in my mom's kitchen when we were all 13 kids living in one room, So I know how to do that. So I can pull back and be the chairman of the organization. But if there's need to move in, I can comfortably move in. But I have reasonably good qualified people with me. But I really think that I'm the target creator. I'm the guy who does the monthly performance reviews. I'm the guy who push the limits. I want people to work hard, because I think we as human beings, our productivity is still low.
I mean, you spend a lot of time in property because that's where you came from. That was the first company. But what excites you the most in all the others that you're doing? So hospitality, retail, e-commerce.
I would say e-commerce excites me a lot, because when I look at how the digital world is changing our lives, I come back to my real estate business and I say, maybe this office is nil and void. Maybe this is all not required anymore. But also, if you look at the digital guys and you see how fast they work, or the process they use, or the age of people in these offices. Therefore, I really believe that the younger generation are running the world, and they run it extremely well. So much learning in the digital side of the e-commerce. But I think my investment in MEVP, which is a private equity firm that specializes only in digital and technology in the Middle East, with almost 80 ventures, that's amazing learning about what's going on in the Middle East as well, and the industry that are about to come.
Do you focus a lot on diversity for your companies? Is that important?
Yes, very important, very important. And I think it's happening naturally. I mean, we don't even have to do it anymore. It's just naturally. That's how.
So do you have metrics?
We have metrics. We have KPIs for that. But as I said, it's so nice that it's really embodied in the organization. It's happening automatically, and I like that.
Do you think it will increase with time, or are you going to see more female workers?
Well, the female workers are really taking charge. I mean, if you look at the people who run my organization, most of our organization, I would say most of our organization, our food boys have to have more of that. But look at our government. Highest percentage of senior people in government anywhere in the world.
Mohammed Alabar, thank you so much for joining us. He is, of course, the chairman and founder of MR Properties.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Good morning. Welcome to Bloomberg Markets, the
Order
European
filled.
Open. I'm
Order
Anna Edwards,
submitted.
live in London,
Order
alongside
submitted.
Matt
Order
Miller in
filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Cash trade is just an hour away. Let's get your top headlines for you. Starting with Maersk, coming out with second quarter volumes that may fall as much as 25%. So AP Moller Maersk, the shipping company, said second quarter volumes will take a huge hit. There you see a top German judge. One top German judge, Huber, said the ECB is not the master of the universe and
Order
must be
canceled.
held
Order
accountable.
canceled.
This is
Order
Angela
canceled.
Merkel and
Order
Emmanuel
canceled.
Macron agreed
Order
to
canceled.
reopen
Order
the
canceled. Order
France-Germany
submitted.
border.
Order filled.
And U.S. medical advisor Anthony Fauci weighs in on the market sentiment, warning against reopening too soon. Stanley Druckenmiller adds to the downbeat tone, saying the equity risk-reward is the worst he's ever seen. And finally, Commerzbank swings to a loss in the first quarter, putting aside €1/3 billion for virus provisions. We'll speak with the Chief Financial Officer, Bettina Orloff, in the next few minutes on the effect of the coronavirus pandemic on the bank. Just want to quickly dive a little bit deeper into AP Moller Maersk. We're seeing first quarter revenue there actually beating the estimate at almost $10 billion. $9.57 billion was revenue in the first quarter at Maersk.
Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled.
And the CEO, Sorensko, with whom we're going to speak momentarily, says operating earnings rose by 23% year on year. But the second quarter, of course, is where people are focused after the lockdown set in. In the second quarter, volumes may fall by as much as 25%, according to Maersk. And the company has planned further CapEx reductions for the remainder of the year. We will talk to Sorensko in just 30 minutes' time. Anna?
Matt, let's get into the UK data. We've just got breaking across the Bloomberg terminal. And of course, we've got GDP numbers for the whole of the first quarter, but it's March that people care most about. So the UK economy shrank by 5.8% in March. That is a month-on-month figure, and the estimate was for a drop of 7.9%. So that is just for the month of March. If you look at what the economy did in the whole quarter, then it shrank by 2% in the first quarter from the previous quarter. So that is the month-on-month number, and the economy shrank by 1.6% in the first quarter versus a year earlier. So a host of figures, all of course pointing downwards, as you very obviously would expect. That number though for March, 5.8% retreat there, month-on-month. An estimate for something bigger than that. Remember, we went into lockdown 23rd of March. Our consortium showing the worst April since records began some 25 years ago. And Barclays credit card data showed a drop in March of 53% in terms of spending. So the clues were all there that we were going to have something pretty devastating for March and, well, probably a lot more so for April. So just to reiterate, the UK economy shrinking 5.8% in the month of March. That is better than had been estimated, but it is still a sizable contraction. Let's get into the conversation now around what's going on in these markets. We are joined by our emerging market strategist for Bloomberg, Simon Flint, turning his attention, though, for today to the UK for us. And the UK economy, I suppose, like many other economies, people are watching these figures for March and for the first quarter, Simon, and saying, well, that's all very well, but we know that the worst is to come when it comes to the second quarter.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We had some awful PMIs in April. I think it's reasonable to expect that Q2 GDP contracts by double digits, so significantly worse than these Q1 numbers. And then looking farther out, we've also got very tough-looking Brexit negotiations in the second half of the year. So it's difficult to see anything other than a really jagged, sawtooth recovery for Britain.
What do you think about the prospect of more tariffs? I mean, not only is this an issue with Britain and the EU, but maybe an even bigger issue with the U.S.-China relationship for the global economy.
Yes, definitely. Certainly U.S.-China is the most important theatre of operations for potential tariffs. I'd personally put the risk of tariffs at around 30% before the presidential election. Of course, tariffs make almost no economic sense for either side, but there is a political imperative that particularly Donald Trump has to pay attention to. And if he's concerned about his poll numbers, he's concerned about perceiving to be tough on China, there's definitely a risk. As I say, around 30% risk, I think, heading into the November elections.
And there's a real focus on just how long these lockdowns last. And with that in mind, the global risk story, I suppose, really interesting to see James Bullard at the Fed talking yesterday about how if we see lockdown in the US lasting more than 90 or 120 days, then that risks something that looks more like a depression versus a recession. This is the kind of difficult decision-making that is ahead for the US, as it is warned by top infectious disease professionals that lifting lockdown measures too early would be disastrous. I guess the markets are still hooked to this kind of detail around the lockdown in the US.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that was the major reason why markets had such a tough overnight session. This warning by Anthony Fauci that we could see a significant increase in infections if we exit lockdown periods prematurely. And certainly that would be my major focus. I think to some degree, at least for developed markets, it's better to make a down payment in terms of difficulties today or an extended lockdown rather than reopening prematurely, having second waves of infection and then repeated shutdowns.
All right, Simon, thanks very much for joining us. Bloomberg emerging market strategist Simon Flint there talking to us about some of the most important issues really of the day in order to set up for trade. I think that Fed story is pretty amazing, and Bullard has come out strong on the lockdown and now strong on the need to ease it up. So there we go. We are going to continue covering this market for you. A lot going on today as the equity route rolls around the world today. This is Bloomberg. Welcome back to Bloomberg Markets. This is the European Open. Right now we are 50 minutes away from the cash open. Let's get the Bloomberg First Word News, your top stories on the Bloomberg terminal today. First off, the European Central Bank isn't a master of the universe, that's a quote, and shouldn't pretend otherwise. That's according to the German judge who drafted the opinion on the bank's quantitative easing program. He told the German newspaper, the Süddeutsche Zeitung, that the court isn't making a huge demand of the central bank. He's just asking for it to take responsibility for the QE program and explain it to those negatively affected by it. An easing of the UK's lockdown begins today with what Prime Minister Boris Johnson has called baby steps towards reopening the economy. In England, people will be able to spend unlimited time outdoors, and those who can't work from home are being encouraged to go to their jobs. Meanwhile, the government has extended its furlough scheme until at least October. Bloomberg Economics says that total cost could reach £84 billion. Twitter says its employees will be able to choose to work from home permanently when the coronavirus outbreak finally recedes. The CEO, Jack Dorsey, has told staff the company is unlikely to reopen its physical offices before September, but after that, most can work from wherever they want. Twitter employs around 5,000 people in 35 offices around the world. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and at Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. Anna?
Matt, let's get the latest on the disease stateside. Anthony Fauci, the United States top infectious disease official, has warned against reopening the economy in the US too soon, telling a Senate panel that communities doing so risk new coronavirus outbreaks.
There is a real risk that you will trigger an outbreak that you may not be able to control, which in fact, paradoxically, will set you back, not only leading to some suffering and death that could be avoided, but could even set you back on the road to trying to get economic recovery, because it would almost turn the clock back rather than going forward.
Joining us now from New York, Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern. Anne-Marie, good to have you on the program again. And worth dwelling just a little bit on what Anthony Fauci had to say, because it was some of his commentary that spooked the markets a little bit, that took the edge off what had previously been some strength and led to some selling, a little bit of risk reassessment. What did he have to say to the Senate committee?
Yeah, it certainly did, and it was a different tone than what we saw 24 hours before that when President Trump claimed, you know, quote, "we have prevailed." These are his top health experts, and they're warning on the possible new outbreak. So it really weighed on the markets was when he talked about the communities that look to ignore the federal guidelines for safely reopening are in danger of new outbreaks. And he says there's a real risk that you will trigger an outbreak that you might not be able to control. So really there was a tone of cautiousness from Dr. Anthony Fauci, and our data from Bloomberg News showed last week that 20 states are working on lifting restrictions that don't meet those White House guidelines that he's talking about, but are moving forward anyways, and that's what he's cautioning about. And then we heard from Robert Redfield. He's the director of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and he said we are not out of the woods yet. So a different tone than we heard from the administration. And then, of course, this was in front of a Senate committee, so you had Democrats and Republicans. There was this one moment that's getting a lot of play on the U.S. networks. It was between Fauci and Ron Paul of Kentucky. It got a bit testy. Paul was concerned about school children not going back to school another year. Fauci said we just have to be careful and not be cavalier in thinking that children are completely immune. And then Ron Paul also said Fauci should not be the end-all, be-all on this issue. And Fauci asked to respond to that specifically, and he said he's just giving his best scientific evidence, and he never made himself out to be the only voice in this.
All right, Anne-Marie, thanks very much. Anne-Marie Hordern there from New York, reporting on really the issue that looks to have set equities on a downturn starting in the U.S., and now we're seeing it come around Asia to European futures. Now, coming up, Commerzbank took a 479 million euro hit to deal with the fallout from the coronavirus crisis. We're going to find out more in our upcoming interview with the Chief Financial Officer of Commerzbank. Bettina Orloff joins us next. This is Bloomberg. welcome back to Bloomberg Markets. This is the European Open. We are just about 40 minutes away, a little more than 40 minutes away from the start of cash equity trading. And it looks like it's going to be a down day. We have futures down about 1% across the board on European equity indexes. Now, in Frankfurt, Commerzbank took a 479 million euro hit to deal with the fallout from the coronavirus crisis, joining peers in marking down assets and boosting reserves to deal with bad loans. The Frankfurt-based bank said that more than half of its 326 million euros in credit provisions were directly related to the outbreak. We're joined now by the CFO, Bettina Orlopp, out of Frankfurt. And Bettina, thanks so much for joining us. Let me first ask you about the other part of this hit. You had 295 million euros in the value of customer derivatives, the reduced value of customer derivatives. Explain to us what that means.
Well, it's twofold. It's the credit spreads widened on the customer derivatives. That's one side of the story. The other side was clearly also that we had some cross-currency swap topics on the treasury side, and both contributed, unfortunately, to the negative fair value results we have seen in this quarter.
So investors are always trying to gauge what is the picture now, what's it like in this quarter. Surely you're going to take bigger loan loss provisions again in the current quarter. Are we likely to see another big number in the reduction of customer derivatives?
I mean, on the valuation results, we are pretty confident that we will see a recovery, and we already seen that in the past weeks. So that's the one part of the story. The other one, we gave a guidance on the LLPs, which is clearly attributed to the Corona crisis, where we said that assuming a U-shaped scenario, we would see approximately 1 to 1.4 billion euros until year end, always assuming recovery on the one side, no second lockdown, which is important.
What are you expecting in terms of loans, Bettina? I mean, even if we have somewhat of a U-shaped recovery, there are bound to be a lot of bankruptcies or a lot of delinquencies at the very least. What's your expectation for this year due to the pandemic?
Well, I mean, we looked thoroughly in our portfolio. We have a very well-diversified portfolio. And as you said, yes, we will see hits. But we should not, first of all, forget that we have the benefit, and our corporates have the benefit to be in Germany. So we probably have the most comprehensive government program across the world, I would say. We will see hits, specifically the ones who had troubled business models beforehand are also now having increasingly problems. And that's why we forecast something around 1 to 1.4 billion, which clearly makes sure that this is more than we predicted at the beginning of the year, where we gave out a guidance on more than 650 million loan loss provisions. So it's quite an increase in comparison to our original guidance.
Absolutely. You'd already planned cost cuts. Of course, you've got a plan in operation right now. And last year you announced you're going to cut about 20% of the branch network. I wonder what your thinking is currently, as people, more people, even Germans, shockingly, are switching from cash to digitalization. A lot of people are doing their banking from home or remotely rather than going into branches. Do you see that plan being accelerated to reduce your widespread branches in Germany?
Well, you're absolutely right. We are definitely seeing a change of customer behavior at the moment. We had in March an all-time high with respect to our mobile banking app. It was 50% above the 2019 average. So customer behavior, specifically the German one, is really changing. And we are thoroughly analyzing the situation and also the impact on our business model, and we will adjust to it. And I'm also pretty confident that clients and customers will stick to this behavior even if the crisis is over, and we will take that into account.
I think you're planning to unveil new cost cuts at the end of the summer. You hired McKinsey to review your business model as well. Has that changed during this crisis? Are you thinking about a change to the strategy at the end of August, beginning of September still?
We announced it already in February when we talked about our 2019 full results, that we said that we are looking into our costs again, and that we want definitely to increase our profitability targets, and that we are currently doing. And indeed, Corona has added some new lights on it, and we will incorporate that, and we will update you over the summer.
Have you been able to reduce the stress on your staff, Bettina, due to the kind of government programs that we've seen? And we heard from Deutsche Bank, of course, today that they're going to start reducing their headcount now as the worst of the pandemic has passed. Is that true at Commerzbank as well?
Well, first of all, I'm really proud of our staff. We had, in high times, we had 80% of our staff working remotely, and operations were fully stable. We had lots, and we still have lots of customer requests from the private client side with respect to payment holidays, with respect to the corporate clients, KfW requests, and we are really at the sight of our customers, and I think they will remember that after the crisis is over. But we are having our strategic plans. We announced a cost reduction program back in September, and we are fully on plan with that. So we have just sent out the letters for our age retirement program, which we have just started, reaching out to 2,000 eligible FTEs and our colleagues, and we expect the feedback on that over the summer, and we will also start negotiations with Workers' Council on further headcount reduction as announced back in September, late summer this year.
Let me finally ask you about your CET. Let me finally, Bettina, ask you about your CET1 ratio. You've said now that you expect it to be at least 12.5% by year end. That's pretty punchy. How do you come to that? How do you come to that target even through this kind of crisis?
Well, first of all, our original guidance was 12.75%. We lowered that now down to 12.5%, take into account the relief we got from ECB with respect to our P2R buffer and the guidance they gave us. And we have a pretty comfortable situation. We are now end of Q1 at a 13.2% capital ratio, and that gives us a lot of leeway to stand by the side of our clients and support them in whatever they need to do over the next months.
All right, Bettina, thanks so much for your time. Really appreciate it today. Bettina Orlopp is the Chief Financial Officer of Commerzbank. We wish you well. Up next, shipping slowdown. Müller-Maersk sees volumes falling as much as 25% in the second quarter. We'll speak to the CEO, Søren Skou, next. This is Bloomberg. Welcome back to Bloomberg Markets. This is the European Open. We are 30 minutes away from the start of cash equity trading, and as you can see, we have 1% or more losses on the major equity indexes in terms of futures here in Europe. Of course, we had a big loss in the U.S. yesterday. The market fell the most that it has in at least a week, almost 2%, well, more than 2% on the S&P 500. And then markets in some Asian equity indexes were down as well. They have since recovered. That's important to point out. So we do see gains now in the Asian equity indexes that are open, and as a result, we see futures not hit quite as hard in Europe. It's still down by 1%. Let me give you the top stories you should be watching out for today. European Commission Executive Vice President Margrethe Vestager and Commissioner Thierry Breton will be unveiling the EC's travel and tourism roadmap at midday UK time. German Chancellor Angela Merkel will give the Bundestag an update on the coronavirus pandemic and answer lawmakers' questions as well. Topics are likely to include plans for relaxing the lockdown, of course, first and foremost, also corporate rescues, including that of Deutsche Lufthansa, and automaker subsidies as they are taking a big hit. Meanwhile, in the UK, Prime Minister Boris Johnson will be at PMQs, his first since changing the lockdown rules, and then later, Fed Chairman Jerome Powell will discuss economic issues via a webinar hosted by the Peterson Institute for International Economics. Finally, EU Commission President Ursula von der Leyen and EU Council President Charles Michel are going to address the plenary of the European Parliament on the bloc's recovery plan and multi-annual financial framework. Speaking of automakers, Volkswagen's luxury automaker, sports car automaker arm Lamborghini has resumed making cars again at its factory in northern Italy in the Motor Valley. Stefano Domenicali, Lamborghini CEO, spoke with Bloomberg about the demand for luxury cars as more countries are reopening their economies.
I think, guys, there is one thing that we need to consider. First of all, as you were saying, we are 95% export, so the production is all around the world. Main market for us is US. China is growing rapidly. And I have to say, one important factor that for us it is very, very good, I have to say, that we didn't receive any cancellation of order. I can see, I would say, for the great majority of our customers, that there is not a problem of liquidity. The problem is the right environment in which they're going to perform a purchase of a luxury good, like a car. If everything is closed or shut down, it's difficult to have the right environment to buy. What I can see today, for example, in South Korea, we didn't lock any dealer, and the request and the demand is still very strong. China started back again, signals are positive, but this is the week where I would say 90% of our dealer network is reopened back again. There will be different sensibility, different protocol. That's why it's fundamental to understand how the market will evolve. I do believe that our segment will be good after the first months, on which is just a matter of being not in the right mood. It's not a problem of being liquid enough. So we need to be prudent. We need to understand how we can be flexible in order to foresee what will be the demand next year in order to plan. The order backlog is very good on us, but it's important now that the market will react in the right way. We use these weeks not to stop. We use this week, for example, to launch virtually with the augmented reality, also thanks to Apple application, to launch the new Huracan Evo Spider 2-wheel drive. We had a great success in terms of contacts. We really hope to back to physical reality, because that's where a product like Lamborghini should be.
Stefano, when do you anticipate Italy will be out of recession and that numbers will go up again? What's your forecast for sales of Lamborghinis?
Well, I think that no one has a crystal ball here in front of us. We can see in all these webinar different numbers, different situation. I think we need to be prudent. Italy for sure is suffering a lot in this moment. As you know, in the GPD, the number is going minus 10%, even more. In Italy, for us, it's a small market. We sell 4% of our production. I do believe, the first months will be very, very difficult. And I do really hope that the system that the regional government has to put in place to relaunch all the segment of our industry has to start up as soon as possible, otherwise it will be difficult. But for Lamborghini, for sure, is not the main market. But as an Italian, we really do hope that the normality will be back to trace as soon as possible.
Are we going to see a plug-in hybrid Aventador this year? Are we going to see a plug-in hybrid Urus this year? Or do you think actually what is going on around the world is going to prevent either of those two things happening?
I can be direct to you because I'm like this, not this year, but for sure that's the plan for the future. We're going to be hybrid with our model cars. We're going to keep, our portfolio full with new products, new idea, because we are in a great moment of our brand. Very successful last year. The first 2 months of this year was huge. Now we need to restart the journey from that moment, but the products that we're going to have will be completed with the hybridization models in the short term for sure.
Interesting luxury autos conversation there. Let's move on to some earnings reports we've had out this morning. And AP Møller-Mærsk sees the fallout from the COVID-19 pandemic driving down volumes by as much as 25% in the second quarter. That's as the world's biggest container line adapts to a deep slump in demand. Joining us now is the CEO of Møller-Mærsk, and that is Søren Skou. Very good to have you with us, Søren. Then, can I ask you about this 25% number that you put out today, or 20 to 25%? Give me a sense of the visibility that you have at the moment. What are you basing that kind of assessment on?
Well, we know, of course, the first quarter our volumes were down 3.5%. We are halfway into the second quarter now, and we've had a volume development consistent with this 20 to 25% drop in volumes. It's presumably the worst quarter this year, given that it's after China was closed down for several weeks after Chinese New Year, and now, of course, we have a demand slump in the West. So that's what's driving the poor outlook for volumes.
What kind of recovery trajectory are you expecting, Søren?
Look, I think that question is probably not a business leader in the world that wouldn't like to know the exact answer to that. But we are, I think, like many others, expecting some kind of U-shaped recovery. Right now, we believe we are at the bottom, and that we will probably be, here for a while. But then, in the third quarter, fourth quarter, we should start to see some recovery. I think it's also important for me to say that we have had, a first quarter where we also saw a decline in volumes, but actually our earnings were up 23% year on year. So we're managing the situation by taking cost out and adjusting our network and focusing on cash flow.
So you focus on the self-help measures. What does the pattern of global trade look like as affected by the pandemic? Søren, you've talked to us about the level of volume reduction that you expect to see, but do you see goods moving to different places? Have we learned anything from the data about from China, for example, and the fact that they're ahead of everybody else?
Our long-term expectation is that we will get back to seeing global trade grow more or less in line with global GDP. Obviously, there are lots of discussions going on now as to how to design supply chains, not only for cost, but also for redundancy and resilience. And I'm sure that you'll see many of our customers moving away from single source sourcing and the like. And for certain product categories, it might also be that such as personal protection equipment, that actually you will see more regional supply chains. But we doubt that there will be a wholesale shift to local supply chains, because the problems we've had in the supply chain during the pandemic has really not been related to distance.
What kind of bankruptcies have you seen, or what kind of bankruptcies do you expect? Right now, that's, I think, one of the big worries of financial markets that you start to get a cascade, maybe smaller players that infect medium-sized players and then larger players?
So, if you mean on the carrier side, then certainly we are not in a situation where every single carrier out there have a strong balance sheet. Rather the opposite. So who knows what will happen? I know for as far as Maersk is concerned, we have come into this situation with quite a strong balance sheet. We have raised more funding. We have more than $9 billion of liquidity right now, and on the back of a good first quarter, we actually feel that we are very well placed to weather this storm.
And talking about how various carriers are positioned differently going into this, Søren, do you see this as an opportunity to do some deals then, to do some M&A if others are more precariously positioned?
I don't think so for AP Moller Maersk. I mean, we acquired Hamburg Süd at the end of 2017. We have almost 20% global market share. So we believe we have the size and the scale on the carrier side that we need to have to be competitive. Our focus as far as acquisitions will be entirely on the land side, so land side logistics and possibly also container to ports, and we will be looking for those opportunities.
I was thinking more of customers, Søren. How many customers do you see that aren't just delaying deliveries, but simply won't be there anymore? Is that a concern?
Oh, absolutely. I think that as all container carriers, including Maersk, are quite heavily exposed to retail customers, and we have started to see retail customers, some prominent names in the U.S. Filing for Chapter 11 and in some cases bankruptcy. So that is of course a concern. I have to say though that on an individual level, there's not one single customer that is very large for us. So therefore the exposure to the individual account is not that much for us. But of course, if you have whole, if you will, industries falling over, then it will be something that we can feel as well.
You mentioned some of the self-help measures you can take around the balance sheet, Søren. What about the other tough decisions that need to be made around headcount? Is that something you're considering acting on?
Well, we have so far, focused on if you will, the little bit easier things like hiring freeze, like furloughing people, and the like, and if we believe that we can get through this, at least for now, with those types of measures, as long as we continue to believe in a U-shaped recovery, then we're going to need our people once we start to get to the recovery.
All right, Søren, thanks very much for joining us. Søren Skou there, CEO of Maersk, talking to us about business through the crisis. Up next, cuts are back on the cards over at Deutsche Bank, restarting its layoffs after pausing its cost-cutting program for the peak of the coronavirus. We'll talk about bankers' jobs next. This is Bloomberg. Welcome back to Bloomberg Markets. This is the European Open. We are just about 13 minutes away from the start of cash trading in Europe and the UK, and we are still seeing futures down even after Asian markets recovered well overnight. Now, Deutsche Bank is resuming job cuts after putting them on hold at the height of the coronavirus pandemic in March. Top management at the lender is also renouncing a month's pay. Christian Saving is striving to meet his cost-cutting targets, which involve a 20% reduction in headcount. The bank also hinted at deal-making to come, saying consolidation in the European banking market will and must happen. Joining us now is Stephen Ahrens, our German banks reporter, and, well, that was quick. Stephen, I mean, we just got into a lockdown. Now we're talking about easing, and all of a sudden they're going to start, or resume, I should say, firing bankers.
Yeah, hi, Matt. That's true. It is a quick reversal of that decision. It didn't come completely unexpected, as Saving has repeatedly said just how focused and how bent he is on achieving or even overachieving his cost targets. It's his overriding goal. And I guess if he thinks he must fire people to achieve that goal, then that's what he's going to do.
Hi, Stephen. It seems the bank taking, just like many other banks around Europe, taking provisions then against coronavirus losses, $520 million worth of a virus hit as provisions jump at Commerzbank. How much visibility do you sense these banks have around the provisioning? Do you think that they've got a lot to go on, or is it just a sort of very high-level estimate at the moment that we're seeing from these banks?
Hi, it's certainly the latter. The bank itself said it faces unknown uncertainty, and it can't really give a very reliable outlook. It's also detailed the assumptions it's making, and it said it's expecting the lockdown now in Germany, which is its biggest market by far, to gradually ease and not come back. So if that actually happens, and we have seen a bit of easing in Germany, if that actually happens, then the outlook may be okay. But it is a fairly optimistic one. We've compared it with the outlooks given by other banks, and it does assume, for example, a smaller contraction in the euro area for the year than, say, French and Italian banks have generally put in their assumptions.
I thought it was interesting, his talk of consolidation, and clearly Christian Saving doesn't consider Deutsche Bank a target, but rather a buyer. Yes,
that's how he wants the bank to be seen. I guess no CEO wants to be hunted and probably prefers to be the hunter. So he clearly wants to project an image of strength. He seems to be convinced the bank is in a position of strength. But let's not forget that the CET1 ratio has been coming down, and it's expected to fall much further. And of course, the loan portfolio will be hit. And the question, as we just discussed about Commerzbank, the same question applies to Deutsche Bank. No one really knows just how hard the hit will be. Much will depend on that and whether Christian Saving is right to project that image of strength now.
Stephen, thanks very much. Thanks for your time and analysis. Steve Ahrens, our German banks reporter. Coming up on the program, the legendary hedge fund manager Stan Druckenmiller. He says that a V-shaped recovery is a fantasy. We've certainly heard from Commerzbank and from Müller-Maersk about a U-shaped recovery this morning. We will get further details of the Druckenmiller view shortly. This is Bloomberg. Welcome back to the European Market Open. We're some 8 minutes ago until the start of the European equity trading day. Futures suggest we'll be weaker at the start of trade as Europe plays catch up with the United States. Let's get an assessment of one US hedge fund manager now. Sam Druckenmiller says the risk-reward calculation for equities is the worst he's seen in his career. The legendary hedge fund manager spoke during a webcast on Tuesday saying the prospect of a V-shaped recovery for the US is a fantasy. Joining us now to discuss is Danny Berger. Now, on one level, Danny, these comments by Druckenmiller might seem to contrast with a 30% gain in US stocks since the lows, or maybe he makes these comments because of the 30% gain in stocks since the lows.
It's certainly part of it. He says that investors who've bid up the stocks that much are simply operating on a false premise. That is, that the liquidity injection and the massive stimulus that the U.S. economy has gotten will help the U.S. survive the problems it has. But Druckenmiller says that that's simply not the case, that the programs from the Fed, from Congress, aren't enough to revive growth. He's very critical of them, saying that they amount to essentially wealth transfers to individuals who are now getting paid more not to work than to go into work, and they're supporting zombie companies. He says that the Treasury, with all the borrowing they're doing, that's likely to crowd out the private market, and says that on the way is a slew of bankruptcies. We've certainly already seen more bankruptcies than typical at this point of year. He's also very critical of the Trump administration, saying that they're going to become the poster child for bad policy decisions on a risk-reward basis.
What stocks are you watching today, Danny? What should we be keeping our eye on today?
Yeah, the earnings season continues to roll on. There's TUI, which is cutting 8,000 jobs. Of course, this is the world's biggest holiday package company. They're having issues like other travel companies are, but their goal here is to cut costs, encourage more local holidays, hoping that will bring a revive to travel before the summer. We're also seeing a lot of banks to keep our eye on. Of course, Steve Narrows was just talking about this before the break. We had Commerce Bank and ABN AMRO reporting. The story continues to be loan loss provisions at ABN AMRO, setting aside 1.1 billion euros. Some of that is due to soured loans. Other bits is a bad oil trade, for example. Commerce Bank, Matt, you spoke to the CFO earlier. I thought it was interesting. She's saying a U-shaped recovery. That seems to be the letter of the day. Also encouraged by valuation pickup, still setting aside more than 300 billion euros for provisions, about half of that going towards soured loans. Matt, Anna?
Danny, thank you very much. Bloomberg's Danny Berger. Yes, rightly pointing out that today's programme seems to have been brought to us by the letter U. We've had Commerce Bank and Maersk both talking about that kind of shape to the recovery. Stan Druckenmiller need fear not. Let's talk about where we are expecting to open at the start of the European trading day. European equity markets suggested down by 1.4% on Euro Stoxx 50 as we play catch up here in Europe versus some weakness in the US last night. This is Bloomberg. Good morning, everybody. A minute to go until the start of the cash equities trading session in Europe for this Wednesday morning. Here are your headlines. A top German judge says the ECB is not a master of the universe and must be held accountable. This as Merkel and Macron agree to reopen the France-Germany border. US medical advisor Anthony Fauci weighs on market sentiment, warning against reopening too soon. Stan Druckenmiller adds to the downbeat tone, saying equity risk-reward is the worst he's seen. And Commerzbank swings to a loss in the third quarter, putting aside a third of €1 billion for virus provisions. This as rival Deutsche Bank says it will restart its job cut plans. Matt, what do futures tell us?
Well, we're seeing futures across Europe and in the UK that are down right now, and they're more than 1% drops. It's interesting because we did have gains in the Asian equity indexes. So we saw big drops, 2% drops in the US, then Asian equity indexes keeping their heads above water, and now European futures down. You can see that the FTSE is open down almost 2/3 of 1% now. The IBEX in Madrid is down more than 1%, and the Eurostoxx index, the benchmark European index, is down about 0.5% right now as well. Now we're getting the DAX out down 1.4%, so worse than even futures indicated. The DAX dropping there, 1.33% right now, and the CAC 40 in Paris 1.2%. So 1% and change basically drops across European markets after nerves took hold of the U.S. markets. As I said, the S&P 500 was down more than 2%, the biggest drop in over a week. Joining us now is Sarah Hewen, Chief Economist, Americas and Europe at Standard & Chartered Bank. Sarah, is this just, investors selling off after 30% gains from the lows, or are there concerns that we're going to see, because of Dr. Fauci's speech yesterday, problems with the reopening of the U.S. economy?
I think that there are some concerns about how quickly some U.S. states are reopening. It's clear that in some cases states were in lockdown just for a relatively short period of time, and reopening really while infection rates were still rising. And of course that's been flagged by Dr. Fauci as a concern. Many states, if not all states, seem to be ignoring the White House's own suggestions about advice about safe reopening. So given the hit to the economy that's evident from the lockdowns that have already happened, the concern is that you see another round of lockdowns that are needed over the coming months because infection rates soar again. So I think that must be behind some of the investor nervousness that we see.
We've heard a lot about a U-shaped recovery today from a couple of companies, Sarah. What kind of shape or trajectory do you put on the coronavirus impact on the global economy? You get a sense from reading some of the UK government documents that they seem to be in this for the long haul. And when you look at market positioning as well, 9-month and 1-year long dollar contracts seem to be in high demand. Is there a sense that the market's increasingly positioning for something that will have a fairly long duration?
I think it's inevitable that the impact of this crisis will be felt for a long time. But that's different from saying that this is going to be a U-shaped or an L-shaped recovery. The data, for example, that we've seen in China show a very steep off-the-cliff drop as the crisis takes hold, but then equally a swift rebound. Now, we're not expecting that we're going to see a rebound back to where things were at the end of last year. That's not likely to happen even by the end of this year. But the impact of some lifting of restrictions does allow some economic agents to return to normal. So I think that the data that we're expecting are going to be more of a sort of leaning V or a Nike swoosh type of
profile rather than continuing to see economies in prolonged recession. So it's very different from the global financial crisis, where we saw obviously not as deep a decline, but quarter over quarter over quarter, we saw further declines. This time round, a massive, massive decline expected in the current quarter for Europe and for the US. But we think that third quarter we will start to see some signs of recovery, and that continuing in the fourth quarter as well, but emphasizing that we don't expect to see GDP back to where it was at the end of last year, even by the end of this year.
One thing that I thought was interesting is Stanley Druckenmiller saying that government stimulus programs won't be enough to overcome real-world economic problems. And I wonder what you think about that. He says, you know, the consensus seems to be, don't worry, the Fed will have your back, and his analysis shows that it just isn't the case. You know, some investors, Sarah, are saying the market is underestimating the stimulus we're getting, and Druckenmiller is saying it's not enough.
Well, certainly policy action was very swift, and I think that that's something to recognize in this crisis. Again, you know, if we go back to the global financial crisis, it took a while before central banks really acted to offset the damage that was being caused and to try to prevent the ripple effect around the global financial markets. They were sort of slow in coming to that. This time round, central banks acted very, very swiftly and have, certainly in the case of the Fed, we've seen unlimited bond buying. The European Central Bank has committed to such, although we know that there are other constraints for the ECB. So I would argue that for central banks, the policy response has been very swift and really as much as they can be expected to do. Of course, there are limits to monetary policy, what it can achieve in an environment like this, and that's where governments come in. Again, if we look at the US fiscal stimulus, then that's been very substantial, probably more to come. On the European side, it's been a bit of a mixture. Some countries, Germany, have done a lot. I would argue that the UK has done a lot. And also, it's been smart trying to ensure that businesses are able to get up and running again once conditions start to normalize. Having said all of this, of course, it's not going to be enough to offset the massive impact of this crisis. So at best, it can, you know, limit the damage.
Okay, Sarah, we'll talk more about the UK shortly. Sarah Hewen, Chief Economist for Europe and the Americas at Standard Chartered Bank. Thank you very much for being with us so far. Stay with us, in fact. And coming up on the programme, we'll talk about that UK slowdown, the country's economy shrinking by 5.8% in the month of March. We'll assess that damage. This is Bloomberg.
Welcome back to the European Open. We are 10 minutes into the session right now, and we're looking at drops of 1.5% across continental indexes. The FTSE off almost 1% right now as well. Let's get the Bloomberg Business Flash for you. These are today's top corporate stories from the Bloomberg terminal. Commerzbank is taking a nearly 480 million euro hit to deal with the coronavirus fallout. It's joining peers in marking down assets and boosting reserves to deal with bad loans. The Frankfurt-based lender says about 185 million euros of its provisions are directly related to the outbreak. The world's biggest shipping container line is warning of a 25% slump in volumes. Maersk is suspending its full-year profit outlook, saying the pandemic is having a significant impact on activity. But while the outlook is grim, Maersk still managed to deliver growth in its operating profit. ABN AMRO posted a higher than expected loss in the first quarter, coupled with higher provisions. The bank set aside over €1 billion to cover the cost of loans going bad, and it says the figure may rise to $2.5 billion for the full year. ABN AMRO also reported its first net loss in 7 years. And that is your Bloomberg Business Flash.
Let's get back to the conversation around UK growth and the UK economy. We've seen this stunning contraction for the month of March, but obviously fear worse is yet to come for the second quarter. Sarah Kewen from Standard Chartered joins us. We saw that unprecedented 5.8% shrinking in the UK economy in the month of March. What do you expect the Bank of England to do from here? We've seen a lot of action already. You've already mentioned what Rishi Sunak, the Chancellor, has done, Sarah. Do you think that negative interest rates are on the table in the UK? Because Andrew Bailey, slight break with the past of the Bank of England, when asked about this, suggesting that nothing is being ruled out, even if he wasn't actively ruling it in also. What are your thoughts?
Well, I think it's very sensible for policymakers not to rule out any options at the current juncture, given the crisis that we're in. I mean, certainly in the past, we know that the Bank of England has always viewed the zero low bound to be where rates, where rates are currently. I mean, indeed, moving to 0.1% was a sort of a break with the past. So negative rates aren't ruled out. For the UK and Bank of England, I think we would expect them to prefer to expand QE in terms of easing policy further, and that certainly looks possible over the coming months. Now, moving to negative rates, there are complications in terms of what it means for banks. And the policymakers also have to think about what signal it's sending as well. What is the problem that they're trying to address here? If it's trying to make sure that banks lend as much as possible, well, there are perhaps alternative ways of achieving that rather than going for negative rates. And they also have to bear in mind, of course, the sort of unintended consequences that banks may potentially lend less if they're facing costs of negative rates.
Well, maybe unintended consequences for the whole economy. I think it's interesting how much the president wants to see this, and we have a function on the Bloomberg. You can type NI Trump tweet to get all of Donald Trump's tweets on Twitter. I noticed overnight he tweeted, as long as other countries are receiving the benefits of negative rates, the USA should also accept the gift, big numbers. What do you think, Sarah, are the benefits of negative rates? And do you think that the US is missing out on this gift that the EU has given itself?
Yes, I mean, the European Central Bank has put up a very strong defense of its negative rate policy against pushback from the financial sector and from certain governments, including from Germany. And the view is that they've managed to avoid deflation. They've managed to ensure that lending does stay positive. And certainly until the beginning of the crisis, we were seeing pretty positive rates of lending growth, both for the corporate sector and for the household sector. And of course, they have sort of doubled down more recently, lowering the targeted lending, so incentivizing lending via the teltros and doing that at -1%. So essentially, banks are being paid for lending. And I think that route is in the current circumstances, is likely to be one that does gain some traction. Now, for other central banks, of course, for the Fed, the approach has been multifaceted, but it also includes unlimited quantitative easing. And I think that this is where the Fed perhaps has the advantage over the European Central Bank. The ECB commits to unlimited QE, but in reality, the political constraints may limit what it can do. The Fed doesn't have the same constraints, and therefore that may be the way in which it achieves very low rates along the yield curve.
All right, Sarah, thanks very much for joining us. Sarah Hewen there, Chief Economist, Americas and Europe at Standard Chartered Bank. Now we'll talk more about the ECB. It's not the master of the universe, or at least that's what a top German judge said in a German newspaper. Up next, we're live from Brussels with the latest from the continent. This is Bloomberg.
I think that there are two factors to consider. First, the composition of NASDAQ, the NASDAQ Composite Index and the NASDAQ 100 Index. If you look at the companies that choose to list on NASDAQ, we do have the companies that really are defining the economy of tomorrow. We do, of course, have companies from every sector listed on NASDAQ, but when you look at the companies that are doing well through this crisis, they do tend to be NASDAQ-listed companies, whether they're biotech companies. We have 94% of all biotech companies listed on NASDAQ, as well as technology companies. And those companies are demonstrating great resilience, which then, of course, drives the index values on the Nasdaq. I think the second key factor is the Fed. So the Federal Reserve in general, if you look at the overall performance of the markets, not just the companies listed on Nasdaq, but overall, I think the impact of the virus has been muted by the aggressive action of the Fed to support the economy, to support companies, to make sure that we have easy access to capital and that we can manage our companies through this crisis moment.
Well, do you think you really need to bring all your people back into the offices because it seems to be working pretty well right now? Or do you think that a lot of people may not want to come back into the offices because they're afraid of traveling to the offices, or they're just comfortable working at home?
And it's a great point, David, because we did a survey of every employee to ask them what is their comfort level to come back under certain conditions and based on the status of different cities where we operate. And we have some employees who are eager to come back, but the vast majority of the employees want to continue to wait and see how things progress in the cities where they operate before they come back. We have the luxury of patience. We have the ability to work from home very effectively. So we will ask people if they want to come back voluntarily and they feel they can do it in a safe way. Then we would like to start to reopen offices to give them that flexibility. But we then will put a whole lot of protocols in place inside the offices to make sure that they stay safe while they're there. But the fact is it will be voluntary only for the foreseeable future because we can work so effectively from home.
So let's talk about China for a moment. The U.S.-China relationship is a little complicated at times, but maybe because of COVID-19. So are you taking companies public on Nasdaq that are Chinese-based? Is that a challenge now or not a challenge?
We are accepting listings from China. We always have. I think that both Nasdaq and New York have been an active market for companies from China. I do think that there are some challenges that the SEC has acknowledged that they are going to address through a roundtable. So we do have some very specific issues with the way that disclosures are provided and from certain emerging markets, including China. I think the SEC is working on that. They've acknowledged that they have an issue to work on, and we're excited to work with them, frankly, to find ways to improve that part of the Chinese listing experience. But generally, we continue to be an active listing exchange for Chinese companies, including a company called Kingsoft Cloud that went public last week.
So a lot of people in the business community have been lobbying Congress or the administration to get some support to help them. Have you been lobbying Congress or the administration on behalf of either your exchange or your members?
Well, we're in a very fortunate position where we don't have to lobby on our behalf. I think that, in fact, also the rules that govern the exchanges worked quite well through this crisis. So we haven't had to work very extensively with our regulators because the equities markets and the options markets have operated quite well through this whole crisis. But we do work with our listed companies to make sure that they're getting the support they need. And I'm a member of the BRT, the Business Roundtable. We are working very hard to make sure that we advocate for small businesses, to make sure they're getting the access to the capital they need. And then, of course, we can support the government as they're thinking through their programs. I have to say I've been very impressed with the federal government in terms of the fiscal support that they've been giving and how fast they moved, as well as the Fed. I think the Fed did some pretty extraordinary things early on so that they really staved off they really did try to make sure that they staved off a deteriorating situation quite successfully.
That was the Nasdaq CEO, Adena Friedman, speaking to Carlyle co-founder David Rubenstein earlier on Leadership Live. Let's get to the European story now. The ECB isn't master of the universe and shouldn't pretend otherwise. So said Peter Huber, the German judge who drafted the Constitutional Court opinion questioning the bank's QE program. It merely wants to see accountability and an explanation for those hurt by it, so he says. Joining us now is reporter Maria Tadeo in Brussels. So how real is this standoff then between the ECB and the German court?
Well, Anna, what is really starting to look now is, as of the European Central Bank was almost just collateral damage in this fight, it really does look like this is a standoff between the national courts and the ECJ. This is about whether you should follow your national legislation or whether European institutions should be guided through different criteria. And this we have seen play out before with
other countries over other issues. And it does look like in Germany, this is something that really is about accountability. Who is responsible and who should, Germany in this case, but also the ECB respond to.
So aren't we hearing, though, from members of the ECB that they don't want to make that big a deal about this, that they're willing to just put together a presentation that should only take a few hours and send it to the German court?
Yeah, and this is what we've been reporting now for, almost a week, kind of saying members of the ECB actually believe that they could respond to these questions quickly, but there is an internal debate as to should the ECB provide the answers to a national court, even though really it doesn't have that responsibility over the ECB. This is not a court that actually has that kind of power, or should it be done through the German central bank? And then I would also point that if you look at the key European institutions at this point, including von der Leyen, who is German and would know this constitution very well, also put out a statement over the weekend saying, let's just keep it very clear, the institutions that are EU should be held accountable by the European Court of Justice. They don't respond to anyone else. And if you try to not do that, we could actually look at whether you, as a country, are breaking the law, essentially.
All right, got it. Well, it's certainly an incredible story. Maria, thanks very much for covering that. Maria Tadeo, our reporter on the ground in Brussels. Coming up, the UK slowed down. The country's economy shrank 5.8% in March. How does that affect its investment potential?
Welcome back to the European Market Open. European equities then under pressure this morning. The Stock 600 down by 1.4%. Some of the worst losses coming through on the Xetra DAX and the CAC 40, where we're down by 1.9, 1.8% respectively. We've got some, in terms of where we are on the various sectors then, we've seen that the Stock 600 has been losing a little bit of ground as we've gone through the morning. And in fact, just in the last half hour has taken another leg to the downside. And in terms of those sectors, all of them are in negative territory. So healthcare, telecoms, utilities, those bond proxies or dividend payers or slightly more haven status sectors do perform the best, but even they are in negative territory. And to the downside, we've got auto parts and travel and leisure, even though I saw that TUI was actually doing quite well on the back of some of the self-help measures that they are taking. Banks, industrial goods and services also to the downside. So plenty of stocks to the downside. We also got a UK 2-year bond yield falling to a record low of minus 0.044% as the debate rumbles on about which central banks will or won't go into negative interest rate territory. I should say, though, that the UK bond yield is in good company in turning negative. We seem to see that across the European space, certainly in the core versus a different story at the periphery. Matt?
All right, let's get the Bloomberg First Word news for you. These are today's top stories off of the Bloomberg terminal. President Trump's top disease expert has told Congress that reopening the U.S. economy too quickly threatens a new spike in coronavirus infections. Anthony Fauci told the Senate Health Committee that he's concerned about cities and states relaxing infection curves without meeting guidelines on when it might be safe. The Indian government has announced a $265 billion spending plan to support the economy. India is set for its first full-year contraction in 4 decades, and companies have been urging the government for weeks to increase support measures. India's top motorcycle maker, Hero MotoCorp, is urging the government to reduce taxes on its products to help consumers buy them.
Industry, the tax is very high. 28% tax on motorcycles, which goes to the common man, is very high. We've been requesting for that to come down.
Global coronavirus cases have now topped 4.2 million. In the U.S., the pace of new infections slowed to 1.4%, largely due to success in New York, which is the worst affected state. Gilead Sciences, meanwhile, says it is licensing its potential treatment remdesivir to 5 generic drug makers to help meet the anticipated demand. And Korea has reported that virus cases traced to an outbreak in Seoul nightclubs have now reached 119. Global news 24 hours a day on air and at Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. Anna?
Let's talk about the UK then right now, Matt. The UK economy shrinking by an unprecedented 5.8% in the month of March. That's as restrictions to control the coronavirus weighed on the already tepid economy. Joining us now is Laura Fogg, Janice Henderson, Investors Portfolio Manager. Laura, great to speak to you this morning. Times must be tough when it comes to being an income fund portfolio manager. Laura, where are you going to find that income at this point when we see one of the trends right now is companies cutting back on dividends?
You're completely right. I mean, it's really an unprecedented level of dividend cuts. And we've already seen a level of dividend cuts that we didn't see during the financial crisis. And clearly the speed of that is very different to the financial crisis as well. It's not uniform, though. There are some sectors that are continuing to pay. So, for example, the pharmaceutical sector are pretty much continuing as they were. In some cases, we've seen some quite good dividend increases there. There's also sectors like utilities that are continuing to pay, tobacco, parts of consumer staples, and some of the retailers, names like Tesco are continuing to pay. So there is still some income available, but there are widespread sectors, banks, some insurers, industrial companies that have pretty much cut across the board. In some cases due to regulatory pressure, and in cases like industrial, due to lack of earnings visibility.
Laura, are you worried about the kind of mass bankruptcies that Jim Bullard is warning about as a possibility for U.S. businesses? I mean, do you see the possibility of bankruptcies spreading through, for example, supply chains like a contagion?
I think supply chains is something we really need to be aware of, but to be honest, I think there's just so little visibility on that at the moment that it's too hard to call. I think what I would say is the difference versus the financial crisis is that banks, from what I'm hearing, speaking to companies, banks are being very willing to lend. They're letting companies draw down on their RCS when they need to. In some cases, they're willing to give covenant waivers, to give extra accordions. So that's really very different to the financial crisis. I think the banks went into this with generally a very strong capital position, and they are willing to lend. So that is a difference. I think in terms of the supply chains, you're right to sort of bring it up as a point of concern. It is a concern, but I think it's just too early for me to say where those supply chain problems are going to pop up. But I am expecting them to pop up in some cases.
And when we see businesses in the UK trying to shore up their own balance sheets, Laura, some of them are going to banks. Some of them are tapping the capital markets instead, aren't they? And it's really interesting to see the appetite that investors have, given the uncertainties and the uncertainties surrounding some of the business models involved. The investment community does seem to have appetite for some of these offerings at this point.
Really interesting. I completely agree. And we've been pleasantly surprised by how much appetite there's been. So what you've seen is companies in the UK generally raising money via placings, which is up to 20% of the market cap that you can do that with. And there's been a huge amount of appetite for these placings. In some cases, in industries that are difficult. So, for example, gym companies, bowling alleys. These are companies where obviously all of the sites are currently shut, and it's not entirely clear when you can reopen them and under what circumstances you can reopen them. So, for example, with a gym, do you have to run it at a reduced capacity? So there's a lot of question marks about these sectors, and yet there seems to be very strong demand for these placings. I think what it's saying is that investors were relatively conservatively positioned going into all of this, that there is cash on the sidelines that people have raised that's ready to be used when these placings come up.
I want to call for that chart that we just showed again, Laura, and you can't see this, I'm sure, but I thought it was fascinating. I saw yesterday the U.S. version that our very own Mr. Dave Wilson posted, and so Hillary's team put together a UK version. What this shows is that in historic slumps, when we see historic slumps in GDP, and this is for the UK, 12 months later, there is always a pretty decent gain for the FTSE All-Share Index. We can see back in 1974, there was a huge gain a year later after the big drop, but through the 80s, after big recessions, there was a jump a year later in FTSE shares, and during the financial crisis, of course, after the huge slump in GDP, we had a big spring back in shares 12 months later. Does this make sense to you, this trend?
I think that's what really drove the bounce during April. So clearly we saw a very weak period during the middle of March, and then during April we saw a bounce. And now for the last few days or recent weeks, we've seen more conservative positioning again. So just like you were saying this morning, the airlines, the travel and leisure sector not doing very well, the more defensively positioned companies doing better. I think the difference this time round is this is a simultaneous supply and demand shock. The likes of which we've never really seen before. So it's not like we can pull out the playbook and say, well, the last time this happened, this happened to earnings, and then they bounce back this quickly the following year. So I think just the sheer lack of visibility it is really quite high versus history. But you're right to call it out. I think what analysts are modelling basically is for earnings to fall roughly 30% odd this year, but then bounce back the same amount next year. Whether or not that's too optimistic, I don't know. I think it really depends how the phasing out of lockdown works and whether there is this second wave. And to be honest, that is a very difficult one to call. And I'm not a virologist, so I'm not quite sure how that's going to work. But I think this is a particularly difficult one to call, just because there isn't a historic precedent for it.
We none of us are epidemiologists, Laura, but all of us have to focus on it, don't we? Laura Fold, thank you very much. Janice Henderson, Investors Portfolio Manager. Up next on the programme, remember the flash crash. It is 10 years today since a London day trader helped wipe $1 trillion off US stock markets from his bedroom. We will talk about how it all happened. That's next. This is Bloomberg.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Markets. This is the European Open right now. We are 43 minutes into the session, and we're looking at accelerating losses now. The Continental Index is down more than 2%. The FTSE off almost 1.5%. Now, this marks this month the 10-year anniversary of the flash crash, which saw $1 trillion wiped off U.S. stock markets in less than a half an hour and made me lose my hair. The markets recovered, but for years afterwards, nobody was sure exactly what had happened. Glitches, high-frequency traders, and old-fashioned fat fingers were initially blamed. Then, in 2015, a London-based point-and-click trader, Navinder Sario, was arrested for market manipulation. But the question was, how did a single man trading financial markets from his bedroom in his parents' basement cause such a massive and abrupt crash? Bloomberg's financial investigations reporter Liam Vaughn has made the so-called Hound of Hounslow the subject of his book, Flash Crash, and it's out tomorrow. It's also being turned into a film with Slumdog Millionaire actor Dev Patel playing Sairo. So, Liam, first of all, tell me, what do we know about how this really happened? How much is myth and how much is real?
Without wanting to give the ending of the book away, the flash crash was this kind of very dramatic, very mysterious event in 2010. In which the bottom just miraculously sort of fell out of the market. It was already a highly volatile day. We're in the midst of the Eurozone crisis, and suddenly the markets around the world started sort of plummeting like a runaway elevator. And originally there was an investigation by the US authorities, and they kind of settled on various explanations, including the rise of high-frequency trading and some other kind of big trades that were placed by pension funds. And then fast forward 5 years, and the FBI knock on a guy's door, a very modest house in Hounslow, underneath the flight path of Heathrow, and arrest a guy called Navinder Singh Sairo, who's now, achieved almost mythical status. Sairo was, despite his kind of very humble location and the way that he lived his life, was actually a huge trader. For 5 years, he was amongst the leading traders on the E-mini S&P 500, which is one of the biggest futures markets in the world, and he was trading bigger size than Goldman Sachs and bigger than most hedge funds. So don't think that just because he was trading in his bedroom, he wasn't, trading significant size. That said, the idea that he, single-handedly could have had a major effect on the markets that day is really a matter of dispute, and I get into that in the book.
Yeah, and it's really interesting, isn't it, with so many people possibly watching this trading in their bedrooms or at least in their homes, Liam, the strange times we find ourselves in. Tell me a bit about how Nav, as he's known, Navinder, how he managed to escape jail time, essentially. He proved incredibly useful to the US authorities.
Yeah, so Nav was arrested in 2015, and at that point in time, he was charged with 22 criminal counts by the U.S. Department of Justice, felony counts. So, the cumulative prison sentence for that is 380 years. When they knocked on his door, all they really knew about him is that he was worth $70 million, that he'd set up various offshore vehicles and bank accounts, and that he was, in his kind of interactions with the exchange, sometimes quite aggressive. So they didn't really know what to expect. And then they knock on the door and, go up to his bedroom, and it's literally a single bed with a tiger stuffed toy on it and a load of computer games and paraphernalia. And so what eventually happens is that they get to know Nav, and firstly, they realize just how incredibly gifted he is. And at that point in time, the US authorities' sort of real knowledge and understanding of, the dark arts of electronic markets was pretty rudimentary. And so Nav was able to sit there, and amazingly, one of the sort of nuggets in the book is that Nav felt like the markets were being rigged and being cheated by HFT firms. So he started videoing himself trading, if you can believe that. So when they arrested him, they found this camcorder, and on it is all this footage of him basically breaking the law. So it didn't help his legal case, but it meant that he had hours and hours of footage, which he then sat down with the FBI and talked through, how the markets work and what he was doing and what other people were doing, which proved incredibly helpful. And off the back of that, they built, dozens of other spoofing cases.
But the bottom line, Liam, is that he's somewhat of a savant, right? He's at very least, a genius. I wonder what he's doing now. Is this guy making bank, or is he just wasting everybody on a Call of Duty Twitch stream?
Well, one of the tragic elements of the story is that because Nav never wanted to tell his family and friends about the money, instead what he did is he sort of entrusted it to a series of so-called investment advisors who essentially, promised him that they could give him guaranteed returns of like 11% a year. Ultimately, he gets arrested, needs to make bail. He's on paper worth tens of millions of dollars, but his bail set at £5 million, so it should be easy for him. The lawyers quickly find out that they can't get hold of the money. So unfortunately, even though Nav made all this money, he was ultimately taken for a ride, and that's kind of one of the big twists. One of the big elements of the story is that this so-called genius criminal mastermind was himself a victim of sort of Ponzi schemers. So at the moment, he's completely broke and isn't actually allowed to trade. He's still under house arrest. That expires in January. But I spoke to various HFT firms and big hedge funds, and they all said that they would hire him in a flash. So maybe he's got a career on Wall Street after all.
Liam, thank you so much. Thanks very much for bringing us a reminder of 10 years ago, the story since, and a little bit of insight into your book. Liam Vaughan, financial investigations reporter for Bloomberg, and the author of Flash Crash, a trading savant, a global manhunt, and the most mysterious market crash in history. It's being published by William Collins and is out tomorrow, I understand. Now, coming up on the programme, how will reopenings affect risk assets? We'll put that question. It's the Markets Live question of the day. They've been throwing that question around on the MLive blog. We'll put that to Laura Cooper next. This is Bloomberg.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
welcome back to the European Market Open. 52 minutes into the first hour of trading here on European equities, and we are in negative territory, sort of playing catch-up with losses on Wall Street yesterday. Down on the DAX by 1 3/4% and on the CAC by 1.9%. Let's get into the trading day themes, though, with Laura Cooper, our Bloomberg Markets Live macro strategist. And one of the themes is around UK growth, Laura. And I just see that Rishi Sunak, the Chancellor, is saying that it is very likely the UK faces a significant recession. That's not a surprise to anybody who follows these things and works in financial markets. But how has this gone down, this very negative picture for March growth in the UK? But it was a little better than some of those much more dreary forecasts.
Yes, so we did see the first quarter growth come in about 2% contraction relative to expectations for a slightly larger 2.6% decline. But yet we saw the pound largely shrug this off. We saw UK gilts largely shrug this off because it was priced in already. And I think what is facing markets now is just how deep the contraction is going to be, because it's going to be Q2 that the economy is the hardest hit. Now, when we look to the Bank of England, they've already warned that they see growth contracting by about 14% through the year. But then this is also predicated on this kind of easing of lockdowns over the near term. And that presents the greatest downside risk as of now, because ultimately what they're saying is that, every 2 weeks of additional social distancing could shave about 1.25 percentage points off growth. So clearly this is a dim outlook, and there's a great deal of uncertainty that markets just aren't able to price in yet because they don't know how this is going to unfold.
How, your question of the day is how will reopenings affect risk assets? And on the one hand, considering what you just said and what we've heard from James Bullard, surely markets, for the economy's sake, want to see reopenings. On the other hand, you don't want to see increases in cases or deaths. So are you hearing just, expect volatility to pick up from even these high levels?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, as we get clarity on how these lifting of lockdowns will unfold, we would expect to see market volatility, because as we look right now, this is a crucial pivot point really for the assumptions that have guided both bears and bulls. So the market rally that we saw through April has largely been driven by this pro-risk collective narrative that it's going to be a relatively quick recession. We're going to have a sharp recovery. There's going to be, this exceptional stimulus is going to be enough to support that outlook that investors are pricing in. But crucially, at this stage, it is the case that if we see these lockdowns extend, that is going to weigh on economic activity further, and markets are going to have to reprice those assumptions. So like you mentioned, Bullard is saying that, there is the risk of even a depression should this shutdowns extend. And he's saying that there's a shelf life of about 90 days to 120 days. So if we do see a second wave of infections come through and these restrictions have to be put in place once again, it's likely that this optimism that we've seen throughout markets will be tested, and I would expect risk assets to come under pressure, and then more defensive trades like the dollar to be bid going forward.
Laura, thank you. Laura Cooper, Bloomberg Markets Live macro strategist. Matt, that's it for the European Market Open. Then European equity markets under pressure this morning.
Yeah, I'm headed over to radio right now, so viewers can become listeners. Tune in if you're in the city on London DAB digital radio. Up next is Bloomberg Surveillance. This is Bloomberg.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
The UK economy plunges into recession. Growth sinks nearly 6% in March due to restrictions to combat the pandemic. We talk to the Shadow Chancellor shortly. Pessimism reigns in markets. Dr. Fauci weighs on sentiment, warning against reopening too soon. Stan Druckenmiller adds to the downbeat tone, saying equity risk-reward is the worst he's seen. And a top German judge says the ECB is not master of the universe and must be held accountable. This as Merkel and Macron agree to reopen the France-Germany border. Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Francine Lacqua here in London. A lot going on in your markets, a lot going on, of course, with that German Constitutional Court, as we have more reports about why they came to that decision. But first to your markets. Now, let's also have a look at pound because of that GDP figure. Again, the markets are latching on more than the GDP figure to the forecasts, and a lot of people are expecting worse things to come. This is the markets that we're looking at. So there is a little bit of stabilization, certainly compared to what we saw an hour ago. But the focus is on what we heard from Dr. Fauci, really saying that we should not reopen too soon. And if you look at the risk on mood, it's off. Treasuries and gold holding on to the previous day's gains. Now let's get straight to the Bloomberg First Word News in New York City is Ritika Gupta. Hi, Ritika.
Hi, Francine. The European Central Bank isn't master of the universe and shouldn't pretend otherwise. That's according to the German judge who drafted the opinion on the bank's QE program. He told German newspaper SD the court isn't making a huge demand of the central bank. He's just asking for it to take responsibility for its QE program and explain it to those negatively affected by it. Global coronavirus cases have now topped 4.2 million in the US. The pace of new infections slowed to 1.4%, largely due to success in New York, the worst affected state. Gilead Sciences, meanwhile, says it is licensing its potential treatment remdesivir to 5 generic drug makers to help meet anticipated demand. And Korea has reported that virus cases traced to an outbreak in Seoul nightclubs have now reached 119. President Trump's top disease expert has told Congress that reopening the U.S. economy too soon threatens a new spike in coronavirus infections. Anthony Fauci told the Senate Health Committee that he's concerned about cities and states relaxing infection curbs without meeting guidelines on when it might be safe. Nissan is planning to cut about $2.8 billion in costs. Our source tells us the initiatives are likely part of a 3-year plan that will be unveiled later in May. To make the reductions, the car maker is phasing out its Datsun brand. It's shutting down a production line and cutting marketing and research costs. The plan is aimed at turning around the auto giant after a tumultuous period. Global news 24 hours a day on air and at Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Ritika Gupta. This is Bloomberg. Francine.
Thank you so much, Ritika. Now, the UK economy shrank almost 6% in March as the nation went into lockdown. It almost certainly puts the UK into a deep recession, potentially the deepest in more than 3 centuries. Now, GDP fell 2% in the first quarter, with the current 3 months likely to be even worse. Well, joining us now is Trevor Greetham, head of multi-asset at Royal London Asset Management. Trevor, how concerned are you that we're going to see a recession, a deep recession with a very slow recovery? What kind of recovery or what kind of crisis do you forecast?
Well, you're right to say that this is only a taste of things to come in terms of GDP. So the first quarter's contraction was 2%, but we've got to bear in mind the lockdown only really started in March, and March alone had a 6% drop in the economy. April retail sales were down nearly 20% year on year. Barclaycard transactions were down 36%. So I think we're going to see much worse numbers for the second quarter. But the markets are looking through that a little bit, and what they're doing at the moment in the recovery we've seen over April is they're beginning to factor in that there'll be some kind of switching back on of economic activity over the next month or so. Tomorrow is the day that the UK partially gets back to work. I think the difficulty is that it's not going to be a V-shaped recovery. It will start off looking like that because you'll get this big collapse in activity, then a switching back on. But I'm a big believer in what people are calling the 90% economy, that even when you start to switch things back on, there'll be big sectors of the economy like leisure and retail that won't come back properly. So the symbol, I think, it most reflects as a square root symbol. It starts off like a V, and then it goes flat. And it goes flat at a level below where you'd like to see it. And I think that's what markets are currently grappling with in the kind of sideways trading we've seen over the last few weeks.
So, Trevor, what does it mean for where you want to put your money? If we are going to be in this kind of like flat recovery, does it all depend on the consumer? And will the UK economy be very similar to what you're seeing worldwide?
I think it's a worldwide phenomenon, and different economies have gone into the hard phase of the lockdown at different stages. They'll be coming out at different stages. I think it's a really long process. I mean, the most sort of noteworthy piece of data I picked up in the last couple of days from the UK government briefings was that about 5% of the UK population have antibodies. This data is a bit historic because it reflects infections about 5 weeks ago. But if only 5% of us have had coronavirus, and we have to get to 60% for so-called herd immunity, we're 1/12 of the way through the crisis. And so I think there'll be long periods of partial shutdown, there'll be potential backtracks, and it's a long old slog. So from an investment point of view, we're relatively neutral equities, ready to move in either direction. And what we're focusing on is the things which I think are clear. So there's more support for high-yield bonds. So we're overweight high-yield bonds versus, say, commercial property or commodities. And there's a big trend in favor of growth stocks. So we like the US, we like the tech sector. We're underweight the UK, for example, underweight financials and industrials. And we think those relative value trades will actually persist whether we get a relapse or not. But the overall equity question is quite poised at the moment. Could go either way.
But what kind of impact, so if there is a second wave and a second lockdown, what does that do to markets? Is it worse than, it's unclear what's being priced, is it worse than reopening the economy slower than we are currently?
Probably. I mean, I think the stock markets tend to reflect their best guess of what the underlying economy is doing. And so that sort of hockey stick sort of shape almost, where it's gone down, it's coming up a little bit, is reflecting what the markets are expecting the economy to do. I think if there were a significant second surge and another lockdown, which is what Dr. Fauci is suggesting could happen in some states in the US, and we're certainly concerned about that elsewhere, then I think the markets go back down again. And just from a technical point of view, when you've seen as big a drop as we saw in March, which in that 6-week period was as fast as the onset of the 1929 crash, you often see a retest, more often than not. And so it wouldn't be surprising in 3 months' time that we're back down to the March kind of levels, particularly if there is a second surge and the economies end up having to be locked down longer than people currently expect.
Trevor, we'll talk about inflation a little bit later on, but when will economies be able to create all the jobs that were lost in the last 2 months?
It's going to take some time. I mean, there are some estimates that the rise in the US unemployment rate from under 4%, which was a 45-year low, to 15% roughly now, 20% if you include people who are on furlough. There are estimates that maybe half of that comes back quite quickly, but it won't all come back because firms have either had to shut down or there'll be, as mentioned, sectors of the economy, the 90% economy, that don't come back fully. And what that suggests is that unemployment will remain quite high for some time. It's always going to look on the sort of charts as a really weird situation where it all happened in 1 month. I don't know if you saw that New York Times front page on Saturday, where they showed the graph of non-farm payrolls month on month across the top banner of the paper. And then the April 2020 figure went all the way down the right-hand side of the page, right to the bottom of the front page. It's a really weird, sudden 1 month snap, twice as many jobs destroyed as in the Lehman crisis, but all in 1 month. Some of that will snap straight back, but the rest of it will be, I think, a normal kind of post-recession long slog. So, we're dealing with the kind of initial shutdown and bounce back, but after that, I still think we've got quite tricky markets to deal with. We've probably still got what will feel like a recession for maybe 6 months to 18 months. The positive is that policy is just coming out hugely to support markets and to support jobs. So it may well be we come out of this with less damage to equities than you might feel, but with much higher government debt.
Trevor, thanks so much. Trevor Greetham there from Royal London Asset Management stays with us, and we'll go back to him at 9:30 UK time. Now, coming up, as the UK economy shrinks almost 6% in March and the government extends its furlough scheme, we speak to the Shadow Chancellor. Our interview with Annalise Dodds is next. This is Bloomberg.
It is critically important that the markets stay open in this time, as opposed to trying to take breaks in the middle. I think that that'll just push off the situation a little bit, but actually could create other pent-up issues if you do close the markets.
Economics, finance, politics. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Francine Lacqua here in London. Now let's get straight to the Bloomberg Business Flash in New York City. Is Ritika Gupta. Hi, Ritika.
Hi, Francine. Thousands of bankers have returned to their offices across some of Asia's financial hubs, but things aren't likely to return to normal for a long time. In Hong Kong, Citi is planning to install plastic partitions in some workstations. Morgan Stanley has recalibrated its elevator for faster rides with fewer passengers. Twitter says its employees will be able to choose to work from home permanently when the coronavirus outbreak finally recedes. CEO Jack Dorsey has told staff the company is unlikely to reopen its physical offices before September, but after that, most can work from wherever they want. Twitter employs around 5,000 people in 35 offices around the world. The Indian government has announced a $265 billion spending plan to support the economy. India is set for its first full-year contraction in 4 decades, and companies have been urging the government for weeks to increase support measures. India's top motorcycle maker, Hero MotoCorp, is urging the government to reduce taxes on its products to help consumers. And that's the Bloomberg Business Flash, Francine.
Thank you so much. That is, of course, our Ritika Gupta. Now let's get more on the UK, as data shows the economy sinking into what could be the deepest recession in more than 300 years. The government has confirmed the extension of its furlough program. The scheme paying wages to more than 6 million workers in the UK will now at least last until the end of October. Well, Bloomberg Economics says the total cost could reach some £84 billion, where I'm very pleased to be joined now by the UK's Shadow Chancellor of the Exchequer. She's Annalise Dodds. Annalise Dodds, thank you so much for joining us. The GDP figure was pretty bad, maybe not as bad as expected, but still pretty bad. And many people think this is a taster of, even uglier data to come. How should the government go ahead and try and fix this economy?
Well, that's absolutely right. And of course, these figures just reflected the very beginning of the lockdown in the UK. So unfortunately, it is very likely that we'll see much more significant reductions in GDP in the next set of figures. Clearly, the UK government has introduced an economic package with a number of elements to be supporting jobs and incomes during this crisis. We've been trying to work with the UK government on that. We've had some changes, as you mentioned, announced to the furlough scheme yesterday when I demanded that the UK Chancellor come into Parliament to talk about those after a series of rumours had been within the UK press. I think it's really critical now that we ensure that all of those different schemes are working as well as possible, in particular that we avoid any cliff edges. I am concerned that with the furlough scheme, for example, there's been a suggestion that we could see an employer contribution, potentially quite a substantial one, being required on the 1st of August for all employers. Now that would risk quite a large increase in unemployment, very large numbers of people all coming into the jobs market all at the same time. We need to try and avoid those kind of effects if at all possible, given that, of course, it will be quite difficult for the labour market to absorb those people currently, given that many of them were doing the kind of jobs that actually have been put out of reach as a result of this crisis.
But would you say overall that the government is actually doing a good job in trying to cushion this economy? And if yes, how difficult is it to be, the opposition right now?
Well, we did call for a number of elements of the package. In the case of the furlough scheme, for example, we were asking government to look at other international examples for really quite some time and encouraging them to work with businesses, trade unions and other organisations to get some kind of a furlough scheme introduced. We had hoped that it could have supported short hours working, so facilitated part-time working. Now, we still don't have that in the UK. I was hoping that the Chancellor might have been about to announce that for the UK this week. Actually, he said it wouldn't be coming into place until the beginning of August. I think my concern around that is that many businesses really want to be getting at least some of their people back part-time right now, because they need to be having some part-time working there to keep the business going so it'll be ready to reopen. So we said to the Chancellor, look, please do all you can to try and get this flexibility into the furlough scheme earlier than that 1st of August date, because that is potentially going to be too late for a number of businesses that won't have been able to keep themselves going because that system hasn't been there yet.
Do you see any holes in the government's assistance to companies and workers? Do you see anything that actually could be done better, not theoretically, but maybe on the ground?
So there have been a number of gaps in the different schemes, the different elements of the economic package. I've set those out to the Chancellor. I wrote to him again last night indicating a number of the gaps in provision. And if at all possible, we need those gaps to be filled. But I think, the reason why there's such an issue for the UK, at least in comparison to other European nations, is the fact that our social security system covers a very, very small element of people's previous incomes. So people bump right down to about 10% of average income if they go onto our social security system, so-called universal credit. Now, that's not the case in many other European countries. So where there are gaps in the support package, that's much more of a problem in the UK than in many other comparable nations. So we've been saying government needs to fix those gaps, but it also needs to ensure if people fall outside the schemes, that then they're covered properly by social security. Got lots of families in the UK with very, very little financial resilience.
What exactly are those gaps?
So, for example, we do now have a scheme for self-employed people. In fact, that went live just today. But there are quite large numbers of people who, for example, might be recently self-employed. That scheme relies on previous tax returns to assess people's income and then provide that through HMRC, our tax authority. So there's a big gap there for the newly self-employed, gaps for people who've newly become employed as well. We've tried to suggest to government some solutions to that, different ways that the tax services could assess people's incomes. Associated with that, different ways that they could deal with fraud, because until now they've said they don't want to necessarily fill some of those gaps because they're concerned about the risk for fraud. We set out some ways we think they could combat that and deal with anybody who tries to manipulate those systems and clearly try and dissuade that. Obviously, there's a shared agenda there. We think in a number of other areas, government needs to be looking quite carefully at the future of particularly our loan schemes. So obviously the UK package is loaded very heavily towards loan guarantees as a proportion of its overall value. Now, we've said that that may be sensible in the UK context. We didn't have many other mechanisms sitting there ready to go compared to many other countries. But we need to then be ensuring that that debt burden, especially for small businesses, isn't going to be unsustainable in the long term. I know there are some good discussions going on with the various lenders. We've said that we need to have a proper process for this, making sure that those businesses can continue into the future as going concerns if there's any possibility that they would be properly viable into the long term.
How would the government actually be paying for all of this? These are very expensive schemes. Do we just need to get used to much more debt for much longer?
Well, ultimately, obviously, the UK is going to be accruing substantial debt through this crisis, as indeed are many other countries. So that is going to be the norm in many developed countries. We are going to be seeing that. And of course, in many countries in the global south, the debt burden is going to be much more of a problem. We've been urging much more international action in respect of that. When it comes to the UK's finances, ultimately in the long run, perhaps not in the short run, but in the long run, we will need to be paying down that debt, clearly. Now, we've had some leaked proposals from government around that in one of the UK's newspapers, the Telegraph last night, suggesting that that paying for this would come from significant reductions in public service funding, increases in taxation. I guess my two main concerns around that are, first of all, that we will need to be doing all we can to try and boost demand as we climb out of that crisis. It's taken an enormous hit. We'll need to be thinking about what we can do to support households and businesses spending. Now, if you cut back too radically, too quickly, that's going to impede that recovery, make the economy grow more slowly than necessary. So that's a big concern. But secondly, of course, the UK's recovery after the previous financial crisis was very unbalanced. We can't have that in the future.
Shadow Chancellor, thank you so much for joining us. That is Annelies Dodds, UK Shadow Chancellor of the Exchequer. Plenty more from Bloomberg next. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Francine Lacqua here in London. There's a very clear risk-off mood to the markets. We were also talking to not only, of course, the Shadow Chancellor of the Exchequer here in the UK, but to Trevor Greetham, who was giving us some of the scenarios for the markets. The focus definitely is on what Dr. Fauci was saying yesterday, the risk of reinfection, and so markets are taking that in their stride, but actually deciding a bit to sell off. Treasuries and gold holding on to the previous day's gains. Now, coming up, legendary hedge fund manager Stan Druckenmiller says that a V-shaped recovery is a fantasy. We discuss that next. This is Bloomberg.
Another day of risk off across the financial markets. We bring you special coverage of all the price action and implications here on Bloomberg Television.
I was actually poor.
No foreplay?
Eat your bag of Lay's with a smile on your face.
If all the diseases have been taken, I'll take a tax.
So I think we ought to have a little bit of humility in our belief that we know what's best for the economy. And as much as I respect you, Dr. Fauci, I don't think you're the end all. I don't think you're the one person that gets to make a decision. We can listen to your advice, but there are people on the other side saying there's not going to be a surge and that we can safely open the economy, and the facts will bear this out. But if we keep kids out of school for another year, what's going to happen is the poor and underprivileged kids who don't have a parent that's able to teach them at home are not going to learn for a full year. And I think we ought to look at the Swedish model, and we ought to look at letting our kids get back to school. I think it's a huge mistake if we don't open the schools in the fall.
I have never made myself out to be the end-all and only voice in this. I'm a scientist, a physician, and a public health official. I give advice according to the best scientific evidence. There are a number of other people who come into that and give advice that are more related to the things that you spoke about the need to get the country back open again and economically. I don't give advice about economic things. I don't give advice about anything other than public health.
Well, that was some of Senator Rand Paul and Dr. Anthony Fauci's exchange yesterday during his testimony to the Senate. Now let's get straight to the Bloomberg First World News in New York City is Ritika Gupta. Hi, Ritika.
Thanks, Francine. An easing of the UK's lockdown begins today with what Prime Minister Boris Johnson has called baby steps towards reopening the economy. In England, people will be able to spend unlimited time outdoors, and those who can't work from home are being encouraged to go to their jobs. Meanwhile, the government has extended its furlough scheme until at least October. Bloomberg Economics says the total cost could reach £84 billion. The UK economy shrank almost 6% in March as the nation went into lockdown. It almost certainly puts the UK into a deep recession, potentially the deepest in more than 3 centuries. GDP fell 2% in the first quarter, with the current 3 months likely to be even worse. And California's Alameda County says Tesla can restart its operations as soon as next week if pandemic guidelines are followed. It comes amid a tense standoff with CEO Elon Musk, who said he'd get the plant back to work regardless of the rules, risking arrest. County officials said they've held productive discussions with the electric car maker. And the world's biggest shipping container line is warning of a 25% slump in volumes. Maersk is suspending its full-year profit outlook, saying the pandemic is having a significant impact on activity. But while the outlook is grim, Maersk still managed to deliver growth in its operating profit. Global news 24 hours a day on air and a quick take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Ritika Gupta. This is Bloomberg. Francine.
Ritika, thanks so much. Now, Stan Druckenmiller says the risk-reward calculation for equities is the worst he's seen in his career. The hedge fund manager spoke during a webcast on Tuesday, saying the prospect of a V-shaped recovery in the U.S. is a fantasy. Still with us, Trevor Greetham, head of multi-asset at Royal London Asset Management. We talked a little bit, Trevor, about the kind of recovery that you were seeing, and you were worried about, this falling off a cliff and then actually a very slow recovery. What do you do with inflation? Do you worry about inflation coming back with a vengeance because of the stimulus, or is it something that at the moment we should just not be thinking about?
Yeah, I think it's premature to worry about inflation at the moment. So what we've had with the pandemic is a major deflationary shock. So if you think about it, we've had demand fall precipitously, probably more than supply. They've both fallen. But if you look at the oil price, for example, there's been a collapse in the oil price. Even with negative futures prices for a while there. You've also seen the biggest monthly drop in core consumer price inflation America has ever seen, 0.4% month-to-month drop. And then what happens next is supply recovers faster than demand does. So you can already see that in China. So factories have switched back on in China, but consumer confidence and consumer behavior has been hit very hard. And so you're likely to see this wave of deflationary forces going around the world as supply switches back on and consumers are still very much retrenched. Further out, you could argue that the degree of money printing and the sort of fiscal stimulus you're seeing will end up being inflationary. But that's more of a kind of medium to long-term political question, whether the way that people actually decide to set policy in the recovery is inflationary or not is something to worry about later on.
Should we worry about these big picture, political questions, Trevor? We look at the ECB and, them being challenged by a German court, people saying this could be the start of a breaking up of the euro. We also have a great story actually on the Bloomberg terminal written by Alessandra Migliaccio and Luca Casiracchi looking at the ghost of the 1992 Italian devaluation. Are these worries about bailouts and things that, frankly, we thought we'd put behind us going to come back and haunt us?
Yeah, I think this is a defining moment for the European currency because I've often thought that you'll only get a properly functioning euro when you have either a large central budget or fiscal transfers, and the only likely situation in which you could actually cross that Rubicon and enter into what the Germans would disparagingly call a transfer union is if there is a single large common enemy that the euro countries are facing. And I was thinking that would have to be a military enemy, a war or something would bring the euro countries together. But this is a war on coronavirus. It's an opportunity for Europe to come together. And I was quite interested by George Soros's idea that the ECB should be issuing very large-scale irredeemable bonds, so like consols in the UK, to fight the coronavirus. And he was talking about €1 trillion. But those are the big numbers you need to see. I think without that, with the small budget that the member states have given the EU, even doubling that small budget, it will look like sort of fiddling while Rome burns. So I think there is a major risk around the euro area at the moment. I'm hopeful that they come through it, but I think you might get more stress in financial markets. Just as you got the echo crisis of the Lehman failure, you've got the euro crisis. I think there'll be an echo crisis of the pandemic, which will be another euro crisis. And Europe can come through it, and maybe they won't take the necessary decisions until the markets pressure them again.
So Trevor, would you worry about the lack of solidarity? And if there is a second euro crisis coming, what's the timeline for that? Is it 3 years, or could it come actually much sooner?
I think it's in the next year or so that the question will come. So I do sympathise with the EU, because they can only do what the member states let them do, and the member states have all stepped in the first instance to deal with the crisis, and you'd expect that to happen. And then everyone says, where's the EU? Well, the EU can only do what it's being allowed to do by the other governments. But I think it's another, unfortunately, asymmetric shock that seems to have hurt Italy more than Germany. And it's another situation where there's a question about whether there will be this solidarity about fighting the virus, and if there is, then I think that's a sort of a forming moment for a much closer European political union. I think what it means is that you've got to watch quite closely the peripheral bond spreads, so the BTP spreads again. The euro currency itself, I'd be a little bit nervous about. We've got a slight preference for the Swiss franc as a result. And it may be something that bubbles away and doesn't happen. But certainly, every time you get a big economic shock or a recession, the stresses and strains of the current loose fiscal arrangements within the euro area come back to the fore. It may take longer. It may be part of the what happens next story. If you get into this recovery phase where economies have bounced back but not fully, and you've still got lots of government debt and lots of deficits, will people start to talk about the Maastricht criteria again? Will they start to sort of talk about fining Italy for running a large deficit? This is really going to come to a head.
So what does it mean for some of the European assets? Do you like them less than maybe American assets, or do you make a distinction regionally? Does Asia look more attractive because they've recovered quicker?
Well, the US looks more attractive, and I think the US's approach to the coronavirus is very patchy and very chaotic and very much done at the state level. I saw a really interesting chart. You should probably show your viewers if you get a chance to, which looked at the degree to which economies were reopening versus the degree to which they've got a surge in virus cases. There's no correlation at all. But then if you look at the degree to which economies are reopening, statewide economies are reopening in America versus the vote in the last presidential election for Trump, there's almost an R squared of 1. So basically the more Republican states are reopening, the more Democrat states are not. And so that's going to be a problem. I think the danger is there's going to be an extra surge in America. But if you look at the US stock market, it's 40-odd% technology and healthcare. There's a major sort of growth stock outperformance going on here. Europe's got much more value and financials and things which aren't doing so well. So I think irrespective of the euro crisis risk, I would prefer the US stock market over Europe. That's just an extra reason, I think, not to want to overweight European equities at the moment. And I would say, it sounds like we've kind of battened down the hatches and we're expecting it all to blow up any moment now. It could take a long time for the political stresses in Europe to really come to the fore again. But I think that's the direction of travel.
Trevor, thanks so much for joining us. Trevor Greetham, there, head of multi-assets at Royal London Asset Management. Now, here's what you should be watching out for today. The European Commission Executive Vice President, Margrethe Vestager, and Commissioner Thierry Breton will be unveiling its travel and tourism roadmap. At midday UK time, then the German Chancellor Angela Merkel will give the Bundestag an update on Berlin's response to the coronavirus pandemic. Meanwhile, here in the UK, Prime Minister Boris Johnson will be at PMQs, his first since changing the lockdown rules, and then later Fed Chairman Jay Powell will discuss economic issues via webinar. Lastly, the EU Commission President Ursula von der Leyen and the EU Council President Charles Michel will address the European Parliament on the bloc's recovery plan. So it's a full day and full week ahead. Now, coming up, Italian digital bank Illimity says it still expects a positive result for the current year despite provisions for more loan losses. We'll focus on Italy, coronavirus, and the country's banking sector. That's coming up next. This is Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Francine Lacqua here in London. Now let's get straight to the Bloomberg Business Flash in New York City. Is Ritika Gupta. Hi, Ritika.
Hi, Francine. Commerzbank is taking a nearly €480 million hit to deal with the coronavirus fallout. It's joining peers in marking down assets and boosting reserves to deal with bad loans. The Frankfurt-based lender says about €185 million of its provisions are directly related to the outbreak. ABN AMRO posted a higher-than-expected loss in the first quarter, coupled with higher provisions. The bank set aside over €1 billion to cover the cost of loans going bad, and it says the figure may rise to €2.5 billion for the full year. The lender also reported its first net loss in 7 years. The Indian government has announced a $265 billion spending plan to support the economy. India is set for its first full-year contraction in 4 decades, and companies have been urging the government for weeks to increase support measures. India's top motorcycle maker Hero MotoCorp is urging the government to reduce taxes on its products to help consumers.
For our industry, the tax is very high. 28% tax on motorcycles, which goes to the common man, is very high. We've been requesting for that to come down.
And that's your Bloomberg Business Flash, Francine.
Thank you so much, Ritika. Now let's focus on Italy. We'll be speaking to Corrado Passera from Illimity very shortly. This is Bloomberg. I actually think that Mr. Passera is on the phone with us now. I'm not sure whether he is on the line or not, so let me...
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Climate change is the defining issue of our time, so we've redefined how we cover it. With clear data and rigorous journalism, we rise to the scale of the challenge to reveal the breadth of possibility. We look at stories from every angle to provoke debate, spotlight solutions, and make sense of the greatest crisis of our generation. Bloomberg Green, solutions for a changing climate.
It is critically important that the markets stay open in this time as opposed to trying to take breaks in the middle. I think that that'll just push off the situation a little bit, but actually could create other pent-up issues if you do close the markets.
Economics, finance, and politics. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. Now, we have a lot going on. Of course, Italy registered the highest number of new coronavirus cases in just under a week. So we'll get to Corrado Passera in a second. But now let's also talk about oil. And we spoke to the Energy, of course, Secretary of the U.S. Here he is.
We now have 23 states that are opening up. There are local economies that represents roughly 40% of the gasoline demand. In the United States, we're starting to see oil prices stabilize. I think it's very important to note that, this increase is good for consumers in the sense that jobs are protected all across the economy. And we've seen no dramatic impact on gasoline prices across the country, which I think is very important as well.
So, Mr. Secretary, take us behind the scenes a little bit if you can. We know that President Trump has a very good relationship with the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman. Was that cut at all something that the president helped encourage or even arrange?
The president has been personally engaged in this conversation for the last few weeks. As we talked about in the past, OPEC began its conversations around the March timeframe, early March timeframe, and Saudi Arabia and Russia got themselves into a bit of a dispute over their production numbers. And when the Saudis decided to take some actions right at the beginning of this pandemic, that led to both increased production and a reduction in the pricing of oil across the world. It impacted the U.S. producers very dramatically, and the president saw that early. He engaged with the heads of state in both countries, both Russia. He's talked to President Putin several times, and he's also engaged personally with the King of Saudi Arabia. The point of those conversations is to bring stability to the marketplace and stability to the producing community, and that's really our goal here.
Is there any risk that actually the U.S. production may come back too far, too fast? I mean, I just read there's Energy Transfer LP came out and said that at least in the Permian Basin, that actually shale's coming back quite fast. It went down about 8%, and now a full quarter of that is back online. Are you at all concerned that that might undermine some of the efforts here to stabilize the oil price?
No, I don't think so, David. I think what we're going to see here very shortly, if you're familiar with our Energy Information Administration, what we refer to as EIA, they just put out a report about an hour or so ago that talks about the economic boom that I think we're just on the verge of seeing. So the third and fourth quarters in 20 and certainly into 21 are going to be very, very robust. So the production will come back online as this economy begins to take off. And if you look at those numbers, I think you'll see that what the president has referred to as a V-shaped recovery looks very clear in the charts right now. So you'll see the production tend to match that V-shaped curve.
Let's talk about another restriction that, as I understand, you put into place, and that is on imports of power grid equipment from adversaries. It's taken, and I'm not saying this, I'm not putting words in your mouth, but it's taken by many to really refer to China. It raises the larger question about supply chains around the world that a lot of people are asking right now. What was the threat that you saw, the risk that you saw that required that restriction?
Sure. So what happened, David, the president issued an executive order about a week or so ago now. What we've identified are certain threats within our bulk, what we refer to as the bulk power electric grid. It's the pieces or the components that make up the electric grid that provide the enormous amounts of electricity that keep the lights on in our major cities. And what we have seen is that the supply chains have moved from the United States to other parts of the world, and in certain cases to parts of the world that candidly don't have our interest at heart, and they're adversarial countries. And what we began to see is the imposition of certain types of technology into some of these these components that make up the grid that would allow data transfer. It would allow manipulation of the grid in certain cases. And that's very, very concerning for us because if you think about, where we are today in this pandemic, if someone who was, not aligned with our goals in the United States, who, again, didn't have our interest at heart, decided to turn the lights off in New York City, then those hospitals go dark. And that's a very, very concerning situation for us. So the president rightfully recognized this. We have begun the process of evaluating the grid. We'll be working with the industry players, both at the governmental level as well as the private industry level.
Well, that was the U.S. Energy Secretary Dan Brouillette. Now, Lamborghini has resumed making cars again at its facility in northern Italy. Chief Executive Stefano Domenicali spoke to Bloomberg.
Guys, there is one thing that we need to consider. First of all, as you were saying, we are 95% export, so the production is all around the world. Main market for us is US. China is growing rapidly. And I have to say, one important factor that for us it is very, very good, I have to say, that we didn't receive any cancellation of order. I can see, I would say, for the great majority of our customers, that there is not a problem of liquidity. The problem is the right environment in which they're going to perform a purchase of a luxury good, like a car. If everything is closed or shut down, it's difficult to have the right environment to buy. What I can see today, for example, in South Korea, we didn't lock any dealer, and the request and the demand is still very strong. China started back again, signals are positive, but this is the week where I would say 90% of our dealer network is reopened back again. There will be different sensibility, different protocol. That's why it's fundamental to understand how the market will evolve. I do believe that our segment will be good after the first months, on which is just a matter of being not in the right mood. It's not a problem of being liquid enough. So we need to be prudent. We need to understand how we can be flexible in order to foresee what will be the demand next year in order to plan. The order backlog is very good on us, but it's important now that the market will react in the right way. We use these weeks not to stop. We use this week, for example, to launch virtually with the augmented reality, also thanks to Apple application, to launch the new Huracan Evo Spider 2-wheel drive. We had a great success in terms of contacts. We really hope to back to physical reality because that's where a product like Lamborghini should be.
Stefano, when do you anticipate Italy will be out of recession and that numbers will go up again? What's your forecast for sales of Lamborghinis?
Well, I think that no one has a crystal ball here in front of us. We can see in all these webinar different numbers, different situation. I think we need to be prudent. Italy for sure is suffering a lot in this moment. As you know, the GPD, the number is going minus 10%, even more. In Italy, for us, it's a small market. We sell 4% of our production. I do believe, the first months will be very, very difficult. And I do really hope that the system that the region and government has to put in place to relaunch all the segment of our industry has to start up as soon as possible, otherwise it will be difficult. But for Lamborghini, for sure, is not the main market. But as an Italian, we really do hope that the normality will be back to trace as soon as possible.
Are we going to see a plug-in hybrid Aventador this year? Are we going to see a plug-in hybrid Urus this year? Or do you think actually what is going on around the world is going to prevent either of those two things happening?
I can be direct to you because I'm like this, not this year, but for sure that's the plan for the future. We're going to be hybrid with our model cars. We're going to keep, our portfolio full with new products, new idea, because we are in a great moment of our brand. Very successful last year. The first 2 months of this year was huge. Now we need to restart the journey from that moment. But the production, but the products that we're going to have will be completed with the hybridization models in the short term for sure.
day of risk off across the financial markets. We bring you special coverage of all the price action and implications here on Bloomberg Television.
The UK economy plunges into a recession. Growth sinks nearly 6% in March due to restrictions to combat the pandemic. Pessimism reigns in markets. Dr. Fauci weighs on sentiment, warning against reopening too soon. Stan Druckenmiller adds to the downbeat tone, saying equity risk-reward is the worst he's seen. And a top German judge says the ECB is not a master of the universe and must be held accountable. This as Merkel and Macron agree to reopen the French-German border. Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. As always, Tom and Francine from London and New York. Tom, there's quite a lot going on today. I know there's a number of things together with the ECB, but markets are seeing a bit of risk-off mood. I think they worry about the second wave of infection. They worry about the number of deaths going up and the economies around the world having a second period of lockdown.
I think yesterday was a very difficult day mathematically, Francine, for this pandemic. We saw that not only in America, the dawning realization of what we're seeing across all of Latin America, but yes, it was a testimony of Dr. Fauci. I would point out that an hour and a half before Dr. Fauci spoke, there was very difficult inflation data, disinflation data, deflation data in the United States of America, and that seemed to shift the mood.
Yeah, and also it's shifting the mood is the UK economy, not worse than expected, actually better than expected, but a pretty big plunge. And a lot of people say this is only a taster of things to come. Now let's get straight to the Bloomberg First Word News in New York City is Ritika Gupta. Hi, Ritika.
Hi, Francine. Tom, President Trump's own experts are shrugging off his comments that, quote, we've prevailed. The head of the CDC told a Senate committee that the U.S. is not out of the woods yet on the coronavirus. Infectious disease chief Anthony Fauci warned that communities that ignore guidelines for reopening are in danger of new outbreaks. Fauci also denied that he has a confrontational relationship with President Trump. We're waiting to see if Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell gives any signals about what he'll do next. Powell speaks at 9 a.m. New York time. He may call for Congress to do more to combat the possibility of mass bankruptcies and long-lasting unemployment. Powell also may reiterate his lack of enthusiasm for negative rates. Amazon says its delivery speed is returning to normal. The company's two-day pledge had become weeks for some non-essential items, and those delays were starting to tarnish Amazon's brand. On Sunday, it lifted restrictions on the amount of inventory suppliers could send to Amazon warehouses. And the UK will start taking small steps today to come out of the coronavirus lockdown. Britons will be able to spend unlimited time outdoors. The real estate market has reopened, and people who can't work from home are being encouraged to go to their jobs. Still, all the signs are that the British government is digging in for the long haul. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and a quick take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Ritika Gupta. This is Bloomberg. Francine, Tom.
Ritika, thanks so much. The two-year gilt in London, I'll let Francine talk about. She's closer to it in that new negative yield. But far more importantly is a churn to the market and an indeterminate market, maybe waiting for Chairman Powell's virtual speech. But I do want to point out Brazilian real out the new weakness, and I'm watching Euro Swissy very carefully. Stronger Swiss franc. We're not there now to recent record Swiss strength, but we're really right on the cusp of it. I'm watching that, Francine, very carefully.
Tom, this is what I'm looking at. So it's very similar to what you're watching, and the UK economy plunging into recession with many people. The worst is yet to come. You can see that's moving pound a little bit. Euro dollar 108.42. There's a clear risk-off mood. Caution is hanging over the markets today. European stocks actually following this late drop on Wall Street yesterday. Treasuries climbing. Oil futures actually slipping, Tom. So we'll have plenty more on that throughout the day. Coming up next, we speak with Christian Keller, Barclays Head of Economics Research. We'll ask him about the UK economy. We'll also ask him about the reopening of the Franco-German border. This is Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Francine Lacqua here in London, Tom Keynes in New York. Tom, we'll talk about the UK economy with Christian Keller in a second, because the UK economy shrank almost 6% in March, plunging into what may be its deepest recession in more than 3 centuries. Now, the government faces a monumental task in restarting the economy as it begins to take small steps towards easing the lockdown. Well, joining us now is Christian Keller. He's Barclays Head of Economic Research. Christian, thank you for joining us. Earlier on, we also spoke to the Shadow Chancellor of the UK. Do you worry that things are going to get much worse in the UK, and is it a taster of things to come worldwide?
Well, I think clearly the second quarter is going to be worse than the first. I mean, we started with a lockdown in the UK a bit later than elsewhere. We have the examples of China, but in particular of other European countries. What it means to lock down your economy, it means activity is going to shrink much worse than what the numbers showed today for the first quarter. Now, the big question now is really no longer how deep will we fall in the second quarter, but really how strong can we recover in the rest of the year next year. I think this is really the main focus. The fall in the second quarter is already a done deal, more or less.
What's your main worry? Do we underestimate the severity of the crisis and the recession, or do we underestimate or overestimate the power of the recovery?
I think by now it is the power of the recovery. I think it took economists a while to really get a handle on how deep the declines would be. I think that has happened by now. we have good indications, as I said, that we see, depending how you look at it, a quarter and quarter annualized, you're going to get a decline of 40, 50%, across economies. There are some variations, but if you put an economy into lockdown, you're going to get very little activity. That's clear. As I said, I think the big issue is now how quickly will we recover. We have a very keen eye on China. Some of the recent data there, high frequency, has been actually encouraging. But at the same time, I think the big risk here is we still know relatively little about the virus, whether it can come back. Could it create a second wave suddenly in the third or fourth quarter that suddenly would put into question all the forecasts we have done now, which imply significant boost in the third and the fourth quarter from a very, very weak second quarter.
Christian, we've got negative rates this morning on the UK 2-year, and they're ever so slight as well. Is there a value to a little bit of negative rates versus, say, Swiss 20-year or the persistency we've seen of German 2-year? Can there be a value to the system and to London and to the Chancellor of the Exchequer of having a teensy-weensy 2-year negative rate?
Look, the issue about negative rates, and in particular policy rates, has obviously been discussed a lot. I think it is not something that central banks at this point consider. In the UK or elsewhere, you saw the ECB has not even chosen to go further negative in their rate. There are some studies on that it hasn't done a lot for Sweden. I think in the UK, moving into negative rates would have all kind of implications, possibly for building societies, etc. I think the path the Bank of England has gone so far by doing massive quantitative easing and essentially facilitating the government finances deficits. I think this is really the way to go. Whether there's an advantage of moving 2-year treasuries even into, or 2-year gilts, into negative territory, I'm not so sure. I think the implications of having negative rates, negative implications are many, and I think it would be an experiment not worth doing.
Are we shifting our magnitudes this morning? I sent my colleague John Farrow an email late last night looking at the news flow, and it just seems in the middle of May here, we're shifting our magnitudes of economic challenge out well into June, and even, I dare so, beginning to frame July. Do you see it that way?
Yeah, that is my concern. That, while we thought, once the virus is contained, people go back. I think we had hoped with all the policy stimulus, and with this not being a banking crisis, but really a health crisis, that where in principle, once it's over, people could go back to normal and you would see a sharp V. We now, I think, have concerns that once you have these massive declines, we've never seen. I mean, in the US, unemployment jumping up from record lows, historical record lows, to historical highs within 8 weeks. We don't know how to, what the consequences of this be, and how quickly will labor markets recover, and what does it mean for demand if they don't. I think this is exactly it, the question of, are we back up already in June and July, or do we have to pencil in a weak third quarter? And then, of course, the annual recession will be worse than what we have now.
Christian, what's your biggest concern out there in terms of legacy? Is it the political ramification in Europe? So if there's not enough solidarity, that we'll need bailouts, that other countries will want to leave the euro? Or is it, global unemployment? Is it something else?
I think it's a combination of things. I think, first of all, unemployment is a massive factor here. And, governments have been quick to respond. I mean, we have large programs depending on the institutional, the institutional settings in various countries, while in Europe you have more unemployment schemes and, natural stabilizers, short-term work weeks. In the US, they're sending out checks. There has been a massive response, but nevertheless, we never have seen such sharp increases in unemployment. And how quickly people come back to work and what it means for them to be without work for so long. I think this is a huge global challenge. But secondly, on Europe, just real quick, because you mentioned it, I do think, unfortunately, that this this crisis again points its finger at Europe's vulnerabilities. And you mentioned some things about, call it solidarity, call it, finding the right policy responses. But Europe again is in the spotlight, and it looks vulnerable.
Let's come back with Christian Keller. Lots to talk about. I do want to quiz him on Sweden, as he mentioned earlier, as well. Certainly that was front and center. And that fiery testimony we saw yesterday between Dr. Fauci and the junior senator from Kentucky, Dr. Paul, as well. Two doctors going at it yesterday in that testimony. We're going to go at it in the 6 o'clock hour. Later in the 6 o'clock hour, we'll catch up with Ian Bremmer. We will speak to him of our new international relations. We'll speak to him of every nation for himself. And I have promised Vet Bill I will speak to Ian Bremmer about his dog Moose. We'll get to that here in the 6 o'clock hour. Stay with us from London, from New York. This is Bloomberg.
Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Ritika Gupta. Let's get the Bloomberg Business Flash. The world's largest container line warns that the coronavirus outbreak could drive volumes down by as much as 25%. AP Moller Maersk had already suspended its full-year profit outlook. The Danish shipper did post first-quarter revenue that was better than expected. Tesla CEO Elon Musk looks like he's won his battle with local health officials in California. They say he can reopen his auto factory there as soon as next week. Tesla has to adopt extra recommendations to battle the coronavirus. On Monday, Musk had said the factory would restart production despite orders that it stay closed. Nissan plans to cut about $2.8 billion in annual fixed costs. The Japanese automaker also will book restructuring charges. Bloomberg's learned these are a likely part of a 3-year plan to be unveiled May 28th. That's aimed at turning around Nissan after a tumultuous last few years. And that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Tom, Francine.
Ritika, thank you so much. Greatly appreciated. Of course, a Wednesday here midweek and a really changing set of currents in the world. Francine, I'm really looking at the virus statistics, and it's an aside right now to our discussion here with our good guests, but the mathematics on Latin America is appalling. And by that, I mean, Francine, from Mexico on down to Argentina.
Yeah, Tom, I don't think actually it's that much different to what we're speaking to the guest with, because everything's linked, right? So economists now need to track in real time how the economies are reopening and the numbers of infected. So I think it's important to have a virus update almost on an hourly basis. What we know is that Russia reported more than 10,000 cases again, although the growth rate slowed, and then Britain will start, of course, easing some of the restrictions from today as data is showing that the economy is slumping in March, and that's just, you know, a sign of things to come, Tom.
Right. Christian Keller with us with Barclays, and of course with a wonderful advantage of Europe and particularly Scandinavia. Christian, separately from economics, Dr. Fauci testified in the United States yesterday and really went at it with Rand Paul, Dr. Paul of Kentucky, over the Sweden model. Not so much the virus, but give us an update on how Sweden is doing versus Norway, versus Denmark, versus Finland this morning. How is Sweden doing?
So I assume now we're talking about with regard to the virus, not with regard to negative rates, which was also a Swedish experiment. Look, I can't, to be frank, I can't profess to be really an expert on following Sweden in detail, but I think the model there was obviously to do not be as drastic with regard to social distancing measures. There were various views. Some were that, you know, Swedish society is already a society where there is, you know, a certain distance among people, so it's the way they live is more prone to keeping distance, and therefore the population was also quite disciplined, and therefore they didn't need the restrictive policies that you saw elsewhere in Europe. At the same time, from my understanding, is that Sweden does have quite high death rates. So I think, as we see in many other cases, by the way, in Singapore and Korea, there were some countries where early on we thought there were models, and we were really in awe how well they dealt with it. And suddenly, a few weeks later, we see results where we start to doubt, like, for example, in Korea, where you have a second wave, suddenly in Singapore. So I think this is really the scary part, that, you know, we seem to see models which work, and we suddenly think, well, maybe not. Sorry.
To speak of negative rates, and let's bring it back to the shock here of a negative rate for the 2-year gilt in the United Kingdom. Should Governor Bailey react? Should he respond? Should he speak and address negative interest rates?
I think, you know, he has not done so directly. You saw Ben Broadbent, you know, was on an interview yesterday where he touched upon it. I believe the message from the Bank of England is that it is not something they consider at the moment. I think clearly they do not exclude it forever. I think no central bank would do this. But if you follow communication from the Bank of England, even going before Andrew Bailey, Carney, in one of his last speeches, really laid out what the negative implications are in particular for the UK. As I said, has a lot to do also with some institutional differences in the UK from some other countries, including building societies, etc. So I think the Bank of England will stay away from it, frankly.
How do you see, Christian, when you look at some of the Asian economies, because they've been through this, before us, will the balance of power shift? Are they going to have a much stronger economy? And how do you see the trade war between the US and China developing?
That's a very large strategic question. I think, we hear that China and US is going back into negotiations, and maybe in the short term they will try to send some positive news. But overall, I believe the geopolitical tensions between not all of Asia necessarily, but China and the US, and also really Europe, have deteriorated. I think, unfortunately, one consequence of the current pandemic will be an increased suspicion towards China, and probably also some disappointment of China with the West, of feeling that they are being accused. I think that is something we have to prepare for, increased tensions. Now, with regard to the economies, I think it's clear that Asia will continue to be faster growing than the rest, and will continue to grow and become a bigger share in global GDP as they have been in the past. I think this will be unchanged. We may have some reshoring of activities. I think most economists, and also people who look at businesses from a micro perspective, expect that there be change in global value chains, and that there be some reshoring and production being brought back home, so to say.
Christian, thank you so much. Christian Keller there of Barclays. Now, we're also getting some breaking news out of the Prime Minister of Italy, Giuseppe Conte, saying that his cabinet is about to approve a €55 billion stimulus package for Italy. Tom, we track, of course, Italy as being the first country in Europe that was really hit quite hard by the virus, and they were also the first ones to reopen. So we have a look at Italy. We also have a look at what it means for bond spreads. Italy not only being the epicenter of the virus, but also the epicenter of this fight between southern and northern countries. This brings back the, solidarity from some European countries, and certainly we saw the ECB try to manage that, Tom.
We will see. Coming up, we're going to look at the litmus paper of the system with some real indicators today, not only persistently strong dollar, but also in Brazil, a challenged real. Adam Cole joins. Stay with us. This is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg Surveillance, Tom and Francine from London and New York. Now, Tom, we have a packed day ahead of us. This is what you should be watching out for. The European Commission Executive Vice President, Margrethe Vestager, and Commissioner Thierry Breton will be unveiling its travel and tourism roadmap. Now, at midday UK time, German Chancellor Angela Merkel will also give the Bundestag an update on Berlin's response to the coronavirus pandemic. Meanwhile, here in the UK, Prime Minister Boris Johnson will be at PMQs, his first since changing the lockdown rules. Later today, the Fed Chair Jay Powell will discuss economic issues via webinar. And lastly, EU Commission President Ursula von der Leyen and EU Council President will address the European Parliament on the bloc's recovery plan. So, Tom, frankly, a busy day ahead.
Absolutely, no question about that, Francine. Right now, on the litmus paper of the system, a gentleman who's particularly astute in the trenches of what I'll call market foreign exchange analysis. He's Adam Cole. He is Chief Currency Strategist for RBC in London and always provides a really interesting perspective away from the certitude of consensus. Adam, what does consensus most get wrong on this Wednesday?
I think the creeping consensus into markets has been, and I'm thinking of Powell this morning in particular as the biggest event for us today, this creeping consensus view that negative interest rates are a policy instrument that the Fed would consider using. And that's probably become all the more entrenched after the Reserve Bank of New Zealand overnight absolutely opened its arms to negative interest rates as a policy instrument and signaled it absolutely will contemplate. So I think what we see in market pricing and what we see from a lot of market participants is that the Fed is starting to contemplate using negative rates as a policy instrument. That's not our view of the structure of the U.S. economy.
This is so crucial. Thank you so much for bringing in New Zealand. Folks, the flies flying around here are the New York home flies. They come out in May and they fly across you while you're on air. Adam, I want to talk about the snowball effect we're getting right now of when the facts change, central banks change. Are the facts changing for all the central banks?
No, and I think it's crucial to bear in mind that the facts are different between different countries. So we have RBNZ saying it will contemplate negative interest rates. Other central banks have tried it and didn't like it. So the signal from the Riksbank in Sweden, for instance, is that it had a prolonged period, several years of negative rates, and it is highly resistant to going there again. The SNB still sits in negative interest rates, but every economy is different. The difference for the US relative to most of the European economies we're talking about is the presence of a very large money market fund sector, which is highly exposed or would be highly exposed to negative interest rates and is a constraint that most European central banks don't face. So the balance of risks for the Fed and the risks versus rewards balance look very different to those central banks that have tried negative rates so far in the rest of the world. So I think the facts are different between markets, and the balance of risks that the Fed is looking at are not the same as the RBNZ, not the same as the Riksbank, not the same as the SNB.
What would a policy mistake, Adam, from the Fed actually look like now?
I mean, a policy mistake could work in either direction, of course, given the huge degree of uncertainty on the depth of the downturn and the speed of the rebound in activity. Over-easing would be one policy mistake that ignited inflation at some point in the future. More likely, I guess, in most people's balance of risks would be the Fed not reacting quickly enough, something they could clearly not be accused of so far. But I think the uncertainty in both directions is so large at the moment, and the orders of magnitude of the fall in output and the potential rebound in output in the second half of the year are so big that you have to say that policy errors could happen in either direction given that level of uncertainty at the moment. That doesn't clarify things greatly, I'm afraid, but that's genuinely a reflection of where we are, I think.
But what does it all mean for dollar then?
So I think the way we see things as a central view from here is we've come through a couple of months, March and April in particular, where our markets in FX were what I would call incredibly dollar directional. Getting the dollar call right is really all that mattered. And what you saw week in, week out was that all the G10 currencies moved in the same direction against the dollar. And I think that's probably done for now. So what we go into going forward is a much more nuanced market. What we've got to think about is individual stories. It may be US policy that drives the moves. Dollar yen, I think dollar yen downside in particular is a particularly important call at the moment. But it will differ from currency to currency. We've kind of left behind that environment where all we had to worry about was where the dollar was going, and it would go in the same direction against everything. Going forward, I think markets are becoming more nuanced now.
Where's the tradable play in the majors right now? Is it yen, and how many big figures?
So we've got a target for dollar yen down to 95. And that's a reflection not of anything. 95, yeah. I mean, that's a decent tradable move, I would say. And that's a reflection not of anything we expect the Fed to do going forwards, but it's a reflection of what I think investors are doing in response to what's happened already, and that's an ongoing trend. So what we see is Japanese investors, firstly, are liquidating foreign investments wholesale and bringing money home.
Yeah, but
and in doing that, they're selling foreign currencies and buying again.
Adam, I don't mean to interrupt, and I know we're dealing with delays in that, but this is way too important for global Wall Street. A 95 strong yen move is extraordinary. Richard Edelman just did a survey of pandemic populism, and I'll be blunt, folks, Abe came in last place. There's no other way to put it. The Japanese people are stunned at the government's response to the pandemic. What happens to their export economy, Adam, if we get an RBC Capital 95 yen?
So it rather depends how it happens. If you've got a move of that magnitude in the space of a few trading sessions or over a couple of weeks, that would be something I think that would catch the attention of policymakers in Japan and the BOJ and the potential shock that would deliver. If it happened over the course of a few months, from the kind of levels we're at now, where the yen is at current levels still undervalued on most metrics, that will be manageable, I think, for the Japanese economy in the context of the other shocks that economy is absorbing. Wow. So I think it kind of depends how we get there, whether or not it comes onto policymakers' agenda. As a gradual move driven by real money flow, which is what we expect, I think it will be manageable. If it were a very rapid move driven more by speculative flow, that would be something the authorities would have on their radar pretty quickly.
Hugely valuable. I'll tweet this out, folks. A nice summary there from Adam Cole of RBC Capital Markets. With our news in New York City, here's Ritika Gupta.
Thanks, Tom. There's a little chance that the House Democrats' new relief package will be turned into law. The $3 trillion proposal includes aid to state and local governments and more spending on unemployment benefits and food stamps. Senate Republicans are in no rush to begin negotiations, but passage in the House would give Democrats a marker to set down while they position themselves for the election. Investors are waiting to hear what Fed Chair Jerome Powell has to say about the prospect of mass bankruptcies and long-lasting unemployment. Powell speaks at 9 a.m. New York time, and he's likely to call on Congress to provide additional relief funds. Powell may also gain signal that he's opposed to cutting the Fed's benchmark interest rates below zero. And the British economy has plunged into what may be its deepest recession in more than 3 centuries. GDP fell almost 6% in March when the lockdown was imposed. It was down 2% for the quarter, and things are expected to get a lot worse this quarter. The Bank of England is forecasting a staggering 25% contraction. The judge in the case of former National Security Advisor Michael Flynn is saying, not so fast. The Justice Department wants to dismiss the case, but federal judge Emmett Sullivan wants to hear what outsiders think. He's accepting friend of the court briefs. Flynn had already pleaded guilty to lying to FBI agents. Global news 24 hours a day on air and a quick take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Ritika Gupta. This is Bloomberg. Francine, Tom.
Ritika, thanks so much. Now, coming up, a conversation with Jan Hatzius, Goldman Sachs chief economist. That's at 8 a.m. in New York, 1 p.m. in London. They'll talk treasuries, and of course, they'll talk about those staggering unemployment figures. This is Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. Tom and Francine from London and New York. Now, this month marks the 10-year anniversary of the flash crash. It saw $1 trillion wiped off the S&P 500 within minutes. Markets soon bounced back, but no one was sure what caused it. Well, in 2015, UK day trader Navinder Singh Sarao was arrested for market manipulation. How did one man trading from his bedroom cause such a big crash? Well, joining us now is Liam Vaughan, who's a Bloomberg News financial investigations reporter and also author of Flash Crash, a trading savant, a global manhunt, and the most mysterious market crash in history. Liam, first of all, congratulations on a great read and congratulations on the book that's about to come out. As you explored and did all of your investigation on this trader, what struck you the most? Is there anything that actually you think really made the book?
Hi, Francine. Thank you. Navinder Sarao is a completely unique character. I've been a financial journalist for 15 years, and I write about white-collar crime, and you come across various characters, and Nav was just completely unique. He was a guy who was essentially self-taught, who lived underneath the Heathrow Airport flight path, who traded in his bedroom, lived on McDonald's and wore a tracksuit, but was a genius-level financial trader, accumulated $70 million from his bedroom, didn't tell his family and friends about it. Used to drive around Hounslow on a bicycle that he called his Lambo. There's this perfect and fascinating melding of two worlds when the US authorities and the FBI come calling and knock on his door, and this kid from the wrong side of the tracks ends up, grappling with the might of the American government.
Liam, in your article with Nick Baker and in your book, Flash Crash, this guy was going to get 380 years in prison. He got a slap on the wrist. Why?
It's a very good question. I'd say there's two reasons for that. One is that when they knocked on his door, they thought that Sarao was some kind of criminal mastermind because he traded huge size. He was spoofing the market for years. He had all his money in various offshore accounts. Actually, what they found is a kid in his bedroom in his parents' house who was essentially trading like a computer game. And so the authorities quickly realized that he was very vulnerable. He spent a short amount of time in a UK prison and did so badly. So there was an element to which they wanted to show some leniency and some recognition of that. But the other thing he did is that once they arrested him, he did a deal with them that he was going to assist them build other cases and understand the markets. So for the next 3 years, he worked with the FBI, showing them videos he'd made of himself trading and basically giving them a schooling in the dark arts of electronic markets. And he was so cooperative that the DOJ ultimately recommended that he just get time served. Which is a pretty remarkable turnaround, as you say.
Are there more systems in place, Liam, now to try and stop that kind of thing?
In terms of the flash crash itself, yes, there were various kind of technical changes that were made to the different exchanges. And even though we've had huge volatility at the moment in the market, I think actually you could probably be slightly reassured that there hasn't been a repeat of this, that the markets, even though they've lurched around, have been responding to genuine macro events. What happened before was more scary because it seemingly came out of nowhere and the markets completely plummeted. Within the space of 4 minutes, they'd lost 5%. And that hasn't really happened since. So could it happen again? Yes, I think it could. But the measures that they've taken seem to have done the job for now.
Liam Vaughan, thank you so much. Greatly, greatly appreciated. On a really shocking moment, I can't believe I'm saying this, 10 years ago, Liam Vaughan on Flash Crash, a required global read for Global Wall Street as well. Coming up later, David Rubenstein. Let me look at my terminal here on my phone to be sure I get this correct for you. David Rubenstein, a timely and important conversation with Eric Schmidt of Google. Look for that, the 4 p.m. hour. This is Bloomberg.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Ritika Gupta. Let's get the Bloomberg Business Flash. Las Vegas Sands is giving up on its $10 billion casino project in Japan. The world's largest casino company objects to language that would limit its Japanese license to just 10 years. Even in that time frame, government officials could change the terms in a way that would hurt profit. Officials in Washington and major U.S. cities are turning thumbs down on Uber's offer to buy Grubhub. They're already taking steps to limit the fees food delivery companies charge restaurants. Analysts say if there is a deal, it's likely to face antitrust scrutiny. And Americans should prepare to pay more for meat. U.S. meat packers are looking to make major operational changes because of the coronavirus pandemic. Some plants already are running slower than normal because of social distancing, and some production lines will be fully automated. The likely result, higher costs for an industry that's been efficient at pumping out cheap meat. And that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Tom, Francine.
Ritika, thanks so much. He is very different within the Trump administration, with public service with George Bush the Younger, working with the Ford Motor Company as their policy advisor, and more than anything, spending hours with Congressman Billy Towson. Dan Brouillette is exceptionally experienced, given the Trump administration's proclivity for friends of the president, friends of the family, and friends of politics. Here is a conversation with the Secretary of Energy.
We now have 23 states that are opening up. There are local economies that represents roughly 40% of the gasoline demand in the United States. We're starting to see oil prices stabilize. I think it's very important to note that this increase is good for consumers in the sense that jobs are protected all across the economy. And we've seen no dramatic impact on gasoline prices across the country, which I think is very important as well.
So, Mr. Secretary, take us behind the scenes a little bit if you can. We know that President Trump has a very good relationship with the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman. Was that cut at all something that the president helped encourage or even arrange?
The president has been personally engaged in this conversation for the last few weeks. As we talked about in the past, OPEC began its conversations around the March timeframe, early March timeframe, and Saudi Arabia and Russia got themselves into a bit of a dispute over their production numbers. And when the Saudis decided to take some actions right at the beginning of this pandemic, that led to both increased production and a reduction in the pricing of oil across the world. It impacted the U.S. producers very dramatically, and the president saw that early. He engaged with the heads of state in both countries, both Russia. He's talked to President Putin several times, and he's also engaged personally with the King of Saudi Arabia. The point of those conversations is to bring stability to the marketplace and stability to the producing community, and that's really our goal here.
Is there any risk that actually the U.S. production may come back too far, too fast? I mean, I just read there's Energy Transfer LP came out and said that at least in the Permian Basin, that actually shale's coming back quite fast. It went down about 8%, and now a full quarter of that is back online. Are you at all concerned that that might undermine some of the efforts here to stabilize the oil price?
No, I don't think so, David. I think what we're going to see here very shortly, if you're familiar with our Energy Information Administration, what we refer to as EIA, they just put out a report about an hour or so ago that talks about the economic boom that I think we're just on the verge of seeing. So the third and fourth quarters in 20 and certainly into 21 are going to be very, very robust. So the production will come back online as this economy begins to take off. And if you look at those numbers, I think you'll see that what the president has referred to as a V-shaped recovery looks very clear in the charts right now. So you'll see the production tend to match that V-shaped curve.
Let's talk about another restriction that, as I understand, you put into place, and that is on imports of power grid equipment from adversaries. It's taken, and I'm not saying this, I'm not putting words in your mouth, but it's taken by many to really refer to China. It raises the larger question about supply chains around the world that a lot of people are asking right now. What was the threat that you saw, the risk that you saw that required that restriction?
Sure. So what happened, David, the president issued an executive order about a week or so ago now. What we've identified are certain threats within our bulk, what we refer to as the bulk power electric grid. It's the pieces or the components that make up the electric grid that provide the enormous amounts of electricity that keep the lights on in our major cities. And what we have seen is that the supply chains have moved from the United States to other parts of the world, and in certain cases to parts of the world that candidly don't have our interest at heart, and they're adversarial countries. And what we began to see is the imposition of certain types of technology into some of these components that make up the grid that would allow data transfer. It would allow manipulation of the grid in certain cases. And that's very, very concerning for us because if you think about, where we are today in this pandemic, if someone who was, not aligned with our goals in the United States, who, again, didn't have our interest at heart, decided to turn the lights off in New York City, then those hospitals go dark. And that's a very, very concerning situation for us. So the president rightfully recognized this. We have begun the process of evaluating the grid. We'll be working with the industry players, both at the governmental level as well as the private industry level.
Well, that was the U.S. Energy Secretary Dan Brouillette. What I'm looking at actually is contracts on the S&P 500 fluctuating higher. So treasuries are climbing, dollar is pretty much steady before we'll hear from the Fed Chair Jay Powell. However, in the last couple of minutes or so, it seems that the slump in European stocks is not as severe as it was. And when you look at the S&P 500, they're actually turning higher. Again, this has to do with markets trying to figure out this late decline yesterday in Wall Street. That probably has to do with some of the concerns out there that we'll have a second lockdown. Coming up next, we have plenty more. We'll look at what we can with Jack Ablin. We'll look at your markets. We'll look at some of the inflation forecasts as well. Jack Ablin, Crescent Wealth Advisors Chief Investment Officer and founding partner, joins us next. This is Bloomberg.
This morning, it is a quote gift, and at that a gift that keeps on giving. President Trump calls for negative interest rates. It is virtually certain the chairman will agree to disagree in a virtual speech this morning. Meanwhile, Dr. Fauci, he hands a gift to the bears, a grim view on the pandemic. Or maybe it's the brutal admitted and uncounted death toll in Latin and South America. And history made for Francine Lacroix. She's going to pay the bank to keep the kids' money. The 2-year gilts to a record low, a negative rate at that. Euro Swissy on the cusp of new Swiss strength. It looks like deflation is here. Good morning, everyone. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Tom Keene in New York, Francine Lacroix in London. Really, really extraordinary, folks. The news flow. There was that red sticky, Francine, that famous Bloomberg red headline. Yeah, a record low 2-year yield, no big deal. But Governor Bailey with a negative 2-year yield?
Well, so first of all, there will be no money for my kids because as soon as I can, I'll be spending it all on childcare, Tom. But, you know, we did also catch up with Andrew Bailey last week, and I asked him whether negative rates were something that he'd consider. Now, the change in tone between him and his predecessor, also because of what we're facing, is pretty stark. So Governor Carney always saying that absolutely not negative rates for this country. Andrew Bailey, who's been in charge for about 2 months, when I spoke to him last week, actually kept the door open. He said probably not now, but because of the severity of what we're facing, he wouldn't rule anything out. So there's definitely a change in tone into, you know, what they can and can't do, Tom.
Brilliantly said. And I can't tell you enough, folks, the changes we're seeing from a Tuesday into this Wednesday. And again, Chairman Powell with Adam Posen and the Peterson Institute. I believe it's a virtual conference today that will galvanize global Wall Street. Jack Ablin with us here in a moment. Right now, with our first word news in New York City, here's Ritika Gupta.
Thanks, Tom. As you mentioned, we're waiting to see if Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell gives any signals about what he'll do next. Powell speaks at 9 a.m. New York time. He may call for Congress to do more to combat the possibility of mass bankruptcies and long-lasting unemployment. Powell also may reiterate his lack of enthusiasm for negative rates. President Trump's own experts are shrugging off his comments that, quote, "we've prevailed." The head of the CDC told a Senate committee that the U.S. is not out of the woods yet on the coronavirus. Infectious disease chief Anthony Fauci warned that communities that ignore federal guidelines for reopening are in danger of new outbreaks. Fauci also denied that he has a confrontational relationship with President Trump. And the British economy has plunged into what may be its deepest recession in more than 3 centuries. GDP fell almost 6% in March when the lockdown was imposed. It was down 2% for the quarter, and things are expected to get a lot worse this quarter. The Bank of England is forecasting a staggering 25% contraction. And Amazon says its delivery speed is returning to normal. The company's 2-day pledge had become weeks for some non-essential items, and those delays were starting to tarnish Amazon's brand. On Sunday, it lifted restrictions on the amount of inventory suppliers could send to Amazon warehouses. Global news 24 hours a day on air and at Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Ritika Gupta. This is Bloomberg. Francine, Tom.
Ritika, thanks so much. Greatly appreciated. Equities, bonds, currencies, commodities here with a little bit of lift to the markets, a churn out there. What I'm really watching is resilient dollar and some of the tone out there in foreign exchanges. We had that great interview with Adam Cole of RBC in the last hour. I'm watching Brazilian real is just a mess, as is the country over this horrific pandemic. And I'm also watching one of the great litmus papers, if you will, of the global system, and that is Swiss franc, its own original ideas, but the idea of ever stronger grinding strength in the Swiss franc is worth watching. Francine?
Tom, what I'm looking at is European stocks that are declining but less than they were a couple of minutes ago. So there does seem to be a bit of a shift at the margins in some of the risk-off mood out there. Treasuries rising, oil futures actually slipping. If you look at what the market is expecting, they're really watching the Fed Chair Jay Powell in hope that they offer fresh clues, that he offers fresh clues on the outlook for the world's largest economy and for monetary policy when he speaks later today. Dollar steady versus its biggest peers, Tom.
Very good. We have the perfect guest right now, folks, to summarize the shifting tides, the changes we see as personified yesterday in inflation data. You can fold in here the discount rate, you can fold in the whispers of disinflation and deflation, and the backdrop, of course, is, to be blunt, yesterday was not a good day for the mathematics of this pandemic. Jack Ablin is from Chicago with Crestview, and he joins us right now. Jack, we are grinding down the discount rate. We are grinding down the actuarial assumption. How close are we to the zero bound of our pensions? How close are we to the zero bound where all that math doesn't work?
Yeah, it's confounding, Tom. It's, when you look at the possibility of negative rates here at home, I have trusted the Fed in their pledge to avoid negative rates. And, the thing about negative rates that always puzzled me was, for a entity that is trying to guard against runs on the banks, one key ingredient to runs on the bank is negative rates at the bank, knowing that you could earn at least zero with a pile of cash under your mattress.
Well, I look at this, and I guess it comes down to the market telling people what to do. If we go back decades, a younger Mr. Soros told the silver market what to do, among other things. Is there enough power in the market to tell Chairman Powell what to do?
Yeah, I think there is. After his late, what was it, the late 2018 gaffe and raising rates, and then the whole market piled on top of him, I think he is certainly flexible and he's willing to respond to market forces. If the market forces, we see obviously negative rates now hitting UK and other parts of the world. Last time I checked, I think that negative total was well over 17 trillion. It's entirely possible he could cave and deliver negative rates here at home.
Jack, what does that mean for treasuries? What does that mean for the markets overall if he caves?
What it means is, that's going to likely, depending on where inflation or inflation expectations stay, assuming that they're going to negative rates because they want it as a form of financial repression. The argument there is it's going to push investors out into riskier assets. But we have to weigh those riskier assets against this, huge uncertainty of the economic reopening. There's just what I just wrote about was this really fine balance of risks in economic reopening. We saw in Georgia they reopened, and now they're seeing caseloads increase by 40%. On the other hand, we could open an economy, a local regional economy, and nobody goes out. It's just a very, very difficult environment in which to navigate, and I think we got a sense of that yesterday afternoon. It appeared that LA had delayed their opening at around 3:30 New York time, just at about the time the market turned south.
When, Jack, do we see a recovery? Are you worried more about the deepness of this crisis or the patchiness of the recovery?
My main issue is the patchiness of the recovery. What we've done and what we're recommending clients do is really, and I think we're seeing this. I mean, the stock market has essentially turned into the bond market, right? The bond market is really a binary investment decision. Either the vehicle's either going to pay off or it isn't, and that's what a lot of equity investors are now viewing equities. It isn't necessarily degrees. It's really, will this issue make it to the other side of the coronavirus gulch? So for me, it's the depth, but it's also really the length in time that we're at this kind of lower than potential rate.
I want to do a surveillance correction here. We're always scrupulous about that. My brain was frosty here with the beautiful New York City weather. I was looking back at silver, and I mentioned the younger George Soros, yes, of 40 years ago, but of course anyone would know I met the Kansas City Chiefs and the Hunt brothers as well in the silver crisis of 1980. Jack Ablin knew I was wrong on George Soros there. Jack, I love your idea of the bond market and the equity market becoming one and the same. How long is lower for longer right now? We're seeing our Carl Riccadonna frame out to 2021, even out to 2022. What's the Jack Ablin short term now? Is it 1 year or is it 5 years?
Yeah, no, I modeled conservatively. I modeled 2 years, and this is really this is where I took comfort in the math, Tom. You take a company. Let's assume that it's essentially the stock price is just the discounted present value of its future cash flows, and you take a reasonably growing company. Let's say it's growing its cash flows or its EBITDA at around 4% a year, and you just lop off 2020 and 2021 cash flows from where they were to zero, and then you just push those cash flows out 2 years and then sort of restart as if the company was just in a 2-year coma. At a reasonable market discount rate, you're looking at a decline of around 11%. And so for me, I take comfort in knowing, okay, the S&P is down around that amount, and not every company is, we have to also pick out those that'll survive versus those that don't. But I do know that, around 5% of the S&P is rated below investment grade, and one of the percent is Netflix. So, and I think I couldn't think of a business more suited for this shutdown. So, from the S&P perspective, I think the value right now is about right.
All right, Jack. Thank you so much. Jack Ablin there, Crescent Wealth Advisors Chief Investment Officer. He stays with us. Now, coming up on the program, Ian Bremmer, Eurasia Group of G0 Media President. We'll talk to him, of course, about U.S.-China, trade war, reopening the economy. And then Tom, I think, also wants to talk about pets. This is Bloomberg.
So I think we ought to have a little bit of humility in our belief that we know what's best for the economy. And as much as I respect you, Dr. Fauci, I don't think you're the end all. I don't think you're the one person that gets to make a decision. We can listen to your advice, but there are people on the other side saying there's not going to be a surge and that we can safely open the economy, and the facts will bear this out. But if we keep kids out of school for another year, what's going to happen is the poor and underprivileged kids who don't have a parent that's able to teach them at home are not going to learn for a full year. And I think we ought to look at the Swedish model, and we ought to look at letting our kids get back to school. I think it's a huge mistake if we don't open the schools in the fall.
I have never made myself out to be the end-all and only voice in this. I'm a scientist, a physician, and a public health official. I give advice according to the best scientific evidence. There are a number of other people who come into that and give advice that are more related to the things that you spoke about the need to get the country back open again and economically. I don't give advice about economic things. I don't give advice about anything other than public health.
The ophthalmologist from Bowling Green lecturing the virologist from Holy Cross on the medicine and pandemic of Sweden. Words fail what we witnessed yesterday. There has been an uproar about this interview for our global audience, and of course, careful analysis of how Sweden is doing on a regional basis versus the other Scandinavian countries, and of course, how Sweden's doing as compared to the other challenged nations of Europe. Right now, never challenged for conversation on Washington is our Kevin Cirilli, our chief Washington correspondent. Kevin, how many people on Capitol Hill agree with the junior senator from Kentucky?
I would say most Republicans agree with Senator Paul, and it's going to be a much broader discussion here, and I think you're hearing that boiling over amongst conservatives as this continues to drag on. Democrats, however, for their part, Speaker Pelosi yesterday unveiling a $3 trillion spending bill. I was told by a senior advisor to former Speaker of the House, Paul Ryan, yesterday, that that's essentially going to be a messaging bill because Republicans are in no way going to get on board with that.
Okay, but I understand all this, but I would suggest, Kevin, the mathematics of our pandemic yesterday was challenging to say the least, and it's less so the major urban areas and more so a spread across the nation. Maybe I have that wrong, but I'm going to go with it, Kevin. What are Republicans hearing among their constituents?
Well, I think Republican would point to the model of that the cities had been hit by the pandemic first, which would mean that the rural communities are now it's trickling to more rural, which means that their medical curve is behind the timeline of what the cities experience. So, and then secondly, I would point to this issue that many of the concerns from an educational standpoint, as Senator Paul pointed to, are the same exact concerns that the cities have, especially when it comes to underserved and underprivileged communities. And that, I think, is especially from an education perspective, and I spoke with just one local education official here yesterday. I mean, from an education perspective, Tom, that is going to be, that those are very real concerns about the technology differences and whatnot from a very, low, from a very young age. That puts kids at a dramatic disadvantage.
Fran, I can't convey enough how yesterday in New York City, this was the tone. Central Park is really getting far more crowded, as are the streets. And last night, Francine, just as a vignette, an ice cream truck showed up for the first time in ages, if not this season, and the crowd was extraordinary.
Yeah, Tom, I hear you talk about New York, and I think you're talking about London. I think the parallels, and here in the UK, right at the beginning, we had scientific advisors also say, people are going to be fed up with the lockdown. And so they were trying to time it right. I have no judgment on whether they were late or early, but it's definitely something, that could be said across countries. Kevin, how does this play out into the election? How is the president doing in terms of polling? I know he's gone around the country, or certainly in certain parts, continuing his campaign?
It's a great question. I mean, look, according to polls, and there's several polls out that have come out in Wisconsin, for example, he's trailing former Vice President Joe Biden by 3 percentage points. And so in other states like Michigan, Pennsylvania as well, Arizona polls, he's trailing, single digits, not dramatically, but trailing former Vice President Joe Biden, who has not really done all that much in terms of campaigning. He's been himself, obviously his campaign is pushing out messages and whatnot. And I asked that question to a prominent Republican strategist yesterday, and what the strategist told me was the Democrats are continuously going to try to make this election a referendum on President Trump. They were going to try to do that before the pandemic. They're doing that right now. And so they don't really view a lack of rallies as a necessity for their campaign strategy.
So, how will people judge the president's response? And I know I've asked you in the past, and I feel sometimes like I'm repeating myself, but are people, worried more about the economy and their wages, or are they worried about the number of people ending up in hospital?
Well, I think that right there will decide the election. But I will say that I think in the short term, there's this understanding that both Republicans and Democrats that for the 2020 election, in the short term, Americans are really just focused on their day-to-day lives. But the polls suggest that this has been a polarizing issue in terms of the support for the president or criticism of the president. But one demographic that Republicans have their eye on is senior citizens. Senior citizens have declined support from President Trump for a variety of reasons, according to political experts. But they have been especially hit hard in terms of how the pandemic has played out, and that support has drifted away right now from President Trump.
Kevin Cirilli, thank you so much, our Chief Washington correspondent. Later today, think the 5 p.m. hour in New York. This is after Chairman Powell and after the market flow through the day. A conversation with the Attorney General of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Maura Healey will join Bloomberg. An important conversation, the state of Boston. This is Bloomberg. Good morning, everyone. Bloomberg surveillance. Let's do a little bit of data check here right now. Quick. The VIX in 2 points. That big vacillation from 26 out to 34, and we're in right now 31 on the VIX right now in 2.11 points. Also, futures up 19. Dow futures up 174. Later today, David Rubenstein with a gentleman from Google, Eric Schmidt. This is Bloomberg. Bloomberg surveillance. Good morning, everyone. Francine Lacroix and I are grateful every day with John Farrell, Lisa Bramowitz, and Paul Sweeney over the team effort it has taken in this pandemic. And all of us have been absolutely shocked by it, our own family stories, people bouncing off the walls. And as everyone knows, this has been widely reported, it's a dog's world. There is literally a dog shortage in New York City. Everyone is trying to be like Ian Bremmer. Joining us right now with Eurasia Group is Moose, the star of Instagram, and Moose has brought along today Dr. Bremmer to talk about international relations. And we were so pumped, Ian, that I brought along Vet Bill as well to greet Moose this morning as the dog's
well done.
Dr. Bremmer,
well done. Moose
what
appreciates
is it,
that. He is the only winner of the pandemic. I think that's pretty clear.
Yeah. What has it meant for the Bremmer family to have Moose there every day to get you to the next international relations disaster?
Well, it's awesome until there's like a bird or an SQU. I can't actually say that out because he'll go batshit. But then we have interruptions, and that could happen at any moment. So it makes live TV more exciting from that perspective.
Let me turn, Dr. Bremer, to the issues at hand, and I want to go a little obscure right now on Brazil. It is a mess. The New York Times today doing a huge treatment from the Mexican border south of Latin America, of South America, and this pandemic. Eurasia Group does a huge study every day of Brazil. How fragile is Brazil in this pandemic?
So I ran a poll yesterday on Twitter asking if you had to choose who's going to lead your country between Trump, Orban, Belarus's Lukashenko, or Bolsonaro, who do you pick? And Bolsonaro lost that poll badly with only about 9% of respondents. He has been by far the least effective leader in responding to the pandemic. And not only did he fire his well-respected Minister of Health, not only has he been promoting so much fake news about the coronavirus that he's actually had his videos stopped midstream by Instagram and had tweets taken down by Twitter. I mean, you've got to be Alex Jones type material to get that done. But now he's also lost his very well-respected Minister of Justice, and he's in the middle of a massive scandal getting closer to his family that over time could even lead to his impeachment. So he's managed to get truly everything wrong, while, of course, the caseload and the death toll in Brazil is increasing dramatically. And Moose does not appreciate that.
Let me bring in my colleague in London. Francine Lacroix, I believe, is dog-free this morning, although there's a rumor, folks, there will be a dog at the Lacroix house soon.
Well, if the kids are watching this now, I think they'll ask for one tonight. Every day they ask for one. You know, we look at the economy. We look at how ideally you reopen an economy whilst minimizing the number of infections and deaths. Is there anything else that you worry about? Is it trade? Is it unemployed? Does the whole, society change because there's a pivot to Asia because they've come out of this quicker? And in Europe, there's a lack of solidarity, which means that some countries will want to break free.
Well, I mean, there's so many pieces of this to worry about. One is globalization and what happens to efficient supply chains. I mean, of course, we're willing to pay more to have a level of resilience right now. And when the pandemic is finally in the rearview mirror, that will, of course, reduce. But in addition to that, you also have issues of the United States versus China and the fact that as you start bailing out American industry, we're going to want those companies to put capital and jobs back in the U.S. So you'll decouple and you'll see much less interlinkage there. Number of American allies with that. Meanwhile, China will be completely dominant with the poorer countries in the world. You look at Africa, 80% of all external bilateral debt from Africa is held by China. And soon it's going to be their digital currency. Soon it's going to be all of their tech and data. And I think that you're going to see the poorer countries around the world, Southeast Asia, even South America, some of East and Southern Europe, are going to be oriented much more towards the Chinese. So, we've all been living in this world where globalization, driving goods and services faster and faster around the world, clearly good for Western corporations. Now we're going to be moving in a world that's much more fragmented. It's going to be much more costly to operate in it. And there's also much more geopolitical danger as a consequence, too.
Well, let's do this. Let's come back with Dr. Bremer here. Maybe we'll be dog-free as well. We thank Moose and Vetbill for making an appearance today. We've got much more coming up. But right now, our news in New York City. Here's Ritika Gupta.
Thanks, Tom. There's little chance that the House Democrats' new relief package will be turned into law. The $3 trillion proposal includes aid to state and local governments and more spending on unemployment benefits and food stamps. Senate Republicans are in no rush to begin negotiations, but passage in the House would give Democrats a marker to set down while they position themselves for the election. Investors are waiting to hear what Fed Chair Jerome Powell has to say about the prospect of mass bankruptcies and long-lasting unemployment. Powell speaks at 9 a.m. New York time, and he's likely to call on Congress to provide additional relief funds. Powell may also again signal that he's opposed to cutting the Fed's benchmark interest rate below zero. And the UK will start taking small steps today to come out of the coronavirus lockdown. Britons will be able to spend unlimited time outdoors. The real estate market has reopened, and people who can't work from home are being encouraged to go to their jobs. Still, all the signs are that the British government is digging in for the long haul. And the judge in the case of former National Security Advisor Michael Flynn is saying, not so fast. The Justice Department wants to dismiss the case, but federal judge Emmett Sullivan wants to hear what outsiders think. He's accepting friend of the court briefs. Flynn had already pleaded guilty to lying to FBI agents. Global news, 24 hours a day on air and a quick take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Ritika Gupta. This is Bloomberg. Francine, Tom.
Ritika, thanks so much. We're going to continue with Dr. Bremer of Eurasia Group. Coming up in the 8 o'clock hour before Chairman Powell's important speech to the Peterson Institute, Jan Hatzius will join us from Goldman Sachs. Really looking forward to that. That again in the 8 o'clock hour. Stay with us with Futures Higher. This is Bloomberg. Good morning, everyone. Bloomberg Surveillance, again, with Futures High. We're having a good conversation with Ian Bremer. You know, it's a light moment to have the dogs with us, Vet Bill and Moose and all that, but this is really serious times as well. Ian Bremer, Richard Haas of the Council on Foreign Relations has out a wonderful new book called The World, and it reminded me of your wonderful book of years ago, Every Nation for Themselves, a G0 world. Maybe now it's the virus, the V0 world, whatever it's going to be. What is the Bremer theory now of international relations?
The trends that we were seeing speed up. So we don't come out of the coronavirus into a new world order, but the inequality that was driving anti-establishment sentiment across democracies all over the world expands dramatically. The level of confrontation between the U.S. and China that made some analysts worry about a Thucydides trap expands much more sharply. The sustainability of the Eurozone and the EU as those in the South have no capacity to see their debt mutualized or to have sustainable growth, and the Germans aren't prepared to provide it. That becomes much sharper too. So I think what happens is this idea that we have more unilateralism, the countries focus inwards. You very obviously have nothing like global leadership or coordinated response with the most sharp, most significant global crisis of our lifetimes. That really gives you a sense of what we're in for coming out of it.
Ian, what do you see President Trump doing here? I mean, we're going day to day with whatever the moment is, and of course, all the great cultural divides of the United States of America. Almost off the radar, except China, has been the Secretary of State. What do you see as the projected international relations of the Trump administration in the coming weeks and months?
Well, I love that. First you asked about Trump, then you said the Trump administration. Those are very different things. There's this great quote I saw in the New Yorker the other day that said that everyone's trying to figure out if Trump is really playing three-dimensional chess, when in reality he's eating the pieces. I don't think there's a lot of strategy going on in the way Trump is handling this day to day, because for him, it's all about him. It's all about how can you possibly give me such poor ratings? How can my polls be down when the governors, everything is about me? But the Trump administration in this environment, their job has been pretty mixed. And I think we deserve to recognize that it's not like the wheels are falling off. The initial response was late. The tests, we did not get tests up and running fast enough. Ours weren't working. We could have gone to the WHO, to the Germans, got them. We didn't. And we didn't surge our healthcare and our medical supply chain fast enough. But our initial economic response was bipartisan and very, very strong indeed, from Mnuchin and from Pelosi. The response from Powell, Trump's Fed chief, has been very strong, very consistent. One of the reasons the markets have done comparatively well. International relations have been pretty poor in the sense that the Americans are not calling a G7 or calling a G20 to coordinate an international response. And I would say perhaps the place the Americans have been most problematic is their unwillingness to work globally in a coordinated fashion to develop a vaccine. The attacks on the World Health Organization, which is a weak organization and has their problems, but it's certainly better than nothing. And I would say that's been something that could end up biting us quite badly, especially if it turns out that the initial vaccine doesn't come out of the United States.
Yeah, so Ian, what are the chances that President Trump gets reelected in November, given everything you've just said?
They're real. I mean, I think they're close to a coin flip right now. We talk about national polls for reasons that are unbeknownst to me, because, of course, we don't elect a national election. We have swing states that matter vastly more, and Trump's closer there. He's going to be running for re-election in the first depression of our lifetimes economically. That's clearly going to hurt him a lot. But there's also going to be social distancing going on in this pandemic, very much still in November, which means you'll have lower turnout. And the enthusiasm from Trump's base, it's not as wide as Biden's base, but it's much sharper. So if you put all that together, I think it's still pretty close. We don't know how Biden's going to hold up in debates, how he's going to hold up when he's on the campaign trail. He's not looked great the last few times I've seen him on television, frankly. We don't know what kind of measures Trump will take to politicize investigations against both Biden and his son Hunter, especially as it relates to China. We don't know exactly what the Russians will do. We do know that Trump has no interest in trying to ensure that the elections are secure against external intervention. So you're asking me here in May, what we can say is that this election will be unprecedentedly nasty in the modern era. And we also know that a lot of Americans are going to feel like it was rigged even before they go to vote. That's not exactly what you want to see when we need some legislation from our government, but we're still going to need massive relief and bailout. That I worry about.
Ian, you were also one of the ones that, of course, coined the phrase G0. Does the pandemic reinforce G0 to a point of no return? Are we more inward-looking? Are countries more inward-looking? And so, does globalization even take a bigger hit?
Sure. I mean, there's no question that the ability and the willingness of the Americans to provide global leadership has eroded beyond the point of no return, irrespective of who wins in November. the alignment of the Europeans with the United States is weaker. The Russians are in decline and trying to undermine us and our friends. The Chinese are not in decline, but they're building a competitive alternative order. Though they can't step in our shoes, they're nowhere near powerful enough. I think one thing that's important to recognize is that coming out of this crisis, the Americans may well lose influence in some of the poorer parts of the world, but actually compared to our allies, we're going to be stronger than we were coming in. The tech companies will be dominant. We have them all. Our allies have virtually none. The role that we will play in terms of the strength of our banks compared to Europe will be much more important, not to mention the fact that we're a major food exporter and energy exporter, and our allies aren't. So I think that people, Biden can win, and if he does, he will certainly be more interested in, not punishing the World Health Organization, rejoining the Paris Climate Accord. But I think the unilateralist moment for the United States is actually going to get stronger. And the recognition that existing international institutions that we set up after World War II increasingly do not reflect the nature of the geopolitical order, and they don't reflect American interests as well as they used to. That's going to be a problem for a lot of other countries in the world.
Ian, China has been in the news, and there's this item here, but the items are summing up in the United States to a bipartisan thrust against Beijing. How is it different than the other times we've seen Washington go at the Chinese?
Well, I mean, it's not different in terms of trust. I mean, there was never significant trust between the Americans and Chinese, not under Obama, not under Bush, and not now under Trump. But there is less interdependence. And when you have less interdependence, there's a greater willingness to fight. We used to have a World Wide Web with all of our technology together. Now we have a technology Cold War, the Americans and Chinese building competing systems. We have an enormous amount of interlinkage in trade, but that's going to change as we pull a lot of our labor out of China, as we take medical supply and bring the manufacturing back to the United States, pharmaceuticals diversify away from China. So our willingness to hit them is going to be greater. Also, of course, as we think about this election, Trump needs to blame someone. 84,000 deaths and counting with the new Washington model they've been using now, saying 147,000. That doesn't look like success. An economic depression in November. They were hoping we were going to have a big rebound in the third quarter. No one really thinks that's coming now. That doesn't feel like success. So you got to blame the Chinese. I mean, blame China is going to be the build the wall rallying cry for 2020. And the potential for that to get ugly, even lead to a Cold War, is real.
Well, Ian Bremmer, thank you so much, and thank you to all of your experts at Eurasia Group for helping Bloomberg surveillance each and every day. Dr. Bremmer with Eurasia Group. We're going to continue here again. Good conversation through the morning on Bloomberg Television and Bloomberg Radio. All of our efforts across the terminal really moving to the highlight of the day, Chairman Powell's speech in the 9 o'clock hour to the Peterson Institute. Stay with us. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Ritika Gupta. Let's get the Bloomberg Business Flash. Las Vegas Sands is giving up on its $10 billion casino project in Japan. The world's largest casino company objects to language that would limit its Japanese license to just 10 years. Even in that time frame, government officials could change the terms in a way that would hurt profit. Officials in Washington and major cities are turning thumbs down on Uber's offer to buy Hubgrub. They were already taking steps to limit the fees food delivery companies charge restaurants. Analysts say if there is a deal, it's likely to face antitrust scrutiny. And Americans should prepare to pay more for meat. U.S. meat packers are looking to make major operational changes because of the coronavirus pandemic. Some plants already are running slower than normal because of social distancing, and some production lines will be fully automated. The likely result, higher costs for an industry that's been efficient at pumping out cheap meat. And that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Tom, Francine?
Ritika Gupta, thank you so much. At this time of day, we've been talking with members of the Johns Hopkins University about this pandemic. Lauren Sauer has been kind enough to join us repeatedly, always giving good perspective. Lauren, I want you to talk about Dr. Fauci, the virologist, speaking with the ophthalmologist Rand Paul yesterday of Kentucky. What did you take away from the two doctors of different fields, going at it over infectious disease?
I think